Good evening, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the Joy Reid Show. This is a special election night watch party. We are coming to you live and direct from the nation's capital, but we are going to be all eyes on Michigan tonight and all eyes on Missouri. Those are two of the states that are holding primary elections tonight. And if it's election night, you know, we got to be in here with you. So please hit your like and subscribe buttons. Make sure if you're not a subscriber, don't be a lurker. We want you to get in and be a full-fledged member of the TJRS family. Big up to everybody on Substack, Twitch, Facebook. The Facebook people be acting up in there. So y'all behave yourselves over in the Facebook chat. And we're going to be watching these election returns come in. Now, let me tell y'all, this election, I would argue, is probably the most important primary election night of the season so far. And the reason I say that is that this is a true test of the possibilities for the progressive movement. And I think that there was a test that was very important in New York City. Zohran Mamdani, obviously becoming mayor. Zohran Mamdani becoming sort of a kingmaker now, endorsing three Democratic candidates for Congress, all of whom won their primary. So that's important. And then, of course, you had Colorado, where you had a progressive candidate, a DSA candidate win there in Denver. And, of course, you had the mayor of Washington, D.C., who will also be a DSA member. So you're starting to see these wins, but in places that you would consider very, very, very blue. Michigan ain't that. Jason, if you could put up A1. The elections that we're seeing tonight are heavily in the Midwest. The Midwest. And the two that we're really paying attention to on tonight are Michigan and Missouri. And this is where we are going to find out if the progressive movement has the legs to also flourish in the Midwest. Michigan, the ultimate swing state, of course. It has swung Obama's direction. It has swung Trump's direction. It has swung in lots of different directions. Donald Trump won Michigan in 2024, lost Michigan in 2020. It's a swingy state, but it's also a very, very Midwestern state, home of Detroit, the second blackest city in America after Jackson, Mississippi, also home to the largest Muslim population in the United States in Dearborn, Michigan, and also home to a majority working class. It's a working class state. It is a union state. So it has all the things that really determine how viable a candidate would be potentially for president. If you can win Michigan, you can generally win the White House. It's a very, very, very important state, but it also is a state that has got a very unusual candidate matchup in the Senate primary. And that, of course, is Haley Stevens, who is the sitting congresswoman. I think she's a 4-term congresswoman, very popular congresswoman in the state, but also funded by about $60 million from AIPAC and from the state utility company and other big business interests. So she's the big business candidate. She is the candidate of the establishment, even though she's quirky and interesting and different, but she's the establishment's candidate. And then, of course, you have Dr. Abdul El Sayed, a statewide health official formerly, who is running against her. He previously ran for governor, did not win. But he is the progressive candidate, hardcore progressive, and has been very forthright in being very opposed to the funding for Israel. But that's not the only race. You've also got, in the great state of Missouri, another AIPAC versus non-AIPAC mashup. And that, of course, would be former Congresswoman Cori Bush, who is running for her old seat against Wesley Bell. Jason, let's play their two most recent ads. It's A2.
After the tornado, we're still living with the devastation. Homes gone, debris everywhere. And why? Because Wesley Bell doesn't know how to fight for us. Even worse, while we were still hurting, he abandoned us, jetting off to Israel with AIPAC. St. Louis deserves a fighter. In 2022, when the floods hit, I brought over $80 million home for relief. True fighters deliver. In St. Louis, I will always be that fighter for you. I'm Cori Bush, and I approve this message.
That's your fight. It matters who you fight. I'm Wesley Bell, and in Congress, I'm fighting the billionaire special interest. And I'm fighting Donald Trump, whose racist, reckless actions put us all in danger. But who does Cori Bush fight? She fights Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and other Democrats. Cori Bush even called Kamala a fascist. Come on, Cori. I approve this message because I'll always stay focused on the right fight, beating Donald Trump.
I want to note that is a not an honest ad. Cori Bush endorsed Kamala Harris before Wesley Bell did, just so you know. So the people are not running ads that are exactly honest. But that is the fight. The fight is the AIPAC candidate versus the anti-AIPAC candidate. AIPAC took Cori Bush out of her seat by spending a record amount of money to undo her election and to elect Wesley Bell, who said that he ran in large part because he did not like what Cori Bush said after the October 7 attacks in Israel, which is a weird reason to run for Congress, but that's what he did. So that's that race. Let's talk about Kansas. In Kansas, they're picking primary candidates for governor. I don't think people have been paying as much attention to that. Democrats have 3 people in the race. Somebody named Cindy Holscher, Ethan Carson, and Kurt Skong. And then on the Republican side, they also have 3 candidates: Ty Masterson, very far right-wing guy, Scott Schwab, and Vicky Schmidt. So we'll just be watching that. Kansas is picking not just that, but their Secretary of State, their Attorney General. They've got House seats. And of course, there is a Senate seat that they're also picking in the primary as well, or state Senate. So, I mean, House races. Sorry, they have House races as well. So we'll watch all of them. We're going to watch all of them. I think people are not paying as much attention to Kansas. You've also got races in Virginia. All these House races are up in Virginia, also Washington State. So we're just going to watch everything. We'll see what comes in into play. And then, of course, we're coming up in 2 days. We're going to have another watch party because Tennessee's primaries are coming up on August 6th. And of course, that is the one we're watching Justin J. Pearson to see if he wins that. So we're just gonna watch them all, because this is what we do. We're gonna watch all of these races. We're gonna be following the updates, and as the winners come in, we'll do that as well, because that's what we do. We want to make sure you guys are fully informed. To let you listen to the stakes in Michigan, here we go. So that is C-SPAN. We're gonna keep a close eye on C-SPAN, who will be taking a look at, and look, polls are already coming in. So you can see in Virginia, polls are already coming in those primaries. Virginia closes early. I think Virginia closed at 7 o'clock. So congratulations to everybody who actually voted. We're just going to keep C-SPAN rolling so that we can make sure that we pay attention to all the races as they come in each and every one of the states. Jason, for just one moment, if you got a chance, if you could just play Adam Green. He's going to talk about the stakes in the great state of Michigan. And Adam Green is the head of the Progressive Campaign Coordinating Committee, PCCC. It's a progressive
ground zero in the battle for the future of the Democratic Party. What we have here are 2 competing theories of the case for electability in the general election, and we consider this a chips on the table moment. One theory of the case, the Chuck Schumer theory of the case, is that the best way to be electable in the swing state is to have a status quo politician. In this case, Haley Stevens, Congresswoman, whose campaign is basically being bankrolled to the tune of $60 million by AIPAC, crypto, big insurance, big pharma, big energy companies. And for some reason, that's supposed to appeal to independent voters who don't like either political party and think they're both bought and paid for. Our alternative theory of the case is that Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is a shake up the system economic fighter. People believe him when he says he wants to fight to get money out of politics, put money in people's pockets, and fight for Medicare for all. And we believe that that is the kind of message, especially in this outsider moment, that is needed to attract independent voters in November. So what we're seeing tonight is a Democratic Party referendum on that question. We believe that if Abdul El-Sayed defeats $60 million of outside spending, it will send a signal to every Democratic politician across the country that it is okay to cross very powerful interests because you can still win if the people are on your side. That is what is needed, especially at this moment as we're fighting Donald Trump. And then in November, when he wins this swing Senate seat, we hope it sends a really important message to some of the voters that you and I have both met on the campaign trail, scared, well-meaning electability voters who just don't want to mess things up in 2028 as they select a presidential contender in 27-28. And we hope that they realize, oh, it's okay to vote for someone inspiring. Because yes, you can have a former CIA operative named Melissa Slotkin in a place like Michigan, but you can also have a guy named Abdul El-Sayed who is fighting for Medicare for all and fighting to shake up the system. Right. So that is our goal with this race, and the stakes could not be higher.
And I will note that whoever wins this primary will face Mike Rogers, who is a sitting congressman. He is a congressman from Michigan's 8th congressional district. He's a former Michigan State senator. He's considered a pretty weak candidate. And so whoever wins this Democratic primary is in a very good position to become the next United States Senator from Michigan. That's important because Democrats need to close the gap of 4 House Senate seats in order to take over the United States Senate. Michigan is a must-win Senate seat for the Democrats. The Democrats must win this seat. And so there is, as Adam Green is the Progressive Campaign Change Committee, sorry about that, Progressive Campaign Change Committee, PCCC, they're a longtime progressive group that supports very progressive candidates. They're in sort of the Bernie Sanders wing of the Democratic coalition. And they are making the case and have been trying to make the case for a long time that you don't have to do safe politics. You can actually do aggressively progressive politics and still win statewide elections and still win congressional races. And so that is what's really being tested. And again, I don't think there's any state where it's being tested more aggressively than in the state of Michigan. Let's play a little bit of a clip just to remind yourselves of what these two candidates sound like. Let's start with A4. This is Dr. Abdul El Sayed.
At the end of the day, I don't pay my taxes so that another country gets a bomb or a tank. The money that could be spent to rebuild our kids' schools or provide them health care is being sent abroad to drop bombs on other people and their kids. I just think that's wrong. I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike. And I believe in international law. And right now, our tax dollars are being used to allow the state of Israel to foreclose on the possibility of Palestinian self-determination and to take our money that should be spent on our kids to do it. That is against international law. It is against our higher ideals, and it's against our best interests here at home. So to me, I don't want my tax dollars making other people's lives worse. I want them making Americans' lives better. I think we cannot continue to offer unconditional foreign military aid to any country. That includes Egypt, where my family came from, or Saudi Arabia, or Pakistan, or Jordan, or Israel. I believe that we need to hold our laws forward. The Leahy laws condition our ability to sell war material and weapons to countries that are committing human rights atrocities, which Israel definitely is. And I believe that it is not our job to continue to run cover at the UN or the International Criminal Court or the International Court of Justice for a country that has become a rogue state. So I want my tax dollars spent here. I don't want our largesse and our reputation to be wasted on a country that is taking us into wars we don't need to fight, conducting apartheid and genocide. And I believe that the Palestinian people and Jewish Israeli people need to come together on equal footing to decide what the ultimate peace looks like.
Okay, that is Dr. Abdul El Sayed, and that is him making his best case for why he should be the next senator from the great state of Michigan. Now let's hear from Haley Stevens.
Everywhere I go across Michigan, I hear the same thing. Costs are too high. People are working hard, but they're still struggling to afford groceries, fill up their tanks, and keep up with rising bills. And they're right to be frustrated. That's why I am fighting to lower costs and to deliver results for Michigan families. I introduced the No Tariffs on Groceries Act to stop Donald Trump from making food more expensive with tariffs that hurt Michigan families. I'm going after DTE and the corporate utilities to lower Michiganders' energy bills, and I'm getting results. After my No Tariffs on Groceries bill, Trump rolled back some of his tariffs on groceries. After my energy prices bill, DTE agreed to a multi-year electricity rate freeze. I am Michigan's most effective lawmaker for a reason. Michigan families are tired of being told to just deal with higher prices. They deserve better, and I will never stop fighting for Michigan.
And there you have it. And Haley Stevens, of course, is a very quirky candidate. She is using her quirkiness to her advantage. She's sort of making it kind of a part of her campaign that she's very quirky, and she's sort of a, how are you doing? She sort of gives you that kind of quirky vibe, but she's, you know, she's trying to turn that to her advantage. And her idea is to say that being an effective lawmaker, she's sort of an old-fashioned politician saying, I'm an effective lawmaker. That is the reason to elect me. She sort of brushes off these questions about getting funding from AIPAC and tries to turn it back on Abdul El Sayed to say that, you know, he's a self-funder because his wife is rich. And it's sort of been back and forth. But the question is whether the effective lawmaker argument and saying, I'm going to get costs down, sort of trying to borrow the Mamdani affordability message, but marry it to an old-fashioned kind of politics that still takes the AIPAC money, et cetera, and $60 million worth of that to boot, or the kind of message that Zohran Mamdani has made possible in the Democratic Party to just say forthrightly, we should stop funding Israel and start funding ourselves. Joining me now, to talk through all of this and to hang out with me for this hour, one of your absolute favorites. We got your favorites on tonight. And we're one of your very, very favorites, the people's choice, the people's champ, Wajahat Ali, in the house. Waj, good evening. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me on an off night.
I wore a jacket and a collared shirt just for you, and on the off chance that Sharia can completely penetrate Michigan, the Rust Belt. Because, of course, if Abdul al-Sayed wins, the only explanation could be that he's going to bring halal food everywhere. It couldn't be because of his popular progressive politics, the fact that he's scandal-free, the fact that he's been vetted, the fact that, I don't know, he's a doctor, Rhodes Scholar, Medicare for all, abolish ICE, doesn't want to give money to Israel or Egypt. Couldn't be for the fact that he wants to tax billionaires. No, Joy. It's, of course, because of the Sharia plot and the Muslim plan.
I am actually for halal for every American. I think if I could have halal every day and everyone it will be mandated in the tax code, I'm actually for that version of Sharia law. So if that's what Sharia law is, give it to me.
Affordable health care.
Pita bread with it.
We're not going to throw transgender people under the bus. We're going to give everyone halal meat. There's going to be bidets and Japanese totos in every toilet. So you're going to get clean booties, clean health care, and you're going to get a living wage. Bring on Sharia law.
Bring on Sharia law. So let's talk about it, because this, I have made the case, Waj, I don't know if you agree with me, that with all the races, and Jason's going to throw the C-SPAN on, we're just going to keep watching sort of all the races as they come in. I think it's important that we pay attention to all of it. Obviously, there are other states that are voting as well. Big up to Kansas, big up to Virginia and Washington State. But I have argued that the most important race tonight really is the Michigan Senate race. There's some other races there too. Donovan McKinney running for Secretary of State, running for Secretary of State, other races as well. But the Abdul el-Sayed race tells us whether this Mamdani-style progressive politics can play in the Midwest. And I think that's actually an important question that people need to answer, right? People need to understand whether this is, and I asked Mayor Mamdani about this when we interviewed him on the show yesterday, whether he thinks that his policies are translatable outside of New York City. And he said, yes, almost all of them are. And I guess that, to me, is the question that tonight will answer.
I completely agree with you. This is a massive bellwether race. This is going to signal a massive seismic shift. Is going to cause a lot of heart attacks and mental breakdowns and nervous breakdowns tonight in the Democratic and Republican and AIPAC establishment. I hope people have their Pepto-Bismol and whatever illegal drug of choice that they use. I'm a teetotaler. I'm not one to judge, but drink and drug responsibly, establishment, because if Abdul wins, right, to your point, Joy, what it shows is that this progressive populist agenda is not relegated to fake America. Because let's be honest, we're not real Americans, you and me. You're a black woman. I'm a brown Muslim man. We're children of immigrants. We're not electable. We're not relatable. We're not from the heartland. We're not from the Rust Belt. We're not suburban. We're these strange replicant humans on the coast who are vegan, Maoist, Marxist, Muslims who use different pronouns. We don't count. But if this message resonates with real Americans in the Rust Belt, in the heartland, in Michigan, then it completely defangs the myth that this is not relatable, that this is not translatable. This means that if this resonates with real Americans in the Heart Belt, this can resonate everywhere, and it completely punctures this narrative that the establishment, and this is where I'm going to talk about the Democratic establishment, has sold for our entire life. You need to go center. You need to go to the middle, which is, let's be honest, to the right. You have to punch to the left. You can't be bold. You can't be progressive. Americans aren't ready for this. They don't like the words fight the oligarchy. They don't like abolish ICE. They don't like us taking away money from Israel. They say you have to take money from AIPAC. You got to build data centers. Oh, no. They're actually looking for fighters willing to take on the Epstein class and the oligarchy. And if you can win a mayorship in New York, and if you can win these House races, and if you can win in Melat Kiros in Denver, and if you can win potentially a Senate seat in Michigan, then that means, Joy, they are irrelevant, they are wrong, they will lose power, and they will lose money. And this is why it's so personal for them. And this is why they have unleashed the entire all squad, like the AIPAC Avengers have come out to support Haley Stevens. You know, they got Clyburn coming out there and Whitmer coming out there. And you got $50 million spent by AIPAC and its affiliates. 60 million. If he wins, Joy, I don't care if it's by a point or 2 points. That means he was outspent 12-1, and he took on the AIPAC machine. And now also in our lifetime, what we're going to witness tonight, if he wins, AIPAC has become like herpes. No offense to herpes. No one wants to get near it, right? AIPAC has become toxic, and AIPAC 60 million could not defeat Abdul El-Sayed. This is why you're absolutely right. This race will speak volumes about the present and future of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, indeed. And we are a little earlier, we played Adam Green of the Progressive Campaign Change Committee. He is backstage at the Abdul El-Sayed watch party. We're just waiting for his camera to come on. I think he's got his camera off or turned around. So Adam, if you could hear us, please. Oh, there we are. There we are. I think I turned your camera though. Flip your camera the other way. Give it a twist. Give it a twist and scene. Oh, wait, hold on. You're still sideways. We're gonna let him try to turn his camera. There we go. There we go. Adam Green. Let's bring him in. Adam, right. There we are. We got you. Look, I'm low tech, buddy. So look, if I could help you with tech, then I'm feeling actually pretty young and fresh and fabulous right now. Tell me, what is the mood there? Go ahead.
The mood here is ebullient. Everybody is really thrilled. We have Chris Rabb, incoming congressman. We have Melat Kiros right behind me. Everybody is just having a great time here, expecting some big results tonight, and really looking to send some shockwaves through the political establishment tonight.
You know, Abdul El-Sayed has been polling ahead pretty much throughout the time that we've been paying attention to this race, but now is the ultimate poll. And, you know, Waj was just making the point, and I think you've made the point too in your appearances, Adam, that this is the big test of whether or not a message that matches the passion and opinions of the base is safe enough to use in a statewide campaign in the Midwest, right? I mean, people are like, yeah, New York City, that's the liberals. They hate Trump. They're not normal Americans. But if you can literally say what the base is saying, everything Abdul El-Sayed is saying is what regular people say on the street, right? But we've been taught that you can't say the things that the base says. You have to say, you know what? We want to protect the Second Amendment. Don't say anything about guns. No, we don't want to say the word abortion. We don't want to say anything about the data centers. We need the jobs. Like everyone's been taught to just say, just say as little as possible, promise sort of moderate, middling change. But he's like, nah, stop funding Israel, keep the money home, keeping it real. How important do you think it is for him to actually prevail to send that message to the party in Washington?
It's indispensable that we win this election. So the way I would put it is in the primary, AIPAC went all in and they lost all their chips. Their credibility is shot right now. They couldn't buy another TV ad if they wanted to buy another TV ad. Now it's our turn to go all in. And sorry, a lot of excitement here. It's our turn to go all in. And, you know, our theory of the case is that, especially with a growing number of independent voters who don't like either political party, who feel like they're both bought and paid for, who better to put up than a shake up the system economic fighter like Abdul? Really, Haley Stevens, funded by pharma and insurance and crypto and AIPAC and big energy companies, sponsored basically by Chuck Schumer, would be the exact wrong person to hold out to independent voters who think that the system is rigged or broken. So this is our put up or shut up moment. But we have to put up. And that's why anybody who's thinking, oh, you know, I have a few bucks, maybe I'll wait and see who I want to support later. Like, we all have to be all in on this race because we will either win big or lose big if Abdul wins or loses in November.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it to you, Waj, because if you have any questions for Adam. But I mean, I think that is key, right? Because part of what primaries to me are about is teaching your party how to treat you. People got really mad at me when I said that the voters, the primary voters of Maine who picked a progressive should demand a progressive to replace the progressive who pulled out of the race. I thought that seemed fairly logical to me, because if a progressive won the primary, then he leaves the race. The people said that's the kind of politics they want, and they should threaten their party that they won't stick with them if they don't give them what they voted for. Like, people thought that was a horrific and insane thing to say. But isn't that the purpose of primaries, right? To teach your party how to treat you. To Waj.
Oh, yeah. Oh, to me. Absolutely. Right. This is this reminds me, Joy, of remember 2008, we're old enough. And I was told that Barack Hussein Obama, my Muslim brother, was unelectable. And I was told by the Democratic establishment, shut your mouth, Hillary Clinton or bust. Why are you being so divisive? We can't sit there and have this fight in the primary. Who is this Barack Hussein Obama? He can't win. And I remember, Joy and Adam, that was one of the nastiest ugliest, racist primaries. Well, what happened? Barack Obama not only won, he crushed McCain. He turned around and then he said, hey, Hillary Clinton, you want to be my Secretary of State? They united, and then they went around and beat Mitt Romney. But what I've heard, and I want to ask Adam this, if you don't mind, Joy, is I've been told for 10 years, vote blue no matter who, vote blue no matter who, right? Joy and I did our job. We're like, all right, Clinton versus Trump, go ahead, all in for Clinton. Biden versus Trump, all in for Biden. I even said Biden versus Trump in 2024, okay, I'll still support Biden. Now I'll support Kamala. But now, I don't know if you heard this, Adam, but yesterday and even today, a Democratic representative out of Michigan, Scholten, when asked if she will support Abdul El-Sayed even if he wins, she hedged and said no. Where did vote blue no matter who go when there's a progressive candidate? Because I was told, Joy and I were told, vote blue no matter who. We said sure. But when it's a progressive, I've been told that nope, he can't beat Rogers and I'm going to go vote or I'm going to sit out. Your take on this, Adam?
Well, obviously, you're absolutely right. And, Gary Peters, the outgoing senator, has said that he will support whoever wins this race. But, David Dayen from the American Prospect did some reporting today where he called around to House Majority PAC and Senate Majority PAC and asked about Abdul's race and also Will Lawrence, who's the progressive running to take the seat that Alyssa Slotkin used to hold, and then some dud establishment Democrat lost last cycle. And House Majority PAC said, yes, whoever wins that race, including Will Lawrence, we will be there. And Senate Majority PAC was silent. So I really think that you're putting your finger on the key question for the next 24 hours, which is, will the establishment consolidate around Abdul? Now, there's a little bit of checkmate. Like, if they want to take back the Senate, they pretty much have to win Michigan.
Yeah.
And therefore, they might just, get over their grievances and their denials early. But this, you're putting your finger on a larger dynamic, which is, we're always accused of taking our football and going home, even when we don't. And I mean, Hillary Scholten, like, she should not have done that. And it's going to be really fascinating to see who puts up or sets up themselves for this principle of supporting the eventual nominee. So we'll see.
Because the time to do that fight, again, is in the primary. It's to demand that the primary, right, respect the voters. But in the general, this is the reason primaries are so important. You have to fight hard in the primary, as hard as possible, because in the general, now what you're facing is the other side. You're facing MAGA, and that's a completely different fight. And so whether it is in Michigan or in Maine or anywhere else, at the end of the day, they're going to have to support Abdul El-Sayed because the option is Mike Rogers, right? I mean, and this is to you, Adam. I mean, at the end of the day, Mike Rogers is what will be on the other side when you get to the general. So the question then will be, what does AIPAC do with its money? We all know that AIPAC may be supporting Haley Stevens today, but we know that money then goes right into the Republican campaign for November, right?
Yeah, I mean, the way this debate should be framed is you have status quo Mike Rogers, a milquetoast Republican endorsed by a corrupt president versus change agent Abdul El-Sayed. Democrats should be thrilled to embrace Abdul with that framing. My suspicion of what's going on with Hillary Scholten is, she's not even that from that much of a swing district, but I think similar to what Hakeem Jeffries did with Zohran Mamdani, and certainly Chuck Schumer did, they don't want to be held accountable for the popular people in our party. They don't want to be accountable to their corporate donors for embracing some of these people. So they think that they can kind of get a pass, and maybe the rest of the party will pick up the slack. But to me, that is a lack of acknowledgement of the stakes right now. If we take back the Senate, that might determine the future of the Supreme Court. And for Hillary Scholten to be sucking up to her own donors by being the one to opt out of embracing Abdul and really setting a set of dominoes in the wrong direction is just really unfortunate. So I think the pressure is going to be on the next 24 hours on all those people.
But Waj, the other side of that is that if Haley Stevens becomes the nominee, she's going to lose Dearborn. And she will then lose to Mike Rogers. I think the other argument for Abdul El-Sayed is actually an electability argument. He actually is more electable because he has the ability to carry progressives, carry couch voters, carry new voters, carry young voters, and carry Dearborn. So it's actually like the pragmatic vote, right? So it's an ironic thing that the establishment candidate is seen as the safer candidate, when to me, it's actually the reverse.
Yeah, and I wanted your thoughts on this and also Adam's thoughts on this, because I think what you're circling around is the whole concept of electability. And you're hearing it now. You've been hearing it since the past year. Zoran Mamdani, he will not be electable. That's why we have to go support Cuomo, this disgraced politician that we kicked out of the Democratic Party. And because I keep receipts, Joy, I want to remind everyone that you had Clyburn, Bill Clinton, Bloomberg, Summers go all in for Cuomo against Mamdani. What happened? Mamdani won almost by double digits, very popular, right? Now what we're hearing is Abdul Al-Sayed, sure, he might beat Stevens, but he's not electable. He's behind 2 points in Mike Rogers in this one poll. And what I say is you don't know who's electable. I was told the same BS about Barack Obama going back in 2008. If he wins tonight, which I think he will, then you have the Democratic Party that, let's see, Adam, whether or not they're going to consolidate. Once they consolidate and they have a target, which is Rogers, it is very, very hard to be a Republican right now, because if you've seen, Joy, the approval rating, Donald Trump is at 32 or 34. He is the lowest approval rated president since Nixon. He's negative double digits on the economy, on inflation, on the war, on immigration. He ain't going to get better. He's going to get worse, more deranged, more corrupt. We just found out that Capital One, his bank, said, yeah, a judge, the reason why we shut off 300 of his accounts in 2021 was because we were afraid that he was using our bank and our accounts to do money laundering, right? So Mike Rogers is now stuck with that. And you're telling me that Abdul Sayed is not electable? This is going to be, I'm just telling you all, this is going to be the next phalanx that will be used against not just Abdul Sayed, but also Francesca Hong. You're seeing it today. They're going all in. She's not electable. She's not electable. We're telling you what real Americans in the Midwest want. Oh my God, she did this one tweet about Turkey. They said the same thing about Abdul Sayed in April. He was down. He's going to win tonight, most likely. They said the same thing last year against Mamdani. He won. And I think, again, to our point, even not just AIPAC, not just progressive politics, this, if he wins tonight, it's going to shatter what the normie establishment corporate media's understanding of electable is, which I think is a breath of fresh air and will introduce bold new candidates of color and women of color who can win on a progressive agenda. But I just want everyone, I want your antennas up. Starting tonight, you're going to hear the corporate Democrats, corporate Republicans, and establishment media say, okay, Abdul won, but is he electable? Can he beat Mike Rogers? And I'm going to make a prediction, Joy. And if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. I think he's electable. I think he could beat Rogers.
I actually think he will beat Rogers because it's a change election, right? Adam, go ahead.
I agree with the exact point you just made. You know, I've been talking to reporters about this the last couple of days, and really not just saying he's electable, but he's the most electable in this race. There is a back chatter that, you know, basically progressives are being selfish, that we're thinking we're willing to potentially sacrifice a victory, thinking it's a good election year, and okay, we're willing to take a lower chance to get our person across the finish line. That is not what is happening here. The three of us on this call and millions of people across the country genuinely believe that a shake up the system outsider like Abdul Al-Sayed is more electable than a status quo corporate funded, insider like Haley Stevens. And that's why we just have to keep pushing back and pushing back. And at the end of the day, November is going to be our greatest pushback. And, if people like Abdul, Troy Jackson in Maine, Dan Osborne, Peggy Flanagan win key Senate races, it will dramatically impact the psychology of scared, well-meaning electability voters in 2028 and possibly allow us to elect a really bold progressive nominee for president.
Joy, can I just add one thing real quick? Because you asked me a question and I forgot to answer it fully. Yep. If Hillary wins, Stevens, Haley, excuse me. Haley, Hillary, these ethnic names. If Haley Stevens wins, right? What it reminds me of is what happened in 2024 when the Democratic Party said, F you, shut up, vote blue no matter who. We're not going to have a pro-Palestinian speaker. We're not going to recognize Israel's genocide. Well, what happened, Joy? You have an entire generation that says, all right, I'm done with you, DNC. They're scrambling to raise money. You see a depressed approval rating, the lowest approval rating in 3 decades, and you're going to see people tap out. So even if she wins, which I don't think she will, it's an astroturfed campaign. Adam can tell you he's probably on the ground. You don't see Haley Stevens like slogans everywhere. It's $60 million poured in by AIPAC. And the last thing I'll say, I know you had that Chiron up. Mm-hmm. If you are an AIPAC supporter, if you're a right-wing billionaire who's poured millions of dollars in Haley Stevens' race, like Paul Sanger and others, Who's the better candidate? The real Republican or the Timu Republican? All that money is going to go to Mike Rogers. So where's the enthusiasm for Stevens? You tell me, Joy.
Well, and this is what I was just looking up. I'm just trying to look up what the voter turnout looked like in Michigan in these races, because we know that in 2008, it was record high turnout for President Obama. And of course, it drops during the midterms, but we're talking about like sort of 60 some odd percent turnout, in the 60s. But what happens, to your point, Waj, and I think this is what Democrats have to learn, is that you wind up letting the couch win. Because if Haley Stevens prevails tonight, then for a lot of younger voters, it's going to be establishment candidate A versus establishment candidate B, neither of them speaking to the things that they are passionate about, neither of them offering change. It's status quo D or status quo R. And what a lot of younger voters and progressive voters will do will just be to stay home. There'll be nothing to compel them off of the couch for the candidate who's backed by AIPAC and its clone, United Democracy Project, UDP, which is also AIPAC, and backed by all of the big institutional investors, backed by crypto, backed by all of the bad guys, the people who are hurting their lives. That's the thing, is that people do not want to come out and vote. It's hard enough to get Americans to vote anyway, but it's a lot easier to get people to come off the couch, take the time, and go to the trouble to vote if they feel like they're voting to change their lives. And the only one of these two candidates that actually represents change is Abdul El-Sayed. I see Adam is looking around. Tell me what's going on behind you, Adam. We're going to let you be our roving reporter really quick before we have to let you go. What's going on over there?
Okay, well, people are anxiously looking at the results. Some initial results came in, and Abdul is up 55% to 39%.
Yep.
Very, very low.
Very early.
Gloria.
1% of votes in. Yeah, the 1% of votes in. And I will tell you now, because we're going to also be looking at these in a granular way. Right now, we're seeing results that are coming in from Detroit and Grand Rapids. Now, typically what happens in these races, you'll get early results in from the most urban counties, the counties that count first, that count early. Sometimes you've got some rural counties because they're small and they can count quickly. That happens. We're going to be looking county by county, but what you're going to be looking at, so Wayne County, which is the Detroit area, is barely anything in. Less than 1% of the vote is in. And so, but you do at least have some vote coming in. And you have Grand Rapids, only 18% of the votes are in. The majority of what you're seeing right now that has Abdul El-Sayed, most of that is coming from Kent County. That is the area near Grand Rapids, Michigan. That's 18% of that vote in. That accounts for 8,257 of his 8,711 votes. So we're going to keep doing this on a granular level. I've got the map in front of me, and I'm just going to keep going through it county by county so that you guys can understand. The other pieces that you're going to want to look for are places like Ann Arbor. And of course, obviously, the big one, the big mother lode, is going to come out of Detroit. Adam, what else have you got? I know you're muted right now, but go ahead. What else do you see?
Yeah. So I was at the polls today, and I talked to a voter who said to me, I saw a lot of negative stuff about Abdul. But I decided to push through and do my own research, and I realized I really like him. And to me, that was just coming face to face with the end product of AIPAC and these corporate interests bombarding people with all these lies and all this messaging about Abdul. And I was very proud of her for what she was sharing, which is that she was seeing through it. I want to point out, or maybe ask you if you agree with me. It's a new revelation today that AIPAC might have actually, on the net, increased Abdul's influence on the national scene. Right, his motto all along has been "money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all." That was a slogan on paper 3 months ago, but in the last 8 weeks, when we've seen these $60 million plus worth of ads, these voters, like the woman I talked to today at the polls, came face to face with money in politics. That's and right. It was so clear to me that he was a change agent. So I'm almost wondering, did they kind of do him a favor at the end of the game? Like, did they make him more of a national figure? Will the national press be hanging on every word of his more compared to the money before the money was spent? What do you think about that?
No, I think that I think AIPAC did help him in the end, because people, first of all, learned that what UDP is. They learned that that's also AIPAC. But I think the press also will share some of the blame if Hallie Stevens loses, because every time Abdul El-Sayed sat in a chair to do a media interview, other than when he was on the Joy Reid show and maybe a handful of other podcasts, he was interrogated about Israel. He was asked every question you could think of about Israel. And he kept on saying, which I think is the right answer, I'm running for the Senate in the United States and in the state of Michigan. And he would always bring it back to the money that was pushing a message about a foreign country and saying, let's repatriate that money to Michigan. I think that was a powerful message. So the media helped him out. Who have you got there standing with you, Adam?
All right. We have a future member of Congress, current state legislator from Pennsylvania, Chris Rabb.
Chris Rabb. Hey, how are
What'd
you?
say
How
on the
are
ground
you?
today, Chris?
Tap
I'm
in,
great.
Chris.
I'm great.
Chris
how
Rabb,
are
a
you?
real American from a real town, Pennsylvania.
Yes, my people have been here a long time. I'm deeply American.
Talk about it. Talk about this race tonight. What do you think is the importance of it? How does it looking in your view?
I mean, this dissolves any trope that populism and a progressive message that reaches folks far and wide can only work in deep blue districts. That is not true. It will prove that point in a matter of hours. And we're going to see that Michiganders are going to make the right choice, whether they're in urban districts or rural communities, because this is a message that brings people together. It acknowledges the people closest to the pain are the ones who should have the most power. And this is something that transcends partisanship, which is important too. This is not what's best for the Democratic Party. This is what's best for our country. And when you lead with authenticity, boldness, and substantive, you're going to win.
Yeah. And what do you make of, we've been talking about this whole idea of electability, but, I've always said, anybody's electable if people vote for them. So electability just means more people vote for you than the other person. But, the Democratic Party writ large has had this great concern that anyone who isn't super moderate is less electable. What do you make of that argument?
Oh, I think that's adorable. I mean, I find that not only problematic, but ahistorical and inaccurate, just because we're talking about someone who will likely beat someone who had, 70 million people, $70 million, not people, but money, 60. Fine, okay. That's a lot of money. And we know that organized people beat organized money every time. We're going to see that tonight. And it's going to send a message that there's the law of diminishing returns, that after a certain amount of money that people are going to say, well, who are we really choosing between? Someone who's just a stooge of moneyed interests, or someone who leads with what's best for people. And so it will dissolve this narrative that electability is based on how much money you raise, or that it's based on the political center. He's running from the moral center, and that's far more important.
Joy, can I ask you and Chris a question?
Yeah.
Because I believe if Abdul wins, and right now he's up double digits, true, it's only 1% votes in, but it's looking good for him. Does his victory tonight, on the heels of Mamdani's victory, Adam Hamoui's victory in New Jersey, and also Daria Lisa Chevalier's victory, show that Islamophobia and AIPAC don't work anymore, either for Republicans, Democrats, or the corporate establishment? And we got Melat Kiros, who just won by double digits in Colorado.
Yes.
It didn't work against Melat as well.
I think I'm going to let Melat Kiros answer that question from my former home state of Colorado, the great city of Denver, where I did go to Montbello High School. So big up to Denver, Colorado, for electing you in this primary, Melat Kiros. Can you answer that question? Because there is a lot of there's a lot of Islamophobia out there. There's a lot of progressive phobia, right? There's a lot of that as well. But do you think that if Abdullah Syed is able to win on top of the Mamdani victory, does it say that Islamophobia is a dying art in terms of its effectiveness in politics?
I think what we know about forms of bigotry, and first of all, Joy, I hope you come and join us back in Denver sometime soon. I know the folks in Montbello miss you. The thing about bigotry is that it comes in so many different forms, right? And we know that at the end of the day, there's going to be the overt form of it that slowly dies when we put it into the public sphere and force people to reckon with it. And what we're seeing right now is that the overt form of Islamophobia is demonstrating a real level of just ridiculousness, and people are rejecting it. There's still going to be the
I think we might have lost their signal. We know everybody. They're
The
coming.
Islamophobes got her, Joy.
The Islamophobes got her. The Islamophobes got her. Okay, we're going to try to get their signal back, but I do believe that Jack Cocciarella is, we're trying to get to Jack if we can. He is in line trying to get into the Abdul El Sayed watch party. So my folks who are in Slack, just let me know when he is available and has his camera ready, but we'll try to get back to Chris Rabb and Melat Kiros, two of the other progressive candidates.
Hey,
I'm
she's
really
back.
teaching. Oh, there we go. Melat is back. Go. Keep going. Keep going.
The Islamophobes couldn't stop you, Melat.
Hey y'all, I'm sorry. I can't hear anything.
Uh-oh, we can't hear you. Okay, we're going to take her
We
backstage.
could see you. But
All right, I can't hear y'all, but it was so great to be with
All
you
right.
guys. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Congratulations. Thank you, Chris Rabb. Thank you, Melat Kiros. We appreciate you, Adam.
Adam, can you hear us?
Yes, we're good.
Can you hear us, Adam?
Let me just try a second.
Okay, let's take him
All right.
backstage and we'll try to figure it out. Look, live TV watch, live
It's fine. It's beautiful.
streaming. We love it. We love it. But you go ahead and finish that thought, because I mean, the reality is, ever since Barack Hussein Obama ran for president in 2008, even on the Democratic Party side, there's been a, we take him at his word, he's a Christian, as if it was necessary to have only one religion in order to be in American politics. And so Islamophobia has been both on the Democratic Party side and on the Republican Party side, part, unfortunately, of the kind of zeitgeist of American politics. I mean, we've seen Mayor Mamdani compared to a Hamas terrorist.
That's right.
You know, I mean, I'm talking about by Democrats.
That's right.
Who hate him. But if Abdul Sayed is now poised to be the United States Senator from Michigan, kind of hard to do that, because he's then your standard bearer.
Melat, can you hear us now?
I can, yeah.
All
Sorry
right,
about that, y'all.
The Islamophobes cut you off, but you can't be stopped.
Exactly.
We were just continuing the conversation. Look, spoiler alert, I'm Muslim. And I've been noticing this for the past 25 years, that Islamophobia, anti-Arab rhetoric has become the last bastion for bigotry, both by Democrats and Republicans. Bill Maher, so casual about it. We saw the ugliness against Mamdani. We saw the ugliness against Dr. Adam Humble. We saw the ugliness against Daria Liza. We saw the ugliness against Dr. Abdul Sayed. And we've seen anyone who associates in any way, shape, or form, like you did, in a sympathetic way towards pro-Palestinian activists is also smeared. If he wins tonight, do you think that this finally shows this shit ain't working?
100%, right? I think it's important to know that the fight will always continue, because there's so much of it that rides insidiously and just it's baked into the foundation of our nation, right? The white supremacist structures. That being said, we're making it clear that the people of this country do not want to hear that kind of rhetoric anymore. They want to know who's going to fight for them. Abdul has proven that he has the platform that actually resonates with the voters of this district, fighting to get to the top of the polls in what will be, I think, a dominating win tonight. And I'm really excited to show everyone across this entire country that, you know, we are over this kind of overt Islamophobia. We're over this kind of overt racism. And it's time for the Democratic Party to actually get in line with where the voters are.
But let me ask you, Melat, how has the DCCC responded to your victory? Because that was a shockwave I think people weren't even expecting. I think people didn't even see Colorado coming. They certainly didn't see the Denver area coming. What's been the response of the establishment to you?
You know, I think there are a lot of good folks that work in organizations like the D-Trip, but I think we've demonstrated that their strategy of trying to, you know, shoot down candidates like myself that are fighting on progressive platforms is a losing strategy, right? And, you know, a lot of us could have told them that from the beginning and saved them a lot of time and a lot of money, but everybody's got to learn their lesson in some way, form, or another. And they've got, you know, one of the most losing records right now in trying to prevent open seat primaries to get a progressive in there. And so my hope is that we've demonstrated that the D-Trip has no place in the primary, right? The primary is for the voters of that district, and their responsibility is to make sure that they're supporting frontliners and making sure that we're beating Republicans, and they need to let the people of the districts determine what kind of leadership they want to see.
Joy, can I ask a question of Melat?
Go for it. Yes, please.
You know, we can't ignore the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is Israel, the genocide, the occupation. And we know that AIPAC has spent up to $50 million in this race, many of them by right-wing pro-Trump billionaires. When I asked Hakeem Jeffries on Joy's show a couple of months ago, will you still take money from AIPAC after, this was in New Jersey, when it was revealed that AIPAC spent $2 million against Tom Malinowski, a moderate Democrat Zionist. He still said, I will continue to take money from who I want to take money from. If he wins today, does it finally show that AIPAC is actually a weakness, that it is actually against the Democrats' interests to align themselves with AIPAC and this ethno-supremacist regime that is currently in control in Israel.
I think even AIPAC knows that their role in these primaries is incredibly toxic. That's why the ads that they run when they pour tens of millions of dollars in races all across the country don't actually say anything about Israel at all. They are couching themselves in a bunch of other arguments because they know that their brand is toxic, and they know that the people of this country are no longer listening and being told to not believe what they're seeing with their own eyes, which is that a genocide is taking place with our taxpayer dollars. And unlike a lot of genocides that are happening across the globe right now, voters, American voters, have actual agency in making sure that we are electing leaders that are ending that complicity in this genocide, because it is up to our government to end this genocide right now. And so AIPAC already knows that they're toxic. And what we are going to see right now is that any association with AIPAC or any of their related organizations is just not going to be tenable if we ever want to win as a Democratic Party.
And Melat, let me ask you this. How concerned are you that it does appear that the Democratic establishment understands that, as does the Republican establishment, which is why they raced to enact Section 219, which would embed military funding for Israel through our intelligence and our Pentagon, our intelligence services and our Pentagon, in a way that would be very difficult for yourself and other legislators to undo. How confident are you that a Democratic majority in control of the House will be able to undo things like that?
You know, I think what we're demonstrating right now, especially in these races where we are challenging incumbents, is that the electorate is extremely angry right now with the party. And if folks like their seats, if folks like being in those positions, they would do better to just listen to the voters and where they're at. And the voters have demonstrated that they do not want to see this level of integration between our military and the military of Israel. And so, you know, that's why these competitive primaries are so important, because if you want to continue serving in that position, you better listen to your voters.
Indeed. Melat Kiros, thank you so much.
Can I ask one real quick?
You got one more? Oh, please.
I have to ask this. Melat, James Carville said this. I'm going to quote him. I'm not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker. If it becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here. We're not going to be in the same party. One of us is going to leave. Your response to James Carville?
I don't know if y'all can hear the crowd. We're seeing some really great numbers coming in for Abdul right now. Look, James Carville does not know where the party is any longer. At the end of the day, there are people like Hassan that are bringing in the young men that the Democratic Party was so desperate to bring back in, you know, after we lost to Trump in 24. And, you know, if we want to start winning again in a meaningful way, we have to be building this broad tent and meeting voters where they're at. And if you want to reach the young men who've been disaffected from this party and from politics at large, you go and you chat with Hassan Piker, and nobody is working as hard as someone like Hassan, who is traveling all across this country right now, rallying for candidates. He came and supported us in Denver as well. You know, I think if the party wants to win again, they should actually just start looking at the candidates that are doing just that and maybe learn a thing or two.
Yeah, they keep saying that they want a Joe Rogan and they want to get back young men. But then when they find a podcast or a streamer that actually can get young men back, they go, oh, but not those young men. We want the young men that are actually more like Republicans. Thank you, Melat Kiros. I'm going to let you get back into the party. We are trying to. Thank you very much, sister. We appreciate you being here. Thank you also to Chris Rabb. We appreciate him too. Adam Green out there, our roving journalist inside of the party, but just outside the party. I just saw his name pop up, which is why I wanted to try to see if we could bring him in. Jack Cocciarella was trying to get in. He was actually just outside of the party. So let's see if we can get him to come on in. We're going to give it a try. There he is. Jack, can we hear you or just see you? Maybe not. Okay. Well, I don't think we're actually going to have him. We're going to try to get him. Okay, that's video. That's not him. All right, so let me give you guys the update on the numbers right now. This is the reason that people were cheering behind Melat Kiros. Abdul El Sayed has a commanding lead right now, but I want to do the caveat here. Only 3% of the votes are in. He is up 62% to 34%. I can tell you that if you look at the map right now, there's almost nothing in. Wayne County has less than 300 votes in at this point, but Abdul El Sayed leading 56% to 42%. Detroit, Macomb County, which is near Detroit, 61% to 37%. but
Yep.
we're only talking about 619 to 380. It's very small. Livingston County, it's 6136, but it's 3,000 votes to 2,200 votes. The Ann Arbor number, 58% to 38%, but it's only 3,800 to 2,475. But what I will say is, despite the fact that these numbers are very small. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, those numbers for Wesley Bell versus Cori Bush, very early, but those are tough. Those are difficult numbers for Cori Bush versus Wesley Bell. Waj, talk about that for a little bit, because she's also facing a ton of AIPAC funding against her.
I mean, it is very sad to see that because Cori Bush was one of the first casualties of the AIPAC onslaught. The AIPAC money that was embraced by Democratic leaders to take out Cori Bush and then Jamal Bowman. Before they set a record in the amount of money they spent in primaries, whether it was Abdul Said or Thomas Massey, where AIPAC and AIPAC affiliated groups spent $35 million, they first took out Cori Bush. Then they took out Jamal Bowman. Democrats still took money from AIPAC, even though it was funded by right-wing billionaires, because Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman were on it before it became popular. They were calling out Israel. They were calling out the occupation. They were calling out corporate money. So AIPAC said, oh, really? Well, we can't have you in Congress. We're going to get rid of the squad. So they got rid of Jamal Bowman and they got rid of Cori Bush. And some of them said, we have their scalps. You better stay in line. Cori Bush, you give her credit. She says, I'm going to double down. And she did. But she's in Missouri and she's going up against Wesley Ball. And I'm telling y'all, Wesley Ball, sadly, folks, backed by AIPAC. I'm glad you got there. Endorsed by Jeffries. He is the corporate candidate. I'm using that as a pejorative. He's AIPAC's candidate. He's AI crypto candidate. And the type of money they've spent in Missouri against her, it seems insurmountable. It's sad to see.
It is sad to see. And I want to note that, this is one of the strategies that AIPAC and UDP, which is their front organization, which sort of pretends to be something other than AIPAC, but it is AIPAC. One of the things they do is they take out Black Democrats or Black progressives with other Black candidates. I will note that Wesley Bell promised he would never run against Cori Bush. There's actually a recorded phone call in which he vows to never run against her. He was going to run statewide. I think he was going to run for Senate or governor, but he wound up taking about $20 million in funding to switch races, to leave the statewide race, run directly against Cori Bush at the behest of AIPAC. They funded the campaign. And Waj, he literally gave an interview in which he said what inspired him to run for Congress instead of running statewide, I think he was running for Senate at one point. What inspired him was his anger over what Cori Bush said about Israel after the October 7 Hamas attacks, which is a really strange reason to run for the House in Missouri. It's a weird reason.
Joy, you said it, and this is very important. And you have the authenticity and the credibility to say this, whereas if I say it, people will accuse me of God knows what. But the use and abuse of Black men and some Black women on social media to depress the Black vote and to keep Black voters in line and to tell them that Israel is an Arab issue. People don't care. And then AIPAC spent the money, and this is a great microcosm of that. We'll get Wesley Ball. See, he's the authentic Black representative. And Wesley Ball, great deep cut and receipt. He promised Cori Bush he wouldn't run, but that sweet, sweet AIPAC money came into the tune of millions of dollars. And voila, now he's going to win that race.
Let me get Jack Cocciarella, and it's Wesley Bell, but I feel like you do what I do with what's her name, Miss the lady from Fox, where I just deliberately say her name wrong just to do it. Let's get Jack Cocciarella in. Laura Ingraham, yes, I do call her Laura Ingraham, but I know what her name is. Laura Ingraham. Jack Cocciarella, you made it inside the party. I was worried about you, man. I didn't think you were going to make it in.
Well, I let him know I had to make sure that y'all had the inside scoop, and they let me right in. So I was able to cut the line for you, Joy. Am I coming through all right? Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you. And look, what we say in the church side is favor ain't fair, Jack Cocciarella. Favor ain't fair. So you got favor.
Well, you got to have good friends in good places, but it is a party environment in here. I was telling your producer that I was outside. I was like, I don't know if I'll be able to get in time because the line is stretched down the block and then the block and then the block and then the block. There are so many people who are excited to be here. I got my good friend Jolly with me. Say hi to Joy real quick.
Hey, good ginger.
But it is a party in here. You got everyone already excited. There is going to be some special announcements coming later, so everyone's going to want to stick around throughout the entirety of the night. But It is just an incredible atmosphere in here. I want to give you one more quick look around this really great crowd here. Every time that Abdul is popping up on the big screen, people are cheering, people are getting excited. You just really feel the energy that's here in the building tonight.
Jack, can I just say?
Interview Jolly. I don't want you to interview Jolly Good Ginger because this is our way of sneaking him on the show because we neglected to book Jolly ourselves.
But we can get Jolly.
Let's get Jolly on.
It's a big get.
But I want to ask you, since you're standing and you're looking around, talk to me about the demographics, because what we've noticed with the progressive candidates is that the age demographic is your age. The age demographic is not me, the Gen Xers or the boomers. It tends to be a very young crowd. Is it a young crowd? Is it a multi-ethnic crowd? Tell me what the crowd looks like.
Well, I'm maybe not going to start counting out loud, but it is everybody. It is everyone from everywhere. People are flying in. People are all across Michigan. I was talking to people in line. It was really great to be at an event like this, from meeting people who watch the show, who watch your show, of course, who watch Waj as well. But it is everyone. It is everyone of every creed, of every background, of every age. It's not like, Haley Stevens telling us with, zero rallies, that the rallies are too white. It is literally everyone. We are dismissing that narrative. We're doing it, having fun. It is a dry event. That is okay, though, because the energy is the elixir of excitement. But it is a demo of everybody. And that's why these lies that have been told throughout this campaign that had tried to go after Abdul always fell so flat, because they were just that. They were lies. If you observed with common sense or your own two eyes and ears, you saw what was actually going on, which was a multiracial, multicultural, multi-generational coalition coming together. And you can see it in this room. And everyone, again, is just so excited. And this is just the crowd starting to come in. They already have an overflow room going, because the anticipation was so many people are going to be here. And again, so many people of different backgrounds. I don't need to take any more shots at her because the primary is over, but I don't know what the Haley is looking like. I don't think it's this. That's my.
They might be drinking. I'm looking at the numbers right now. It is a 62% to 34%. And I'm looking at the numbers when you go county by county. There are only 2 Haley Stevens majority counties. They are Wexford County in the center of the state and Delta County up north. Everything else is looking like an Abdul country. Waj, you had a question. Go for it.
Yeah, speaking about those numbers that have just come in, when it comes to the 2 counties, Wexford County, she's only up 8 votes. The other county, Delta County, it's only about 100 votes. And Wayne County, now the new drop came in. She's up in Wayne County a little bit, but everything else, look at Eaton County, 4,200 votes to 3,000 votes. Kent County, 8,200 votes to 5,800 votes. This is Abdul just running away with this. And with 5% in, he's up 27 points. Jack, first of all, I just want to say your Sharia mustache is excellent.
I'm just trying to be like you.
I want to see Jolly's Sharia beard.
Yes,
let's get the Sharia beard.
The facial hair. But are you surprised, Jack, if these numbers hold, and of course, there are only 5% votes in, but if these numbers hold, and suppose Abdul wins by straight up double digits, I'm talking 15 plus, what does it tell to the world and to the Democratic establishment about the progressive agenda in Michigan?
It just tells everyone that the money is out of touch. Like, this was the money versus the many race. This was the money saying that Abdul's demographics, his crowds were this, that his numbers were that his policies were, some kind of Fox News talking point coming from corporate Democrats. I'm on with Joy right now. Do you want to get a shout out real quick?
Yes, come on. Shout it out.
Roxy is the greatest. Roxy worked for Abdul's campaign in 2018 when she was 16 years old. She was an intern. She was a staffer. That was Roxy. She is now his communications director. And again, that is what the progressive movement builds. It builds people who want to continue to show up, who actually know their community. But I don't want to say if Wajahat. It's when Abdul is winning by that 15, by that maybe 20. I don't want to stretch it too far, but point number. It's just going to show that the money is out of touch. Everyone who was, tweeting away, going after y'all or going after Abdul, they were out of touch. And the reality is what is on the ground in Michigan. And that is excitement. That is a lot of votes. When you're at an event like this, you just can't help but smile, but enjoy, but look around at the people who have worked so hard. There have been incredible creators who have been on the grounds here all week and before, showing up, canvassing, talking to people. I got my Uber driver. I was on the way from the airport. I was like,
I'm here for Abdul. And he's like, I've heard about that guy. I'm like, well, now you need to go vote. I'll leave a big tip to make sure you can take a little time and go do that. But it is people showing up. And that's the message that it sends, is that the many beats the money, and that's what we're doing right now.
And I got to tell you, Jack, what I do, this is the thing that kind of made me fall in love with politics when I was young, is that at the end of the day, voting is not supposed to be a chore. It's not supposed to be your sort of sad civic responsibility. You should actually feel excited about it. You should feel enthusiastic about it. And what I love is seeing these progressive rallies, because people, like you said, it's a dry party, but they are drunk on winning and drunk on change.
Yeah.
Like, people are
excited. Winning is good.
Yes.
Winning cures all. We love to win, and we're going to win. I don't want to say quite frankly bigly, but there's going to be some level of bigly in the winning, I think.
Can I ask you, Jack, because
and there's the big man right there. One sec, we got a special guest. I'm looking to. Oh my God! 3 months. Do you want a quick airline? No,
hello. Oh my gosh, is that Hassan? What's up? What's up, nephew? How you doing?
What's up, nephew? How you doing?
Oh, I'm having a fantastic night tonight. You know who's not having a fantastic night? AIPAC, Benjamin Netanyahu, Haley Stevens so far. Oh my God, I forgot about her because she stopped tweeting. So I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's happening.
Do we want to do a proof of life on Jake Tapper tonight? Or what
Yeah. He spent most of his day with Hillary Skolton. After he interviewed Max Miller, he had Hillary Skolton on to yell about me. Crazy.
These are the crowd pops. One sec. Sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
But these are crowd pops we continue to hear. I'm going to say every time that Abdul. So we had to let Hassan teabag and being the superstar that he is. People are coming up to him as they should, and it is great to see him here. But these are the crowd pops we continue to hear every time that Abdul is up on screen. Again, this is silencing the people who are trying to frame this race as something other than what it is, which is the many versus the money, actual progressive change coming to the Senate that desperately needs it right now. We got people dying in the Senate. Like, how about we have a young doctor in the Senate? What are we talking about? This is the
Enjoy.
energy.
People were applauding. Well, people were applauding because 6% of the votes are in right now. The latest vote drops shows Al Sayed up 25 points.
25 points. And by the way, let me just let you all know, in the 3 counties where Haley Stevens is up, it is very narrow. 36% of the votes are in Delta County. She is up 720 to 609. That is not going to be enough, because 36% of that vote is in. If she can't widen that margin beyond 49% to 42%, it's not going to do her any good to be up in Haley County. In Wexford County, same thing. She's up, but it's 49% to 46%. If she can't widen that margin, she cannot close, because in the counties where El Sayed is up, he's up big. He's up 61.37% in Macomb County. We just got another drop. The new drop puts it at 61% to 36%. That's with 6% of the vote in. Ooh. I did want to ask you, Jack, because one of the themes, and you had Hassan Piker standing there, is that the Democratic Party has a problem with young men. They have a young man problem, and that they're trying to fix that young man problem, and they need to fix it for these midterms and for 2028. Is that part of why there is an attraction to these candidates and to people like Hassan Piker and to you? Because the reality is, young men need a reason to get off the couch. It's not like a high voting demographic generally.
Yeah, I'm boxing myself out with this reason that I'm about to give. But like, if you got a guy who can bench like 350, then people are going to get excited. That's not me, unfortunately. We're working our way up to that point. Yeah, this is just like a guy who gets guys excited. And, for a while, maybe that was a turnoff in the Democratic Party. I don't think that's the case anymore. I also think that young people don't want to be talked down to. There's kind of been a lot of shut up and accept what we want. And I think, you're talking about how the very narrow kind of margin that Haley has in whatever county she's winning for now keep getting smaller. It is interesting that the corporate establishment at the end of this went in with electability as their closing message, right? We are going to give you the candidate, you're going to take it, you're going to do as we say, and that's how it's going to go because of their electability message. Now, I don't really know who trust the Democratic establishment with winning elections right now, but the fact that is the message they brought to Michigan, that I suspect they will try in the 2028 primary as well. Joy, we were talking just the other day about how this is an investment state, right? Of course, AIPAC they saw it as an investment state. All the corporate donors, they saw it as an investment state for Haley. But for the Democratic Party right now, for the progressive movement of the Democratic Party, this is saying the electability lie that they're going to tell about whoever is the progressive frontrunner in 2028. When it comes to Michigan, that's not true anymore, because it is going to be a trouncing. I don't know if you all who are turning in right now heard the way that Abdul talks about Mike Rogers, but it is with like some loving hate in his heart. He is like ripping this guy apart. It is a beautiful thing to watch. It is like the vindictiveness that we need to bring. We need to despise these people. We should not be talking about like Lindsey Graham or Mitch McConnell with some level of reverence. Like, we need to go out and fight, and that's what Abdul is. He's unapologetic. He's a good-looking guy who dances well and lifts weights, and young men like that. I gotta speak. I gotta speak from the heart there.
You gotta keep it real, Jack Cocciarella, because the other thing
He's a
about
cutie
it is,
patootie. He's like
he's
Sauron.
a cutie patootie.
He might not
Yeah.
like that I said that, but he is. It's true.
I won't tell him, but I got to ask you this other question, because if Abdul El-Sayed wins, and it looks like he is, I mean, I don't see how her math starts to math, because she's got to close better than what she's doing right now. But it will also, I think, vindicate those like, myself, who are offended by the misuse of Barack Obama. Barack Obama is the most popular politician in the country. Second most popular, Bernie. Third most popular is Mayor of New York, Zarhan Mamdani. But he was misused, I think, in this race, right? There was an ad put out, not by Haley Stevens. We got another ad drop. We got another drop, you guys. That's why the cheering is happening. Let me give you guys the update that people are cheering about. It now puts Abdul El-Sayed up 60% to 37%. Woo. He is up 60% to 37%. That's about 53,793 to 33,027. And let me explain why this is important. Because in the states, in the counties where Abdul El-Sayed is winning, I'm going to give you a relatively small county. This is Livingston County. This is a county where Abdul El-Sayed is up. And then with 44% of the vote in, he's up 58% to 39%. It's like 6,000 votes versus 4,100 votes. But now let me go nearby to a county, Wayne County, where Haley Stevens is up. Here's her problem. She's up 50%. 47%. That is not enough of a margin. You've got to close his margin by getting a much wider victory margin in the places where you're winning. Anywhere where she's winning, she's got to win by more. Now, the thing you guys have to watch is that what's not come in big is the Detroit vote. The Detroit vote is the big, numerically largest vote. And one of the things that the pro-Haley Stevens PACs were doing, they put out one ad, I think this was from UDP, that made it appear that Barack Obama, the former president of the United States, has endorsed Haley Stevens. I am keeping my eye on Detroit, Waj, because the fact that African-American voters anecdotally were choosing Haley Stevens because they saw her as the Obama candidate. If she's going to close, that is how she's going to close.
I talked to people on the ground who were spending the weekend talking to Black voters and going to Black churches, and they said many of them were swayed by the AIPAC disinformation and the Haley ads. But when they spent about 5-10 minutes actually connecting the dots and talking about Abdul's platform, he won them over. They knocked on thousands of doors. They had a great ground campaign. So the question is, will the ground campaign be enough to overcome the 12-1 in spending advantage that the Haley Stevens campaign had, in particular due to the 50+ million from AIPAC and its affiliates? So far, with 6 to 7% of the votes in, it seems like it'll hold. It's 60 to 37, and I think that number is going to shrink. But it still seems, Joy, to your point, the counties in which she's winning, she's barely winning, and these are small counties, right? So in the counties where he's winning, he's beating her by double digits, like 20 points. So to your point, she has a lot of ground to cover. Is Detroit going to cover all of it? I don't think so, because there are a lot of also young Black voters and young voters who are not swayed by Haley Stevens and who are hip to the fact that AIPAC has spent a record amount of money. So I do think she'll cut into it. Maybe he'll cut into it based on the older establishment. I'm not using older as a pejorative. Some of the older voters, the Black voters, some of the centrist voters who got swayed. But with these numbers, it seems that Michiganders were able to see what was real and what was fraud, what was authentic, and what was an AIPAC ad.
Yeah, and Jack, you're there, and you just spoke with and showed us the communications director. Is the Abdullah Sayed campaign? Are they aware of that? Are they fighting that disinformation on the ground?
Yeah, absolutely, they are, and that's why there was such a great organizing campaign of creators coming to the state and just kind of also making content out of all of these people learning what is and is not true about Haley Stevens, that she was not endorsed by former President Barack Obama, that there is so much money behind her. I think when you have those aha moments, there's obviously catch fire online, but they're also like a permission structure for other people to start questioning the things that they've seen. I also think you can get too spendy in a campaign. You can be in people's face too much and be money, money, money. And obviously, when that is kind of the top conversation in this race, I saw the Free Press write something that like Abdul had money in his campaign, and it's like try to make this a narrative. It's like they fail.
You're breaking up, but I will throw in that one of Haley Stevens' attacks on Abdul El Sayed is that he's rich, and he's a doctor. Like people already perceive that doctors have a lot of money.
It's also this intentional, fundamental misunderstanding between income and wealth in America. And it's not just something that they're trying to do in the campaign. They want to do it more broadly. They want people to misunderstand this. So when there is a conversation about how someone gets $1 billion or 10 or 100 or $1 trillion, that there's still this belief that somehow they worked for it. Abdul El Sayed is a doctor. He has been successful. His wife has been successful. They have not stolen labor to build an enormous wealth that no one ever needs. But that is the type of lie, and that is the type of view of something like this. And yeah, people talk, she may not be hearing you, but that's the type of view that Haley Stevens is trying to communicate in Spain.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, I want to save your phone battery. So I want you to try to wade out into the crowd, Jack Cocciarella. Save some battery, and we want you to come back. Oh, he just popped away. We're going to have him come back when he's got some more information, and particularly when the winning margin watch actually happens. We want Jack Cocciarella to have full phone battery because it looks like it is going to be a good night in that party, Wajahat Ali.
And also another race I was keeping my eye on is Michigan 7th, where progressive activist William Lawrence is going up against Bridget Brink and Matt Mastem. There's about 14%, 15% of the votes are in. William Lawrence is up 13 points so far.
Wajahat Ali, our MVP, our dear friend, we come and hang out. I don't know if we made Fox mad enough tonight, but we did have Hassan Piker on. I think we have a shot at getting in the A or B block on Fox.
I did mention Sharia law twice.
Oh, you did twice, yes.
Yeah,
you did.
Halal food and bidets. And since the Fox News hosts don't wash their ass, I think that might be the most offensive thing they heard.
Now we're going to get on. You see, I know I can always count on Waj to close with the thing that's going to drive the right insane. Chef's kiss, as usual. Wajahat Ali. Holler back if you see anything. If you see something, say something. You know you got the link. You can come back on anytime. But we're going to trade you for another Muslim. You see, we're going to do a Muslim to Muslim swap right now. We're going to swap.
But just know I was the #1 Muslim. That's all I want to say.
Look, we're talking like #1 spice, like Mamdani's song that he did on his hip hop track. He's one day going to give me them bars. I'm a little annoyed that he did not give me bars on his interview, but one day we'll get him to do it. I'll just tell him Ross Baraka did it. He can too. Thank you, Waj. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you very much. You're joining me now. Yet another Muslim. We have all Muslims. We're crazy with Muslim side. We got them all. We got Dean Obeidallah, host of the eponymous Dean Obeidallah Show, to make sure that Sharia law doesn't even take a break on the Joy Reid Show. We pass from one purveyor of Sharia law to another. Dean, I was offered halal for life, a bidet, and Sharia law that would allow me to have both of those things using our universal healthcare tax dollars. What have you got for me in your version of Sharia law?
Well, because I'm half Italian, it's going to involve Italian food. It's going to be a free trip to the Jersey Shore. And if there's a few people you want to get rid of, I know some people. Things happen. The Meadowlands, you might get rid of a few people. Because I'm a special type of Muslim. I want to thank Wajahat for being my opening act. That's nice here. I'm happy to be. Look, I'm half Italian, half Palestinian, so I'm a unique kind of Muslim in all of this scenario.
You're both the Roman Empire and the victims of the Roman Empire, like in one person.
That's how I am. So Look, who's counting the ballots in Michigan? This is so slow. Is Chuck Schumer counting the ballots so we don't find out that he lost? I mean, is that what's going on? This is ridiculous.
I can tell you what's happening. I can tell you what's happening, Dean, is that it's all very slow. The rural counties have 0% of the votes in. I'm looking at the map right now. I'm on the New York Times, just refreshing the New York Times page, and I'm scrolling over the map, and there are huge swaths of Michigan where nothing is in, 0% of the vote is in. And the big county, Detroit, some of the counties surrounding Detroit are in, but only about 60%. So let me go through here the ones that are kind of important.
Sure.
So surrounding Detroit, you have Oakland County. 60% of that vote is in. Haley Stevens is winning that county. This is a county near Detroit. And again, remember, we mentioned that UDP, the United Democracy Project, which is AIPAC's clone, scored her a lot of African-American support initially.
Wow.
She's winning that county, Oakland County, which is in the Detroit area. But here's the problem for Haley Stevens. She's up 49.7 to 47.7. That's a margin of 70,746 votes versus 67,902. And Mallory McMorrow, whose name is still on the ballot, has 3,700 votes. It's not a good enough margin. That's basically splitting that county with Abdul El Sayed. Let me give you one of her other counties. Macomb County, also in the Detroit area. She is up there as well, but it's by the same margin. 5% of the vote is in. She's up 49% to 47%. She's got to do better than that if she's going to get close to Abdul El Sayed. One more, Wayne County. That's the big county. That is where we're going to see a lot of vote come in. A lot of the vote for Haley Stevens, and also period in this race, is going to come from Wayne County. That's Detroit. Haley Stevens is up in that county 50% to 47%, which is 2% of the vote in. It's county really slow.
Yeah.
But Dean, the problem for her is 50 to 47. I don't think that's the margin that you want if you are down right now 53% to 44%. Now, I can't say that she can't close it. She could close it. Right now, the total is 53% for Abdul El Sayed to 44% for Haley Stevens. 17% of the votes are in. That's 128,000 to 108,464. But as vote starts to come in, then the margin starts to matter. We just had another vote dump. Now it is 53% to 44%, 129 to 109. So what she needs in order to close is she needs better margins, Dean. She's winning some of the key counties, but not by a wide margin.
First of all, I didn't know there was going to be math involved in this, so I am not ready for any of this. That is a lot of math. I was like, what?
Didn't the Muslims invent some of math? Like, is this some of math your thing?
Arabic numbers. I was writing it down. I'm like, divide by 4. And circle, I'm like, I'm not sure. Do we win?
We're making you 100% Italian after tonight.
This over here, we got to do a lot of counting. Look, we was 100% Italian. I'll tell you, we won already because the way the Sicilians, we do the elections in Jersey, it's a very simple thing. We won. I think Abdul's going to win. I mean, the polling showed that the energy's on his side. I'm really looking at the 13th congressional district. Donovan McKinney, which is on my show again last night.
Yep.
Donovan was on a few weeks ago. Great guy. He's a state representative, a union organizer, running against an incumbent Democrat. This is a black majority district that does not have a black member of Congress representing it. While the Confederate South is getting erasing black voices in Congress, this is one that needs to go back to have a black representative. It's Detroit. So we're waiting for results. Right before we came out, I was looking, there was still nothing in until we saw anything on the 13th. So that'll say a lot because Abdul and Donovan co-endorse each other.
Yes.
And if Donovan is running well there, then that means Abdul's going to run well there as well. Look, it's going to be, Michigan can't be slower. I mean, I want them to get it right. Let them do this. It's going to be interesting how this spin is. I'm hoping Abdul wins with a sizable majority in this race. I'm really hoping 10 or 12%. That's what I hope.
Yeah, and I think a decisive victory will actually, I think, send the strongest possible message to the Democratic establishment. We're seeing there Jocelyn Benson now has been called as the gubernatorial candidate. She will be the gubernatorial candidate on the Democratic Party side. Interestingly enough, she'll be facing an African-American opponent in the governor's race in Michigan. So that is a thing that's happening as well. And so one of the issues is going to be what happens with black voters and what intensity of black voters come out. There will be an African-American likely candidate running for governor on the Republican side, but it's somebody who is really never been very representative of the Black community and not really that interested in it. So I don't know that that really helps the Republicans at all. But what you're going to want is strong turnout, particularly among non-regular Black voters, right? You're going to want Detroit's couch to come out and vote in November. And if you look at the two candidates, Haley Stevens versus Abdul El Sayed, it's hard for me to argue that Haley Stevens would actually do better at getting the voters off the couch than somebody who's offering to repatriate money that's being sent for wars overseas and bring it back to Michigan for universal health care.
It's, you know, when you look at on issue after issue, we just talked about it on my radio show tonight, of the main issues in this race, Abdul El Sayed represents the mainstream Democratic view. Chuck Schumer, Gretchen Whitmer, all of them endorse Haley Stevens, who is way outside the mainstream view. For example, Medicare for all. 90% of Democrats support that in Pew. 90%. Haley Stevens is against that. She supports.
I'm sorry to break in. I hate to break in, but unfortunately, we have some bad news coming out of the great state of Missouri. Cori Bush has lost her attempt to regain her House seat. Wesley Bell, who ran, he says, because he was upset by what Cori Bush said about Israel after the October 7 Hamas attacks, he is going to go back to the House. Your thoughts?
Well, look, Cori Bush was someone who was very outspoken on behalf of Palestinians. AIPAC, through their PAC, spent so much money 2 years ago to knock her out. Cori Bush was very, very upset. We all remember that. And I was hoping she was going to get some revenge on AIPAC now.
Yeah.
I don't know on the ground what was going on there. This race was not getting a ton of press. Like, it was getting some, and people were covering a little bit, but it wasn't the same as Abdul's race or even Donna McKinney's race. I thought Donna was getting some press. So, and I had talked to some people who had raised money for her and were concerned she was not building the coalition she needed to win that race over an incumbent. Wesley Bell is now the incumbent. So, look, unfortunately, I hope in 2 years we can find someone, if it's not Cori Bush, to run against Wesley Bell and defeat him. I mean, it's like Richie Torres in the Bronx.
Yeah.
Same idea. Like, you should have someone who's representative of the views of the Democratic Party, not the views of the AIPAC funded PACs. That's what we see play out here.
And I think what I think this shows is that and we're gonna later on we're gonna have the leader of the Working Families Party, who I think can maybe help us get into this a little bit, is that you had Wesley Bell, who gets protested everywhere he goes in his district because people are really rather disgusted by his consistent votes to send more bombs to Israel, to bomb brown people, tactics that then come right back to Ferguson and to other parts of Missouri and impact Black people. People don't like it, but you also have to create a movement in order to defeat that, because you're going to be facing all the money. They didn't spend as much AIPAC, Dean, this time to try to keep Wesley Bell in office, but they spent enough, obviously, to try to smear Cori Bush and to, sort of dampen the enthusiasm to remove him. And then, of course, because he was the incumbent, all the popular, particularly African-American Democrats came out and supported him. So he seemed like the candidate of the kind of CBC, because he's in the CBC. It's unfortunate, but he got the benefits of incumbency that way.
He did, and it's interesting because I mentioned Donovan McKinney, who some members of the CBC actually endorsed him over the incumbent Democrat in the district because they agree there should be a Black representative for a district that's a Black majority district, which is Detroit. So, and I keep waiting for that one. And, this guy, he came from real poverty. This is a district he represents in the Michigan State House right now. $14,000, the median income in his state assembly district, and that's overlapped with his congressional district. And you've got Shree, who's the incumbent there, who's a multimillionaire, who's out of touch with the district. So I'm looking forward to seeing what plays out. With the race with Abdul versus Haley, Haley's not just pro-Israel. She is someone that was a genocide enabler. She voted to sanction the ICC, the International Criminal Court, for investigating Benjamin Netanyahu. She was only one of 45 Democrats out of 210 Democrats to do that. She is way out of the mainstream. Again, one of about 50 Democrats to vote to ban the State Department from using the Gaza Health Ministry's death toll numbers. That was the only one giving you death toll numbers. She actually voted to prohibit the State Department from talking about the death toll in Gaza. So this is far different than being a mainstream pro-Israel Democrat. We're a big enough tent where you can have people like that. She's an enabler of genocide. So it was rather personal the way I viewed it with her. And she flip-flops on other issues. I'm for overturning Citizens United, but I'm going to accept $60 million, the support of $60 million between AIPAC, Big Pharma, crypto, and other companies. So I'm hoping when Abdullah wins that we can have a discussion about why doesn't Chuck Schumer and Gretchen Whitmer and other Democrats support the candidate that represents the views of the mainstream Democrats based on poll after poll? That's what's shocking to me.
I agree. And I also am very concerned about the blackwashing of AIPAC and their use of black candidates to take out other black candidates, right? To take out black progressives. And, Wesley Bell is also a very consistent voter to send all the bombs to Israel. He is a genocide denier just as much as Haley Stevens is. He overtly denies that what's happening in Palestine is a genocide. He stands 10 toes down on that for Israel. And I don't know if that's what the people of his district want, but that's what they're going to get for another term, because, of course, this is such a Democratic district that whoever wins in the primary wins is likely to win in the general. And I wonder if you think about the fact that what you're seeing when you have that lesser of two evils vote in November, in a way, it is a bit voter suppressive because people aren't excited to vote for this candidate. They're doing it dutifully to keep the Republican out. I do it. You vote for the Democrat because you want to make sure that the Republicans and MAGA lose. And that's what we ultimately want, is for the Democrats to take over the House and Senate. But wouldn't it be better if people were enthusiastically voting in November and would come off the couch because they were excited to put a change agent in place rather than just dutifully voting blue because that's the only person that they have on option at that moment?
Absolutely, especially in a midterm. When you see turnout in the area of 45 to 50%, if you're lucky in a midterm, often it's lower. You need to give people a reason to vote. And look, there's a lot of angry people who are going to come out and vote in this midterm against Donald Trump. The midterm is traditionally a referendum on the president, regardless, Republican, Democrat president. Right now, strongly disapprove of Donald Trump is 2-1 over strongly approve. You're talking about 22, 23% strongly approve versus 50% in certain polls strongly disapprove. Those people are angry. And guess who votes in midterms? Angry people. So what concerns me a little, Joy, is that some of the Democratic establishment leaders that have turned their back on the party are going to win and move up in leadership thinking they've done something good. They've gotten lucky. They have not given a message to get people to come out and vote. Haley Stevens on healthcare is against Medicare for all. She's for ACA subsidies and maybe getting ACA subsidies reestablished and maybe an public option, but not Medicare for all. Well, 90% of Democrats support Medicare for all. How do you run and you turn your back on 90% of Democrats? The aid for Israel, 75% of Democrats oppose further military aid for Israel. She just voted 2 weeks ago to ensure $3.3 billion more dollars goes to Israel. And ICE, she's against abolishing ICE. 73% of Democrats want to abolish ICE. And you go through these issue after issue, and yet still Chuck Schumer, still Democratic leaders and establishment support her over the candidate that lines up with all of those issues. And my point is the leadership doesn't care about us. Some do, but many literally ignore us, while Republicans often fear their base. Democratic leaders don't fear us. They talk to us, they humor us, they ignore us. Some listen to us, but that's the smaller number. And that's the changing party that we need. We need leadership. I've said it over and over. Joe, we don't have an identity crisis, Democratic Party. We have a leadership crisis.
Yes.
We need leaders who represent where we are as Democrats. And I hope tonight if Abdul wins and if Donovan wins, that's another step in the right direction.
I agree with you. And I think because the Democratic Party is so used to offering minor change and saying that that's enough and you should just be quiet and accept it. Even when when Barack Hussein Obama shocked the Democratic establishment by beating Hillary Clinton and becoming the nominee for the party, you almost immediately, when he was sworn in, saw them almost immediately move to try to dampen the reach of universal health care. This was his core campaign promise. He was going to do Obamacare, what became Obamacare. But you saw the Joe Liebermans of the world, the leadership of the party, literally try to put the brakes on him to say, you can give universal health care, but it can't be all the way universal. No Medicare for all. You're not going to go there, because it's almost as if even when they have power, the Democratic establishment says, we don't want to rock the boat. We'd rather have peace than justice. We'd rather have calm than change. And it makes no sense because it doesn't give them longevity. You wonder why voters go right back to a Republican, right back to a Trump after a 2-term Democrat, because they say, but I didn't get all the change I wanted. So who's going to shake the system up for real?
And look at the Democratic DNA as a party in the modern era that's delivered for people under FDR and the New Deal, Social Security, federal minimum wage, even things like the FDIC, so you don't lose your money in the bank, the National Labor Relations Act. These are lasting things that have an impact on people's life. Flash forward, LBJ in the Great Society, Medicare, Medicaid, life-changing. Even Bill Clinton, the Children's Health Insurance Program was under him, and Obama, the ACA. These are legacy programs that continue beyond their presidency to help people. I think Democrats should lean into the party that they are and they were. Even though Bill Clinton was more centrist, still you delivered something that helped people. Zoran Mondani in New York ran on a message of, I'm going to change your life, literally change your life if you elect me and I can enact free childcare, which he's doing. The idea of freezing your rent, that'll change your life. Having grocery stores that lower the cost so you can go there and pay much less than you pay at a Gristedes or a big chain. This is life-changing. People know that. And if you can deliver that, that helps all of us as Democrats. Zoran's success here in New York City, where I live, helps every Democrat across the nation when they say something aspirational, because people are used to hearing Democrats or politicians say things and not deliver. He's delivering. He's changing the business model for the Democratic Party. It's a lot of pressure on Democrats. Some of them are not up for it because, Joy, big money is everything, right? So these Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, have to keep raising money. The people who give them money have made a lot of money in this system. They don't want transformative change. They want around the edges, little things here and there, because they don't know how much money they're going to make in a new system. So this is what we're living through. So this is, I keep, I'm talking to you while looking at the numbers at the same time. I see the first results coming in from the 13th.
I'm looking here too. Absolutely. So let me just give you guys an update on the numbers. We're going to try to also get Jack Cocciarella back because he's walking around. We want to get the temperature in the room. We could also ask for Adam Green if he's looking as well. But we want to try to get a little bit of a sense of what's going on inside the Abdul El Sayed watch party. So Abdul El Sayed is now up 52.5% to 44.4%. Remember, we told you all early on that it's going to close. Dean and I both have said this. It's going to close because the big chunks of vote, meaning Detroit, the big parts of Michigan, the more very populous parts, still have to come in. So let me go through and just look at some of those. So the Stevens and Sayed are splitting a couple of neighboring counties. And I'm going to give you guys the numbers on these. So Oakland County is a Haley Stevens majority county, but it is razor thin. She is up 49.7% to 47.7%. That's 70,746 votes to 67,902 votes. If you go right next door to tiny Macomb County, Abdul Sayed is up, but he's up 55% to 42%. That's only 10% of that race in, but his margin is just bigger. If you go to another small county, Wayne County, which is going to get a lot more in, only 2% of that vote is in. Haley Stevens is up in that county. It's another Haley Stevens majority county, but she's only up 50% to 47%. Dean, that's very, very razor thin. If I go next door, going where the county where Ann Arbor is, that is Washtenaw County. Washtenaw County is where Ann Arbor, Michigan is. This is a bigger county. 53% of that vote is in, and the margin for Abdul El Sayed, 67% to 31. So the issue is where he's winning, Dean, he's winning big. Where she's winning, it's marginal.
And let me mention too, Wayne County is where Dearborn and Dearborn Heights is. And when those numbers come in, they're going to be huge for Abdul.
Huge.
So that, look, I think he'll do well in Wayne County. He should. I don't know what's going to happen in Detroit. Joy, I'm really curious. I saw there were some black voters in polling in advance that were supporting Haley Stevens over Abdul. And I wondered, I had an activist on today from Michigan, is there some residue of uncommitted? Even though he was not part of uncommitted, he endorsed Kamala Harris immediately when she became, when Joe Biden dropped out. And they try to claim, oh no, he was part of uncommitted and he was a leader in it. And that's not true at all. But I wonder if that played a role and that really had more time as a nominee to make the case to the black community, say, no, I supported Vice President Harris from the day one, literally within an hour of her announcing that Joe Biden was out and she was going to be the nominee. He endorsed her online. There was not any hesitation whatsoever, no posturing. And I wonder, do you think that'll make a difference going into November?
It definitely is an impactful thing. I mean, in the Cori Bush race, which we just saw, the Cori Bush lost her re-election effort. One of the big messages used against her was a claim that she didn't support Kamala Harris, which wasn't even true, but that was used against her as if she was a critic of Kamala Harris when she, in fact, endorsed Kamala Harris before Wesley Bell did. Let's bring in a couple of folks that maybe can talk about some of these issues as well. We're going to bring in Jack Cocciarella, who is on the floor and he's got our good friend Jolly Good Ginger. I also want to bring in Maurice Mitchell, who is the head of the Working Families Party. We are adding more of folks to this little thing. But let me start with you first, Jack, because you're with our good friend Jolly. And I want to ask you, hey, how are you? About the misinformation aspect of what we've seen on the ground. Because it does appear that a lot of the campaign sort of currency has been lies about Abdul El-Sayed, lies that he's, not popular or supported by the African-American community, lies about him being uncommitted and saying that he was uncommitted in 2024, which is not true. Have you been hearing on the ground as you in Michigan that, and do you sense concern among this El-Sayed campaign because of it?
Well, I'm going to let Jolly take that because he's been on the ground for quite a few days, and I want to hear what you've had to say about what the response has been.
Oop, we don't hear you, Jolly.
Can't hear you?
Nope, can't hear you. We need a Jolly Good microphone.
Is it coming through?
You're coming through, Jack, but not Jolly.
Right, Jolly, just talking in my ears.
All right, here we go. We got you.
Yeah.
Check it out. I was out canvassing just today, and everything you just said, I heard people say that after I knocked on their door. Now, we were able to successfully convince about 20 doors that's just not true, but it just shows how widespread that misinformation has been.
Yeah, and that is the challenge, Maurice Mitchell, because one of the things that happens with progressive candidates, and welcome my friend Maurice, is that progressives are portrayed as not just anti-Democratic Party, but anti-Black. I cannot tell you how many people I've heard make that case that you cannot support DSA candidates or Working Families Party because they're against the Black people, and the Obama candidates are the establishment. How effective do you think that messaging has been?
Well, look, I could tell you I've been on the ground here for days. I've been campaigning with Donovan McKinney, who is a Black, independent Working Families Party progressive who's running for Congress, who is part of the same slate as Abdul El-Sayed. And what I could tell you is that Abdul has built a multiracial coalition. I'm here at his victory party. I could tell you that there's people of all religions, all races, labor organizations, grassroots organizations, the Working Families Party. So the things that I'm seeing on the ground is letting me know that, look, Abdul, I think, effectively was able to tell a story and be able to frame AIPAC and their money in a way where, yes, some of that money does have an impact, but a lot of it is backfiring, right? Because he was able to early tell the story about what his campaign was versus all of that money, right? He's been on the ground. He's done more than 500 events. And we know the divide and conquer strategies. We saw it in New York with Zohran Mamdani. We're seeing it again. And it signals to me the desperation of the political establishment. They are falling on racial and racist tropes, and they're trying to divide and conquer the multiracial working class across race. I don't think they're going to win today. And I think between now and Election Day, we're going to see many of those voters that were on the fence, that maybe weren't sure, consolidate around Abdul, because he's going to demonstrate that he's the best person to defeat Mike Rogers in November.
What do you make of the kind of arguments over electability? Because again, whoever's electable means you actually just win, right? It's how many anyone's electable, people vote for them. But the Democratic establishment fears progressive candidates because they fear that they're not quote unquote electable in a general election. What's the pushback from Working Families Party on that?
Look, I think honestly, if we're to be honest, their fear is not that independent progressives that don't take AIPAC, AI, and crypto money, that they lose. Their true fear is that they win. And that's why they're spending $70 million against Abdul, because the prospect of him winning in November is their greatest fear. They could live with the progressive losing, because then they could tell a story about how we should never, ever do that again. But the floodgates will break when Abdul wins. And look, I think he'll prove today that he's in a commanding position. And when we hear about Mike Rogers, look, not a lot of money has been spent against Mike Rogers. All the money has been spent against Abdul. When the voters of Michigan hear about Mike Rogers, hear how he was at the tip of the spear of the epidemic of the opioid epidemic, and how he is a swamp creature in Washington, D.C. against a doctor who has spent his entire life supporting the public health of Michiganders, that is a great contrast. And I mean, the way that Abdul has organized, the grassroots energy that he built, all of the young people that are excited about this race, you want that momentum into November. I can't think of a more electable candidate, and I think he's going to prove that. And again, they claim that they fear that Abdul loses, but ultimately they fear the victory, because that means that we will demonstrate that their politics are a lie, that their kind of corrupt sort of like, establishment politics no longer work in this day and age, and that there's a supermajority of people that are fed up with the establishment and looking for something new. That is their greatest fear.
Jack, tell me what you got going on, but what's going on behind you? I think I agree that is a fear of the establishment, that what is behind you is the future of the party and not the establishment in DC.
Yeah, and it just comes back to, I think I said this earlier, that, if electability was their closing message and people have soundly rejected that, it means nobody believes in the Democratic Party or the Democratic establishment, I should say, their ability to decide what is electable, what does win. They didn't do that before. It's why we have Donald Trump again, and it's why people want something different. And I think this right here, people power is, and Abdul is going to win tonight. That is the first step in beating this electability argument against him. He's going to win. Winning begets more winning. He's showing that he's a winner. He's showing that he can go up against the money, that he's not afraid of the money. You never saw Abdul cave or wibble wobble or, well, let me actually take that back, bite my tongue a little bit. He was authentically him the entire time. That is something that we have seen prove out to be maybe the most important quality that progressives can have to win, is show that they're not afraid, because people will come along with them.
And I want to just give you guys one more time. We're going to go through, because county by county, Dean Obadala, it is the same story that we've been hearing all night. You're seeing Steve, the Cornaxter, is on the screen there, and he's going to say the same thing that I'm about to say right now. In the counties, Dean, where Haley Stevens is winning, her problem is margin. Alcona County is a small, tiny county, only 40. It's a very tiny county, but 48.8% of that vote is in. That vote is largely in. She's up 49% to 43.8%, 49.3 to 43.8. That isn't great. In another relatively small county, which is Alger County, 20% of the vote is in, but Abdul El Sayed is up 52.2 to 36.8. So the game of margins right now, and it is closing. Obviously, it's closing because some of the big races, Allegan County, 0 in, Alpena County, 0 in. It's closing, Dean, but not enough for Haley Stevens.
Look, I want to talk about the electability for a second, too, that Maurice and Jack brought up. The same people who are telling us who are electable are the same ones that lost the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. And now they're telling us, trust us, we know better going forward. You don't. You're out of touch. The problem is big money in politics is the lifeblood. If you took that out, then both on the Democrat and Republican side, leaders would have to listen to us instead of the money people. That's what we're struggling through right now. So look, the margins, I get scared as I see the map. I'm like, oh my God, this and that. We're going to see how it all comes in. If the polling shows, to me, the energy's on the side of Abdul. People are coming out. He built a coalition. He should win. I want him to win by 15 points. I wish it was over. I wish they were like, it's done. He's won. That's what I wanted. But can I just mention too, Joy, on a personal level, being Muslim, to see potentially the first Muslim American U.S. Senator is very meaningful. Adding to that my late father's first name was Abdul. And on some level, I wish my father was here to see someone named Abdul on the verge of being the Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate and then potentially a member of the United States Senate. He would have never thought that was possible in the United States of America. Although on some level he might have, because that's why he picked this country. He came to this country as a Palestinian refugee because he thought there was promise and potential for even a guy like him, a Palestinian refugee with a high school education, could have a better life here than in the West Bank, where my family is from. So I wish he was here to see this. I would just be amazed if he would have said, you know what, I knew one day this was going to happen, or maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, Maurice, it is a sort of, it's an only in America story, right? Could you have duly elected officials and soon to be duly elected officials named Melat Abdul,
Taralisa.
Mamdani, right? I mean,
Cocciarella,
yeah.
Joy Cocciarella. No, I'm joking.
Cocciarella. Look,
Cocciarella.
I'm just telling you that you and Dean, we have given Dean back to the Italians.
Half
Jack,
Italian,
he's half
The
Italian.
good half, right? The good half.
Good half. Yes. So we're
Stop
giving him
from talking. That's
He's
it.
with you. Your people have been. We've added one to your people. No, it's not a bad addition. It's not a bad addition. But I mean, it is actually kind of an only in America thing. I mean, this little panoply of folks that you even see on the screen right now, Maurice. I mean, that is what people thought they had lost after Barack Obama left the scene as a politician. And I think that people actually are excited to put that kind of multiracial democracy back on the table.
You're muted.
You're muted, Maurice. You're muted.
Okay.
You silenced yourself.
Okay. Yes. Joy, I'd like to remind everybody that, look, this wave began in the winter in the suburbs of New Jersey when Ana Lilia Mejia, right, the daughter of immigrants from the Dominican Republic, right, she ran a race where she started 10 weeks before election. And she's somebody that is a dear friend. She helped to build the Working Families Party in New Jersey as the director of the Working Families Party in New Jersey. She was Bernie Sanders' political director. She was an SEIU organizer. She was organizing around the country with Popular Democracy. People thought we were crazy. People said, in the suburbs of New Jersey, you can't run a candidate, a Latina who is calling a genocide, who's fighting for Medicare for all, who's talking about abolishing ICE. There's no way that the wine mobs at the soccer moms in New Jersey and the upper middle class voters in that New Jersey Democratic primary would embrace a candidate like that, and they were wrong because those people wanted a fighter, and everybody else, all of our other opponents weren't willing to take a stand on anything, and they were defeated. And so, from the winter in the suburbs of New Jersey to all of these elections in Pennsylvania, Rep. Rabb in Philly, as well as Bob Brooks in the Lehigh Valley, which is like a purple district. Then in California, you have Mai Bang in Sacramento and Randy Vegas in the Central Valley, and on and on and on. And then Melat Kiros in Colorado. And in every single time there was a victory, the establishment and the corporate media had a spin on it. Well, it could only happen in New York with Brad Lander and Daria Lisa and Claire Valdez. That's a New York thing. It's the Mamdani thing. Well, in California and New York, it's just a coastal thing. And in Pennsylvania, well, that's still the East Coast. Well, in Colorado, well, that's a fluke. It only could happen in a big city like Denver. And it's about to happen, I believe, in the Midwest. And I don't think, have any arguments left. This is a national grassroots movement where people are winning in purple districts, people are winning in big cities, people are winning in the Midwest, people across race, across religion. This is the promise that we thought we might actually be on the precipice of in 2008, right? of a true multiracial America standing up. In many ways, this is like the promise of the Rainbow Coalition that, God rest his soul, Reverend Jackson was attempting to build in his '88 campaign. And we're seeing it right now. And there's an establishment that simply doesn't know how to handle themselves when the people are taking the power in their own hands. And I just couldn't be more excited.
No, indeed. Let me go back to the numbers because the numbers are they're slowly coming a little closer together. Abdul El Sayed up 51.8% to 44.9%. 21.6% of the votes are in. There are still 1.148 million votes left to count, believe it or not. Michigan is a slow counting state. A lot of the rural vote is just not in at all, y'all. There are counties where there's 0% of the vote in. We just had another dump. This dump has put Haley Stevens up by 0.1% from where she was, but that still leaves her with a deficit. She's at 44.9% to Abdul El Sayed's 51.8%. Mallory McMorrow, who is still on the ballot, is at 3.3%. A total of 315,000 votes in, nearly 1.2 million votes still left to go. A lot of the big county vote is still not in. It is super slow. Macomb County, a very large county, only 14% of that vote is in. Abdul El Sayed is up 57% to 40%. He's got 9,297 votes to 6,606 votes for Haley Stevens. But that is right now in Abdul El Sayed County. So he's up 57-40. Go right next door to Oakland County. 67% of that vote is in. Haley Stevens up, but it's only 49.6% to 47.8%. 67% of that vote in. If it keeps coming in at the same rate and at the same sort of pace and with the same kind of margin that she's getting right now, she will effectively kind of split that county with Abdul El Sayed. But next door, if Abdul El Sayed holds his margins, he's going to get a lot more out of Macomb County than Haley Stevens gets out of Oakland County. That does not mean that he will necessarily win, but it's not a good look for Haley Stevens. Go down to Wayne County, which is one of the biggest counties. That is where we're really looking for a huge percentage of the vote. Right now, Haley Stevens is up, but it's only 2% of the vote in, and they're basically splitting it. It's 51% to 46%. It's hard to imagine that kind of a night continuing for Haley Stevens and her coming out ahead. She has to close a huge margin. But that said, and this is the caveat, this is why elections take a long time, there's so much vote out. There's so much vote still out. I know, look, I see my friend is scratching his head there because it is challenging, Maurice, because it gets exhausting to do the math, but you got to wait for the numbers to come in. But if you're looking at it as a campaign guy, how do you feel about where Abdul El Sayed is right now with that margin we're looking at on the screen?
I could confidently say I'd rather be us than them right now. Yes, there's a lot of vote to be counted. You don't want to count your chickens. I've been in positions like this where we've had leads, and then those leads have gotten narrower, and so we're gonna have to wait it out. But I'd rather be us than them. I could tell you that there's a lot more uncomfortable people at Haley Stevens, headquarters right now than Abdul El Sayed headquarters. Right. I'm looking around. I'm here right now. There's a lot of excited people who are patiently waiting, but he's built an impressive campaign. And one of the things that I noticed on his campaign is that he ran on a message with everyone across race, across region, money out of politics, money in your pockets, and Medicare for all. And look, I think a lot more people are going to be learning that refrain when all the votes are counted. And whatever happens today, Abdul has built one of the most impressive campaigns I've ever experienced. The vibes on this campaign are unmatched. The multi-racial and cross-religion solidarity on this campaign is actually truly inspiring. And again, let the math be the judge, but I'm feeling pretty good.
Let's go to our vibes correspondent, Jack Cocciarella. He is in the room with the vibes. How are they feeling?
You hear those claps, you hear those cheers. It's because we're up on the big screen. But I just want to, and we got Hassan up on the big screen too, friend of the show. I just wanted to say, Joy, I had a bit of a funny moment there listening to you rattle off results, thinking about all the elections that I've watched in the past in which you were rattling off results. And I'm very grateful to be on your show tonight and be a little bit of a vibes correspondent and that we've been able to collab in the past. But I don't want to detract too much from election night and take it to Joy praise, but it's well-deserved. We were talking with Waj earlier about, what you got right about this campaign. And I'm waiting for my Joy Reid was right about everything, hats and shirts and paraphernalia. But, the role that you have served as a steward of this progressive movement in independent media has just been so incredible to watch. I'm glad in small ways I've been able to be a part of it. I'm so grateful for your voice and how you just let it rip and how you always have and how that's really pissed people off and you do not care. And tonight is one of those nights that the pissed off people just have to sit with themselves and we have a win and we have momentum and we are organizing and we are growing and we are doing more and we are bringing people into the fold. It is because of people like you. It is because of your show and your voice. And so that's a little side note from what's happening tonight. But I just kind of had a moment I was like, we have all built something, and it is just so incredible to kind of behold the fruits of our labor. We still have November, but it's a very special moment. I just want to say thank you.
You're so kind, Jack Cocciarella. You're obviously one of our favorite people out here in the independent media world. So I'm just grateful to you for being willing to be a part of our show, because we know you have a huge platform of your own. So I thank you for that. It's mutual praise for everyone on here. And I think one of the things that you make a point of that I think is important, Jack, and it goes to some of what you said, but also what we're doing here. The establishment also counts on the mainstream media to keep people herded into a kind of discipline that says don't expect too much. This happened, to be honest, when President Obama was candidate Obama, and it was just a understanding in the mainstream media that Hillary Clinton couldn't be beaten. I think they thought the same thing when Donald Trump ran against Hillary Clinton, that she was the establishment, that it was the natural course of things that she would become president. But you know what? Sometimes the base of the party gets tired of being obedient. And I think that you've seen a few times in our political history in all of our lifetimes when the obedience has gone to the wayside, and people said, no, I want what I want. And so I think this is a moment, and I'll go to you on this, Dean. Okay, wait a minute. What happened, Jason? What did you say? Okay, yeah, that I think we're in one of those moments when you're seeing people deciding they don't want to be obedient, and that includes the media, Dean, because the media has been very helpful at keeping people's expectations low. But I don't think that the base of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party is down for that anymore.
No,
I gotta jump, but I gotta jump. We'll be back on.
Go for it. Yes, and charge your phone because we want you back. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Jack and Maurice go count some ballots. Maurice, go count some ballots.
Go help them, Maurice. Get in there.
Okay.
Go to the 13th district and go count those ballots so Donovan can win.
I'm gonna do that. But I do want to say one thing, and because Dean, you mentioned Black voters, right? And I think this is going to be an important conversation, and a conversation I've been having with Joy, and one that I want us to continue to have. So the desperation inside the Democratic Party is palpable, and many of the tactics that they used against Abdul, spending, I've been here, I've been watching the TV ads, they're spending millions of dollars on this phony ad talking about how Abdul is disrespectful to Mrs. Obama, right? Saying he's disrespectful to women, and he was disrespectful to Mrs. Obama. Complete lie, right? Like, and then this other fake ad that basically portrays Barack Obama as somehow endorsing Haley Stevens, which is also a complete lie. And they spent tens of millions of dollars on that. And then the CBC PAC somehow, for some reason, the CBC PAC interjecting in this race and endorsing Haley Stevens. Like, they pulled out all the stops in order to use black voters in a very cynical way as a backstop to support the establishment. I believe those tactics are going to fail, and I think there's a reckoning to happen inside the Democratic Party and elsewhere about those tactics and how fundamentally racist actually they are. So I did want to leave you all with that. That's an important conversation.
No, before you go, I want you to say, because I want to dig into this just for a little bit more, because we talked about it a little bit with Waj, we talked about it a little bit with Dean, but this is a real thing. The Democratic Black establishment is being used against Black progressives. Number one, to erase the existence of Black progressives. And I have a piece that I wrote that's on my Substack right now that talks about the fact that if you want to talk about Black progressive, you got to talk about SNCC. You've got to talk about Jesse Lewis Jackson, who ran in 1984 on the exact, almost the identical platform that Bernie Sanders later ran on in 2016. His 84 and 88 campaigns had reparations. So it was like Bernie Sanders plus reparations, because it was free Palestine, it was free universal health care, it was universal federally funded work. It was literally a progressive platform that in many ways was to the left of Bernie Sanders,
that's
because
correct,
it also included reparations for those who had been the descendants of enslaved people. So we're talking about the Black progressive movement predates in many ways the white progressive movement. But, Maurice, you and I've talked about this a lot, but then now we see progressivism portrayed as like a white thing, and that the real Black politics is centrist CBC politics. And we don't mention that a lot of the CBC don't really raise a lot of money, They get a lot of money from AIPAC. AIPAC has done a really good job of basically buying up Black establishment support. And then they pass that off as the real Black politics. When even for some of those members, that's not their politics, you know? So I find it offensive.
It's deeply offensive. And we're recruiting new CBC members. Donovan McKinney, hopefully when all the votes are counted, he'll be going to Congress. Melat Kiros, right, will be going to Congress. Daria Lisa will be going to Congress. So we're recruiting new CBC members. And here's the thing. Yes, the CBC started as a insurgent intervention.
Yes, they were anti-apartheid. They were the only group, the only caucus. There was no progressive caucus. It was the Congressional Black Caucus that was standing foursquare against white South Africa. They were the ones demanding that we do or that we basically bar any trade with South Africa. They were like, right? They were BDS before there was a BDS.
Yes. So all of this talk about quote unquote progressives over here and Black people over here is ahistorical gaslighting. You know, Reverend Jackson will be rolling over in his grave. And you said it perfectly. His 88 campaign was to the left of Bernie.
Yeah.
To the left of Bernie.
To the left.
And he built that Rainbow Coalition. He won the state of Michigan. So this is in some way, this is like we're in Michigan right now. And in some ways, this is the promise of, and this is in many ways, like a continuation of those politics of Jackson's, not what the CBC PAC did, but what we're doing with Abdul's race. And what I think we're going to continue to do. There is a reckoning that needs to happen. And look, like Joy, you know, if you go to CBC Week, it is sponsored by Meta, by Bristol Myers Squibb, by all of those corporations that do not serve the interest of Black people. It's sponsored by those AI corporations that do not serve the interests of Black people. So there is a reckoning that needs to happen. And look, and there is a Black electorate. When you look at the polling, right, Black folks that are under 40 and under 50 do not embrace the status quo politics. They are interested in a different type of politics. Yeah. Many of their elected officials are unfortunately captured by a status quo. And so there needs to be a break with those status quo politics. And look, unfortunately, a handful of elected officials and corporate PACs, and some of these PACs that are actually like APAC fronts that claim to be Black organizations. Look, like I think that this year will be an end to that type of politics because they're going to be exposed for what they are. And we have to bring in a group of people like Donovan who are working class Black sons of Detroit to be the new leaders, to kind of like reinvigorate organizations like the CBC and bring them back to their roots.
Yeah, and you know, Dean, there is a long history of Black progressives being very forthright on the issue of Palestine. And I'm not just talking about Nelson Mandela in South Africa, but and I think if you got to run, I'm told you got to run, Maurice. Go ahead, count some votes and call me. Let us know what it's looking like, Dean. You know that there's been a long history of support for Palestine among Black progressives. This is like a thing that goes back to the 1960s. So I think even that has come as a weird surprise to the establishment. That the young Black Democrats are like down with the Palestinians.
Look at Maurice mentioned Jesse Jackson. My good friend James Zogby from the Arab American Institute was very close with Jesse Jackson. And when Reverend Jackson died, Jim Zogby was on my show talking about how Jesse was outspoken on the Palestinian issue. He made it an important issue for his campaign and for people in the Black community who I can't tell you how many people I've spoken to in the Black community over the years, Joy, including yourself, where you would express support for the Palestinian cause. And on my radio show, and only in the last year and a half or 2 years where people can actually feel outspoken because they felt either alone or they were going to be demonized as being anti-Semitic for expressing any support for Palestinian people or criticism of Israel. So that has changed. But the greatest supporters of the Palestinian cause for the longest time within America were Black Americans who saw what oppression is. They understood the idea of being kept down, denied self-determination and freedom simply because of something about you, in this case, our religion and our brown skin. So no one was a greater ally than the Black community. And now it's younger people of all backgrounds, but certainly the Black communities So that's what's astounding to me, Joy, to hear how they spent money to split the black community and the Muslim community and the brown community in Michigan in a very cynical approach. And it's sad to hear that it may have worked even a little bit. But
Yeah.
I'm hoping if Abdul wins, he has the time to build those bridges between now and November, because he needs to beat Mike Rogers. It's a close race. I mean, Mike Rogers lost by about a point a couple of years ago to Elise Slotnick. It's going to be a very tight race.
But I think a race between Mike Rogers and Elise Slotnick is sort of a middling Republican. I mean, Mike Rogers is not the most far right-wing, insane Republican. He's a Republican, but he used to be the head of sort of has an intelligence background. He's somewhat reads semi-normal. Elise Slotnick is a moderate Democrat. And so you're sort of, it's like versus like. But also in that election, it was not a change election like this one is. People right now are not just dissatisfied, they are angry. They are angry about the state of the United States. They're angry about their inability to afford their groceries and their gas. Their electric bills are shooting through the roof. These AI farms all around our communities are driving people's their electric bills through the roof. People are having these AI farms planted near their homes without their permission. They feel like politicians are selling them out to bring AI into their neighborhoods. People just feel angry. And when you have a change electorate, Dean, as you and I both know, the change candidate has an advantage. So if Abdul El Sayed runs against Mike Rogers, that's a change candidate versus a status quo Republican. If it's Haley Stevens, it's more like the Slotkin race, which again, as you said, was razor thin. That to me becomes a toss-up election, because I don't know if the couch voter comes off the couch for Haley Stevens, no matter how much you lie to them and claim Obama is for her.
This in politics is always the moment, right? And in certain times a candidate might be good, and then 2 years from now, what they're saying might not work. Abdul Saeed wrote a book about Medicare for all about 3 years ago. It was gaining in popularity, but it's not where it was now. He's always been who he is. But this is the moment for someone like Abdul. It's the reason that people like Brad Lander won in New York, and Darylisa Chevalier beat Representative Esplod here, and Adam Hamaway won in New Jersey in a very crowded field, and Anna Lilly won in New Jersey in a crowded field, and Clara Valdez won and these are all people that were in the New York, New Jersey area. They were the most progressive. They won in districts like Adam Hamaway won in Bonnie Watson Coleman district, the 12th district in Jersey. That's not a progressive district. That's like a mainstream suburban district. And people who came out wanted change. That's who wants it. This race, to me, you're absolutely right. People are not happy. We see the fact that we all work hard and barely can make it. Every day, 75% of Americans, a new CBS poll said, their wages are not keeping up with inflation. 75%. That includes many Republicans. We know the system is rigged against us. There's no denying it, but we have establishment Democrats who are about status quo, because that's what their donors want. They want change around the edges, nothing transformative. Enjoy something we've talked about many times. If you've made millions in this system, you don't want the system to change. You will spend money to keep it. Elon Musk doesn't know what the new system will be. He just knows this one's worked for him. That's what we're dealing with. So yes, Abdul is the guy to bring people out who have not voted, who want change, and no, it's not the status quo. Haley Stevens is the same old thing. She's running almost Mike Rogers and her, just barely different on the ideological scale. You've got Abdul way a solid left, mainstream, but solid left, versus Mike Rogers, who really is going to be painted as MAGA, and he should be.
Yeah. Let's go through some of these other races, you guys. I mean, we're paying mostly attention to Michigan, but there are a few races. Not a lot has been called, but in the U.S. Senate in the state of Kansas, Roger Marshall, that race has now at least been called by the New York Times. He will be the Democratic candidate in the United States Senate, and he will face Adam Hamilton. I don't know if you know much about Adam Hamilton, if you've been paying a whole lot of attention to Kansas politics, but Adam Hamilton will be the Democratic candidate. One thing I will note that, it being Kansas, there are a lot more people voted in the Republican primary than in the Democratic primary. There was also a gubernatorial primary. Republican Ty Masterson, who I do know is a very, very right-wing candidate, is going to face a Democrat named Cindy Holscher, but that race has not been called. That race, I believe, is still too early to call. So that is Kansas. If you go over to Missouri, as we reported earlier, unfortunately, I will say, Cori Bush has lost her attempt to regain her House seat It appears that the money in the end made a huge difference. Wesley Bell will be the nominee to go forward in Missouri's 1st district. He will very likely retain his seat. There are a bunch of races also in Virginia. Not a lot that's in as of yet. There was a Senate race where there's a guy named Burt Mizusawa is going to be the Republican nominee for the United States Senate versus Mark Warner, who was uncontested. That is a thing that happens in American politics. And then we go to Washington State, and we'll tell you that nothing there has been called yet. Of course, that's obviously on the West Coast. So Marie Glauskamp-Perez, that is the Democrat trying to retain her seat in the House District 3. There's a House District 4 race as well, Amanda McKinney. That is not called yet. So those, there's not a whole lot else in, and everyone is really mostly paying attention to what's happening in the great state of Michigan. There's also a gubernatorial race in the state of Michigan that's already sort of locked in, and that's it as well. So there's not a ton else, Dean. It's really all about Abdul El Sayed right now. I think that's what people care the most about. If somehow Haley Stevens manages to close this rather large gap,
right,
what do you think happens to the enthusiasm level for voters in November in Michigan?
Well, then we're going to have to make the same case that I tried to make to people in my community in 2016, why it was important to vote for Hillary Clinton in the general. And at that time, we had an open Supreme Court seat. I said, look, we can control the Supreme Court. And I went to Michigan. I went to speak to Arabs and Muslims in Florida. It was a very hard sell. Now, I'm just using that as an anecdotal example. If people really want change now, and you're going to tell them, you got to come out and vote, because I know it's not going to change your life in Michigan, but if we control the Senate, we can at least stop Trump. I'm not sure if that gets people off the couch. You need to give people a reason to vote. Again, when you have a turnout in 45% in a midterm election, everybody who came out is voting because either there's someone who votes every time, or that little percentage of people who go like, this, I got to get out there. I hate this president. I want to send a message, or I like this candidate so much and what they stand for. I want to see change. This is the change election. Joy, you're 100% right. This is the change election. If Abdul El Sayed is going to ever win a Senate seat, this is it. And then if we win and can deliver on policies when we get a Democratic president, then everything changes. He will be such a thoughtful firebrand of a senator who's still soft, really like thoughtful guy, insightful guy, down to earth guy. I think people, if they don't know him, they get to know him. They'll like him a great deal. I've known him for like 7 or 8 years. I met him like 8 years ago when he was running for governor. So look, it's going to be a hard sell to people. Remember that guy who was going to change everything? Well, he lost. But the person who's going to do status quo, well, they won. You want to come out for status quo? And they're like, yeah, why am I going to come out for status quo? That's a hard sell. I got to be honest.
It's going to be a hard sell. And then keep in mind that in this great state of Michigan, it is likely that what you're going to have is an African-American governor. I mean, it isn't likely because it's going to happen because the two candidates who are running for the Republican gubernatorial nomination are African-American. And so John James will be the candidate for governor against Jocelyn Benson. Now, that does not mean that African-Americans are going to come off the couch for him because he's obviously a Republican, a right-winger, a pro-Trump MAGA. So that doesn't, but it does mean that at least Republicans will be able to say, we are running an historic candidate. We have an historic candidate on the ballot, and try to see if they can motivate their voters to come off the couch for him. And so what you really need is Democrats to ensure that they have an exciting candidate on the statewide ballot that can get progressives, young voters, and I would have to say male voters, Black men, to get male voters off the couch. You're going to have something other than the promise of the same establishment that people don't feel satisfied with right now. So I actually think that the more electable candidate for all of those reasons is Abdul El Sayed. I know I promised you I would get you out of here by 10 o'clock. So let me give you a closing thought before we just go on. And I'm just going to do numbers after this.
Look, to me, the fact that it's kind of heartbreaking, but they're the establishment leaders from Chuck Schumer to Gretchen Whitmer to Gary Peters to even James Clyburn, who I have the most respect for, and other Democrats who supported Haley Stevens, who does not line up with the base on issue after issue. I don't mean Palestine, Israel. I mean healthcare for all. I mean abolishing ICE. I mean taking big money out of politics. And on the Palestine, Israel issue, Abdul lines up with 70. This Democrats support Abdul's mission between 75 and 90% on issue after issue that I just went through. These are the core issues of the campaign. And yet the leaders pick the person that is the outlier, who's the extreme in terms of being to the right. And it's disappointing, but it's a reminder to everyone, Republican leaders fear their base. Democratic leaders ignore us. They ignore us all the time. People in our base need to be angry about this. We're still going to be Democrats. You're a good Democrat when you're telling leaders, listen to us. We want Medicare for all. We want childcare for all. We want to make sure our money doesn't fund a genocide and an apartheid. Is it that hard? We want to abolish ICE because you can't reform a system that's like that. That's Abdul lines up on all of those, and Haley's on the other side of every single one of those issues. This is beyond me to see the leadership fail us so many times. And there are some good leaders, and we support the good leaders, and we've got to change the establishment. Establishment's not even the right word. Status quo, corporate, whatever you want to call them. We need new leaders that line up with the Democratic base. That's what we deserve as a people, regardless of our age. It's not young versus old. It's about the generational divide. Some people say that. To me, it's not. It's a values divide. What are your values? And I want a candidate, I don't care if they're 85 or if they're 25. If they share our values, they're going to fight for us, fight for you, and fight your family, fight for your family. That's who we should support, not the status quo person that's going to make your corporate donors happy. And that's what we're living through, Joy. That's the problem here. So that's what has to win.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. As always, Dean Oberdahl, you're always right. And we're going to do teachers that also say Dean is always right. We appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. Dean Oberdahl, please make sure that you support him. His show is on Sirius XM. It is the show that I watch when I'm getting my dog from daycare. So I sometimes will text Dean in the midst of his show, but I shouldn't when I'm parked. I'm not, texting and typing at the same time. But you know what I'm saying.
I hear it. No, I appreciate it. It's great. Thank you very much. So thanks for all the people who view you and everyone who's supporting you. You're one of the leaders of independent media. Your voice is more important now than ever going to 2026 and 2028. I look forward to being on the journey with you.
Thank you so much, Dean. My earring jumped for joy at hearing all of your wonderful words. Thank you so much. Dean Oberdahl, really a true friend. He and I have been friends for so long, and we've been going through all of these things and watching it. And I think what Dean said is really important. Sorry, as I put my earring back in. I covered the Tea Party movement in 2010. And the Tea Party movement was, of course, a reaction to the election of the first Black president, Barack Hussein Obama, and the rage that right-wingers felt at the idea that over the objections of a majority of white voters, this Black man named Barack Hussein Obama, who they believe was a Muslim, won the presidency. And they couldn't get over it. They couldn't believe it. And Mitch McConnell, who might be him downstairs, we don't know, Mitch McConnell decided that he was going to assuage the rage of the Republican base by shutting down the Obama presidency. He said, our main goal is to make Barack Obama a one-term president. He said that's all that he cared about. It was the thing he cared about most. Let me go ahead and give myself a little pat here because I am a little bit shiny. Sorry, hot flashes will hit you. And when they hit you, you just sweat. He said that his main goal was to make Barack Obama a one-term president. And he proceeded to do more filibusters than had ever been done in decades. Well, not had ever been done. Actually, he broke the record of filibusters. So the most filibusters that had ever been done, actually defeating the record of the anti-civil rights Dixiecrats. He made himself the biggest purveyor of filibusters in history. And he was very effective at trying to shut down almost anything happening in the United States Senate to try to ensure that Barack Obama's presidency would be a failure. But what happened when Barack Obama got in is that a very magical thing happened. They started winning Senate seats along with him. And eventually they got 60 votes in the Senate the first year of his presidency because Al Franken, who was running in Minnesota for Senate, actually won his race, but there was a lawsuit. The guy he defeated sued Al Franken, or sued the campaign and would not accept his loss. This was kind of an early version of what Trump did. He wouldn't accept it. And so that race did not get decided until summer. And the minute that race was decided, suddenly Democrats had 60 votes in the Senate, which is the magic number you need to defeat a filibuster. So right up until then, Mitch McConnell had been able to shut down anything happening in the United States Senate and was trying to shut down and stop healthcare, Obamacare, which was called the Affordable Care Act officially, but which Republicans labeled Obamacare to try to smear the healthcare plan so it wouldn't pass. So Mitch McConnell is doing his thing, doing a record number of filibusters, shutting down any action in the Senate on President Obama's agenda. Again, the main agenda being healthcare. But then Al Franken wins that lawsuit, and suddenly they tick up to 60 votes. They tick up to 60 votes. I mean, well, it's a number of seats that they won, but anyway, they get 60 votes. And no longer can Mitch McConnell filibuster. His filibusters no longer work because now the Democrats had 60 votes. It was magical. So President Obama was able to jam through Obamacare. Like, this is the history of the Obama first term. He jams through Obamacare because they finally had the 60 votes to break a filibuster, and suddenly, boom, with Harry Reid as majority leader, Nancy Pelosi as House Speaker, they jammed through Obamacare. But what happened on the way to jamming through Obamacare? Two things. One, the Tea Party movement is born, ostensibly because they were angry about cram down. One of the policies that President Obama was trying to push through was to make it so if your mortgage was underwater, meaning you owed more on your house than you owed more on your house than what your house was valued at this point. So your mortgage exceeded your house value. You could cram down your mortgage so that they match, so that you only owe what your house is worth. The Republican Party went crazy over that. And in the spring, ahead of tax day, they did this Tea Party movement, which was originally about that. It was about not wanting homeowners to be made whole despite the recession. They flipped it and then took that Tea Party movement, funded by the Koch brothers, funded by billionaires, and they made the Tea Party movement about healthcare. They turned that entire angry right-wing movement with like monkey dolls and racism, and they were ginning up anger among white working class people, claiming that it was about Barack Obama being a Muslim, being unqualified to be president, being an interloper, being a tyrant. But really, it was about they didn't want cram down. Okay, the banks are mad that they didn't want to have to cram down these mortgages. Okay, they turned that movement and they turned it with a laser eye toward healthcare. And so Barack Obama had to fight a right wing that was fighting him tooth and nail, using abject racism and rage to try to stop healthcare reform. But he also had to fight the Democratic establishment, because Democratic senators led by Joe Lieberman led the push to water down healthcare. So again, they had defeated the filibuster. They now had Al Franken in that 60th seat. They had a filibuster-free path to pass anything they wanted through the United States Senate. Goes to the House, goes to the Senate. They could pass anything they wanted. But Democrats, the Democratic establishment, decided that, yeah, you could have healthcare. This was a 100-year dream of the Democratic Party. You could have it, but you couldn't have Medicare for all. Joe Lieberman stood in the way of that, and conservative Democratic senators, moderate Democrats, literally took Obamacare and made it less progressive. And I say all that to say that this is the history of the Democratic Party. Even when they get the change that they want, even when they get the miracle of 60 Senate votes and they can pass anything through, they don't use that power to do the most progressive thing. President Obama wanted to do the most progressive thing. There was something that was supposed to be called the public option. So he was like, what about that? Well, we at least make an option that's a nonprofit version of a healthcare company that's something like what Mamdani is doing with grocery stores. They were going to do it nationally with healthcare. A big nonprofit owned, doesn't have to make any money. And then this thing would be the alternate insurance you could get so that you could get universal healthcare. The Democrats were like, nope. You can't have that. You're not allowed to have that very progressive thing, even though we're going to have the miracle of finally passing universal health care nearly a century after FDR couldn't do it. FDR wanted universal health care. He got slapped down by the American Medical Association. He couldn't do it. Obama was going to do the thing even FDR couldn't do. But Democrats in the establishment decided they wanted the health care, but not universal, because they still were getting donations from, wait for it, the medical lobby. Medical lobby was like, no. The insurance lobbyists said no. The AMA said no. All the big lobbyists said no. So the reason I say all that is to say that what we're looking at tonight is an opportunity in this one Senate race to defeat an establishment that is better than the Republicans, right? Because the Republicans were for filibustering and stopping anything from going through. And Mitch McConnell was trying to ruin President Obama, make him a one-term president. They didn't want anything to pass. The Democrats wanted universal health care, but they didn't want it to be fully universal or fully progressive. They wanted it to be more moderate. And so moderation has never meant a better life for Americans. It's always meant less change. It's always meant more modest change. It's always meant telling people to wait longer and suffer a little more, and eventually maybe we'll let you get the good things. And the Democratic Party, unfortunately, is still basically like that. When Jesse Jackson ran for president in 1984 and 1988, he had a full slate of very progressive things that could be in the Abdul El-Sayed playbook. He wanted universal health care. He wanted universal health care at the time. He wanted a free Palestine. This was in 1988, in 84. He was already talking about a free Palestinian state. That finally the Palestinians would realize the UN's promise that they would have their own state, and that they could finally be out from under the yoke of the Israeli occupation. He wanted, that was in his platform. Universal health care was in his platform. Universal basic income, effectively federally funded jobs programs that make sure everybody could work who wanted to work. Something like FDR had. He had that in. And so there it is. He was shut down as well. And what we were told, people who were voting in 84 and then in 88, nope, you can have change, but not that much change. You can have change, but not Jesse Jackson's level of change. You couldn't have that. And I think the same thing happened. A lot of people were angry in 2016 that Bernie Sanders was presenting this very similar platform to Bernie Sanders. He actually endorsed Bernie Sanders in 88 when he was the mayor of Burlington, Vermont. He had endorsed Bernie Sanders. He endorsed Jesse Jackson. And when he presented his version of the Jackson platform, the Democratic Party said, yes, and we like some of the things that you want to offer, but you're not actually a Democrat. So since you're not in the party, we're going to go with her. We're going to go with Hillary. And she's more electable. Even I at the time was like, she's probably more electable because he says he's a socialist. And in Florida, you're not going to win Florida. And you needed Florida at the time to win. Even I said, look, he's less electable because he doesn't have Florida. He also didn't have a black strategy, so it was a problem. So the reality is that the case that was made in 2016 is that the more moderate candidate, the one who was less radical sounding, was going to be the better and more electable bet. What happened in 2016? Donald Trump won. And people said it was impossible. There was no way that Donald Trump could win. Hillary Clinton was experienced, the most experienced person who ever ran for president. She was more experienced than Thomas Jefferson was when he became president, than Bill Clinton was when he became. She was the most experienced candidate in the history of the United States, the most prepared. She had been Secretary of State under President Obama. She was prepared. She had lived in the White House as First Lady, was a partner First Lady who did a lot of work as First Lady. So she understood what the job was of being president. She was perfectly qualified. But people who were unsatisfied with the status quo said, we don't want that. We want change. And they voted for Trump. And no one believed that Trump could possibly be, I didn't even think he could. I was like, this guy's an idiot. And yet, when the majority of people got a chance to vote, got a chance to do the ultimate poll, more of them actually voted for her. She won by 3 million votes, but she didn't win the Electoral College, which is the job. You got to win the Electoral College. She won more votes. Absolutely. So she was more qualified. More people wanted her, but she won by 3 million votes, which is not enough. You got to win by like 5 to 10, like Barack Obama did. So she lost, which is a shock to everyone. it was a complete shock to everyone. And then you know what state? One of the states she lost, Michigan. So this is the reality. Michigan is a bellwether state. It's a state you have to win to become president of the United States. It went back into the D column in 2020 under President Biden. It went back to the Republican column in 2024. And so Michigan is one of those states that is a great bellwether because the electorate there is very volatile. They go back and forth between Democrats and Republicans. But in this moment, the volatility is all in one direction. People want change. And Abdul El-Sayed is the change candidate of the two. And so the theory that's being put forward is very much like the theory that was put forward in 2016 for Hillary Clinton, that she's the more moderate candidate. She's got the African-American support. She's got African-American CBC support. She's the Obama candidate. She's the trustable, dependable, good legislator. She's more electable. But they said that about Hillary Clinton. And it wasn't true. He's the more radical, change, interesting candidate that's got a passionate following. I think it's just very hard to argue she's more electable. Let me give you guys some numbers since we're doing a numbers watch right now. And it's still really slow. I did not know Michigan was such a slow counting state. I don't think it's typically a slow counting state, but it's slow tonight. 28.2% of this vote is in. Abdul El-Sayed has 51% of the vote. Oh, we got another drop. We just got another drop. He's got 51% of the vote, 211,188 votes. Haley Stevens has 45.4% of the vote with 188,241 votes. Mallory McMorrow has about 15,000 votes. That is with 28.2% of the vote in. Let me go. About 414,000 votes have been counted. More than 1 million votes still left to count. The estimated number of votes left to count is 1,055,000 votes. It's still a lot of vote left to count. But the way that votes are counted is they are counted county by county. And in each county, both of them are going to get some votes. And in order to close a gap that's this wide at this point, what Haley Stevens needs to do is she's going to have to change her margins in the counties she's winning. She's winning a bunch of counties. If you look at the counties that she's winning a bunch of them. But the problem is she's not winning them by enough to close this gap. The gap has been pretty much the same all night. And it's kind of, it's getting a little better for her. She's, about 6 points down. But in order to catch up, she's really got to start closing the gap and winning her counties by more. That's what Steve Kornacki would tell you, and I'm going to tell you exactly the same thing. Let me give you a couple of examples. Let me go to, I like doing neighboring counties, and I like doing the counties around Detroit, because Detroit is obviously the biggest city. It's where the most votes are going to be. Detroit is technically in Wayne County, but Wayne County is only 7% in. Wayne County is counting mad slow on tonight. Right now, Haley Stevens is winning in Wayne County, which is where Detroit is located. She's winning 49.5% to Abdul El Sayed's 47.5%. That margin with 7% in, it's 10,200 to 9,855. Again, that is a fraction of the vote. But if the margin remains the same and you plus that 7% up and it goes to 100%, but the margin is still 49.5 to 47.5, I don't know that closes a gap that is this wide at this point. We will see. That is how the channels, the networks, are deciding whether to call a race. They call a race early, even when the majority of the vote isn't in. In the case of Cori Bush's race, they called it with like 5-10% of the vote in, but because the margins were so wide in all of the counties that were coming in, there was just no way she could mathematically catch up. At a certain point behind the scenes at these networks, at NBC, ABC, Fox, Ms. Now, all of them, what happens is they do a math program that says if the margins remain the same as they are in each of these counties, can the person who is behind catch up to the person who is ahead? That is all that's happening behind the scenes. Each of them has a different formula for when it's close enough to say it's too early to call, close enough to say too close to call, or close enough to say I'm calling it. And they all have different policies as to when they make the call. I will tell you, and this, I will say this even as somebody who's a hater to this network, one of the best behind the scenes at this is Fox. At least they used to be. They used to have a guy who they, I think, fired because he called it correctly in 2020. He called Arizona first and caught hell for it. But that guy used to be excellent at this job. The person at NBC who does it is actually very, very good, quite good. I used to talk with him from time to time when I was working there. So that's all they're doing. They're looking at each county. That's what Steve Kornacki is doing when he's going on and doing those math programs on the screen. What he's doing is he's saying, here's the percentage of vote that's in. Here's the percentage of vote that's left. If the percentage of vote that's left comes in at the same percentage breakdown as what's in, this is what's likely going to happen. And at a certain point, they just make a call because the person can't catch up. That is why these races get called before they're 100% in. Just so you understand, they're not cheating. They're just saying mathematically this person can't catch up. There's a certain point at which they can't catch up, even though it's close. So 50.8 to 45.5, that is what is in right now at this moment, with 28.6% of the vote in. So that's about a quarter of the vote is in. Let me go back again to some of these counties around Detroit. Oakland County is a Haley Stevens county. 72% of the vote is in. Now, this is where it starts to get interesting. 72% of the votes in Oakland County are in. She has 85,000. She has 89,955 votes. That's pretty good. She has 89,955 votes. Here's the problem. Abdul El Sayed is 85,956 votes. She has 89. He has 85. She's up 50 to 48. That ain't enough. And this is almost counted. So Oakland County is not going to get better for her with another 30% of the vote coming in than it is now. Oakland County is about as good as it's going to get for Haley Stevens. And it's one of her best counties. It's right outside of Detroit. It's just north of Detroit. It's one of her best counties. And she's got 50 to 48. That is not a good margin for her. You see what I'm saying? With what's left, 72% is already counted. If the rest of it comes in at the same rate, she's not going to widen the gap enough for this to make much of a difference for her. She's effectively splitting the county with Abdul El Sayed. Go to the next county over. This is an Abdul El Sayed county. It's Macomb County. You've probably heard of it. This is only 25% of that vote is in, but he's up 57-41. He's up 57-41. So if it stays like this for him, he's going to get a lot more out of this county than Haley Stevens got out of her county. Do you see what I mean? So now you guys are understanding the behind the scenes. This is how the math works. Let me go to another county here. I'm going to go to another Haley Stevens county. Let me go to one that's a little bigger. Her counties are smaller. She has more of the sort of suburban and Kalamazoo County. That's a Haley Stevens county, but that's tiny, only 2% of the voter rate. I want to find something bigger. Let's go to Washtenaw County. You're probably going to see a lot of folks, including the Kernachster, talk about Washtenaw County because Washtenaw County has the city of Ann Arbor in it. Ann Arbor is a very, very big county, not very, very big. It's a relatively big suburban county. It's in the suburbs of Detroit. Ann Arbor, Michigan. I have a friend that lives there. It's a lovely suburban county. It is an Abdul El Sayed county, which is interesting because this is the Detroit suburbs. And right now he is winning with 60% of the vote in, 64 to 33%, 64-33. That ain't good for Haley because he is crushing her in his counties and she is squeaking through in her county. You see what I'm saying? This is the problem. Go right next door, and this is Wayne County, and this is the most definitive county, I would say, other than, well, there are some other definitive counties, but Detroit's pretty big. Detroit's like the biggest, numerically biggest county, but only 7% of the vote is in. She's up 49.5 to 47.5. And it's the same as when I checked it at 1%. She's still up 49.45. That's not good enough. Let's go where Grand Rapids is. Grand Rapids is in Kent County. It's tiny, only 21, but 21% of the vote is in. He's up 54.41. Go next door, Ottawa County. That's a county for him as well. 19% of the vote in. He's up 55-40. Let's go next to that. Let's go to Montcalm County. 40% of that vote is in. Haley Stevens is up 56-40. That's a much better county for her, but it's a tiny county. 40% of that vote is in. So 40% of the county, meaning that's going to basically double. If 40% of the county in, that's 4 in 10 of those votes are in. Right now, she's got 1,165 votes. He's got 832. Double that. That's not going to be enough to close that margin. But she's closing in. She is getting closer. Okay, now it's gotten much closer. There was just a big dump. And at this dump, it puts her in business now. Now we're in it. Now we're talking business. Abdul El Sayed is now up only 48.25 to 48.07. Now we're tightening it up. Let's try to see if we can see where this big dump came from. This dump, some of it came from Detroit. She's up big in Wayne County. This dump came from Detroit. This is with 22% of the votes in, 21% of the votes in. Haley Stevens is up big in Detroit. And this, again, this is where that misinformation campaign, that disinformation campaign in which she was said to be the Obama candidate, this is where it paid big money. This is where it's paying big money. This is where it's paying big money. She's up in the kind of margin she needs to be up in order to win. She's up 66-30. 66-30. If she can hold on to a 66-30 margin in Wayne County, it's a wrap. I'm going to keep it real. Detroit, Michigan is where she needed to do well. That misinformation campaign that was designed to make it appear that Obama supported her, this is where it's paying big money. You saw how quickly it changed. When that dump came in, which puts us now at 32.6% of the vote, it just dumped in one go. Because Detroit is so big, when votes dump in from Detroit, it immediately changes the game. So that was a big win for her. That was a big one. And that is only 21%. Oh, we just got another dump. And the margin just went up a tiny bit more. That dump, let's see where that dump came from. Ann Arbor, that was not from Ann Arbor. Let's see where that dump just came from. That dump came from Oakland County. Okay, Oakland County is 74% in now. Some of that dump came from, another dump. That y'all, they're playing games with us now. Another dump, which has widened the margin a little bit. Again, now Abdul El Sayed is up nearly 3 percentage points, 248 to 235. Another dump. These dumps they're taking us down, y'all. They're taking us down. The dump has now put him up just a little bit more. Up, another dump. He's up 0.3%. Another dump has come in. He's now up 49.8 to 46.7. Detroit, let's see. Let's look. I'm going to refresh my screen here so I can get another look at the Detroit numbers, because the Detroit numbers are the ones that are jacking this all up. It's all of these Detroit suburbs as well as Detroit itself. Oakland County, 74% in. She's up by a tick, 50% to 47%, 74% of the votes in. Doesn't seem like it's going to get much better for her there. Macomb County, which is only 25% in, that is an Abdul El Sayed County. He's up 57-41, but only a quarter of that vote is in. But once again, Wayne County, which is the biggest county for Haley Stevens, which she is crushing in right now, 63-33. It's the one county I found where she's doing the kind of margin she would need to do in order to win. This is the one county where she's doing the kind of margins. If we went to Jack, they'd probably have people probably passing out right now inside of the watch party. Yes, my heart can't take it, says Moody 587 in the Substack, in the YouTube chat, says I can't take it. But it's tough. This is tough stuff. And watching these races in this micromanaging kind of way is difficult. Let's go to Ann Arbor. Ingham County, this is Abdul El Sayed County. He's up 63-33. That is how he has to do like that. Like he needs more counties where he's getting those kind of numbers, but only 23% of that vote is in. Let's go to Clinton County. Almost none of that's in. Let's go to Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids is in Abdul El Sayed County. He's crushing in the numbers he needs to, 66-30, with 40% of that vote in. Next door, Ottawa County, 22% of that vote in, 54-41. Let's go to one of her bigger counties. Oceana is pretty small. I'm trying to find a couple of other big. Where's Flint? Let's see. I'm going to try to figure out where. It's tough, guys. It's tough. Okay, I'm going to say, let's see what county is Flint. I'm going to try to start seeing if I can get some text in from some folks. Flint, Michigan is in Genesee County. All right, let me try to see if I can find Genesee County. We're going to go to Genesee County and see how that is doing. That is the city of Flint, Michigan. So let me go down here and I'm going to look on the NBC News page because they've got it that way. Flint, Genesee County, hardly any of it is in. Flint, Michigan is in Genesee County. Only 2.1% of that vote is in. It is an Abdul El Sayed County as of now. He is up 53.6 to 43.3. Sorry, hot flash time. Sorry, guys. The hot flashes be getting me. They take me down. And even with the air conditioning on, I'm still getting the hot flashes. So sorry about that. Genesee County, which is Flint, Michigan, he's up, but only 2.1% of that vote is in. Emmett County, 50.2% of that vote is in. Abdul El Sayed is up 54% to 40.5%. 50% of that vote is in. That'll double, but that's not a huge county. It's really tiny. I want to go to the bigger counties because the big counties, I think we're just all sitting here waiting for Wayne County, y'all. And I can tell you right now, just having worked at NBC, Jason, can we turn this up? Let me hear Wesley Bell real quick. Let's listen.
You know what? There is a lot of noise that you hear during campaigns. There's a lot of chatter. There's national headlines, and everybody has an opinion. But we approach this from in a very simple way. We are going to work for the people right here in St. Louis. We understand that there's issues happening and we'll take those issues seriously all over the country, all over the world. But the vision that I see for this place is a magnificent vision. When we think about all of the division that we hear, I think it is important that we focus on what this place can be. When I was a professor, I used to tell my students all the time, I want you to see me, I want you to see you how I see you. I see the potential in these young people, in my students. And I'm using that as an anecdote because when I think about this region, I see a region that is a sleeping giant. I see a region that has not seen its best days. But it's going to require us coming together, working together. That doesn't mean we agree on every single issue, but it does mean that we care about our babies here in St. Louis. It does mean that we care about our seniors right here in this region. It means that we care about working families that are having to make a decision whether they can fill up the entire tank or skip a meal.
Oh, Lord.
And so when we think about all that noise that was going on, I got to
want to hear more of this.
I think we've heard enough.
Okay.
I think we've heard enough. Thank you for the fan. Winsome came in and clutch with the fan. He's giving, what I think he feels is a very heartfelt speech, and, congratulations to Wesley Bell for winning. And it's fairly commanding, at least with the results that we see coming in now. And again, as you can see there, 82% of that vote is in. It's a relatively small number of votes, 58.8, sorry. Oh, this is, okay, let me turn, I'm sorry. Let me put this over here. Sorry. He's gotten, 66,000 votes versus 42,000 votes with 82% of the vote in. It's a relatively small number of votes that you need to win a congressional seat. And I think those kind of races are actually even more painful for a lot of people because it didn't really take that many votes to win. This is sort of what happened when Thomas Massie lost, is that it was such a close race because there just actually wasn't that many votes that you needed to win. You really didn't need that many votes to win. And so I think when you lose a race like that, you really do think about what could have been and what could have been done on the ground.
It's less than 100,000 votes. I mean, look at the numbers right there. I mean,
yeah, barely more than what the Thomas Massie race looked like. And so you just realize that you really, it feels more painful also because I know Cori Bush enough to know that she truly does care about the people of her district. This is a woman who was a Ferguson activist. She has slept in her car. She has faced sexual abuse. She has faced some of the worst things you could think of in the world. And she just woke up every morning really thinking about the people of her community and trying to feel, she's a nurse. She's somebody who just really generally cares. Wesley Bell got a lot of criticism because he was a prosecutor during during the case of the Ferguson case, during the Michael Brown case. And a lot of people felt like he was responsible for the failure to get justice for Michael Brown's family. And so he is not seen as a truly activist politician, and he is 100% an AIPAC politician. Like he is 1,000% an AIPAC politician who says he ran for office because of October 7 in a whole nother country. And so I think Cori Bush, who was a truly activist politician, she was a member of the Squad, the people who really put themselves out there and took chances to defend Rashida Tlaib, by the way. She was one of the people who, when Rashida Tlaib was censured by her own party for standing up for the Palestinian people, and she's Palestinian. She herself has lost family members in the West Bank, and yet her own colleagues thought because she spoke out and said free Palestine or something, she should be censured. One of the people who spoke up most vigorously for her was Cori Bush. So this is a tough one. And I think for progressives, this is one of those things where, and we say it all the time, the primary is where your power is. And if you are a person that actually cares about change, your chance for change was in this primary. And now you are stuck with the lesser of two evils vote in November. And this is where you have to do the grown-up thing. You don't want the Republican to win. It's just disappointing. And it is a vote that you do without joy. You now wind up doing a vote that you're doing that's dutiful, that you do without joy. Whereas, and that race is harder to win, because if the Republicans are then excited and motivated, they will beat your candidate, even in a race that they shouldn't be able to win, because your candidate, your voters are dutiful. They're dutifully going out. But I argue that the Boafo race is going to be like that. Yeah, he'll win, but it's going to be a relatively low turnout election in November. You're not going to get the kind of excitement of people rushing to go out and vote for this guy, the AIPAC guy that won with 30% of the vote against 20 other people. People will be like, okay, I guess it's time to vote for him. All right, fine, I'll do what I got to do. But there's not going to be the joy and enthusiasm. Whereas if Abdul El Sayed is ready to pull this off, you are going to see progressives march into the polls. You're going to see them dance into the polls. You're going to see enthusiasm and excitement that is going to make it very difficult for the Republican Mike Rogers to win. And so, but the responsibility to get the change that you want, remember Barack Obama said, "We are the change we seek." That's what he meant. And it's not a sexy answer, but the reason that we got Barack Obama, because I promise you, I was in talk radio during the Obama-Hillary primary, and I was alone. I was almost alone. There were a handful of us inside of that building that were for Barack Obama versus Hillary Clinton. The small of us. The majority of people were, she's the candidate, the black people, the Clintons are the black candidate, the blacks love Clinton. And people were all very much for Hillary Clinton, because they were like, the Clintons have been with us, we're with them. And that was the general feeling. I mean, overwhelmingly, African-American voters were with Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama at first. Now you can't find a Hillary black. Everybody was for, to hear them tell it, everybody was for Obama. But I can tell you, I was for Obama from the start. And it was a minority position even inside the Democratic Party, because people thought, number one, he can't get elected. His name is Barack Hussein Obama. Barack, first name Barack, last name Hussein like Saddam Hussein, Obama, last name Obama like Osama. So there's no way he's going to win. And all of it charges he's a Muslim and all that stuff that actually emerged from the Hillary Clinton campaign. And so people were like, he can't get elected and he's black. And there's no one's going to elect a black man. And there were people who literally said, we don't even want him to be on the ballot because he's going to get killed, because white racists will never let him live to see election day. And there was a lot of fear. This is, a big point of conversation inside of the African-American community. A lot of people were like, no. So people were like too nervous to make that change. It's too much change. But what happened is the people who wanted that change, who were passionate about it, overwhelmed and overcame that and got the Obama anyway. And then once he was the Democratic nominee, the change election shifted to the November election. And when I tell you the lines were around the block, people couldn't wait to get up and get out in the morning. The lady was first in line because by then I had, I was working on the campaign. And one of our sites was Broward County. And the first lady in line in our Broward County polling place was 100 years old. She was 100 years old. She was first in line. It was 80 degrees. It was super hot. Everybody was fanning her. She was sitting in a wheelchair. She wanted to be the first person to vote. And she was the first person in line. They might have pushed her to the front, let her be first. But this lady was at 100 years old. So there was nothing that was going to stop her other than death to vote for Barack Obama. And people were excited about it. People were coming out going, Obama. People were so excited. They were so thrilled because they were voting with joy. Now, if Hillary Clinton had been the nominee, I think there were a lot of women who really wanted a woman president, would have been absolutely joyful as well. But the enthusiasm that put Barack Obama on the ballot on the primary ballot is the same enthusiasm that made him be president. And we hate to admit it, but that is the exact same reason Trump got elected. Because MAGA was so pissed off that they had to live with a black president for 8 years that they were like, there is no way we're going to follow that black Negro president with a woman. Absolutely not. And they were that enthusiastic to put. They were like, that's why Ta-Nehisi Coates called him the first white president. He wrote that piece called The First White President that I used to teach in my classes, because white conservatives were so angry that they couldn't stop Barack Obama from getting reelected. He gets reelected by 5 million votes over their objections. Majority of white Americans voted for the other guy, voted for Romney. Obama still won. McCain is a hero, a legitimate war hero. Obama beat him by 10 million votes because he got 80% of non-white voters and 46% of white voters, which is a huge chunk. It's the most historically high percentage of white voters since Jimmy Carter. 46% matched Jimmy Carter. And no Democrat has gotten even 50%, has gotten more than 46% of the white vote since LBJ. LBJ was the last Democratic president to get even a bare majority of white voters. So white voters are 60-40 R, but in this case, 46% was like a miracle. It was like a record tied Jimmy Carter. But with 46% and 80% of non-white voters, he sailed through by 10 million votes. Oh my God, white conservatives were pissed off. Then when he gets reelected, like, oh, we're gonna stop him. He won't get reelected. No way. That Negro's not getting back in. He wins by 5 million votes. And they were like, what? And this is after like ceding some of his white vote. He went back down to 43%. But he still won because he still had 80% of non-white voters. And then you get to the follow-on election when it was supposed to be handed off to Hillary Clinton. And those voters were like, nah, man, we're not doing that again. We're not going to follow. And it's funny because I was actually on Bill Maher's show. And it was me. It was the guy who really wrote Donald Trump's book, The Art of the Deal.
Mark Schwartz?
Yes. Tony Schwartz.
Tony Schwartz.
And Michael Moore. The three of us were the panel. Michael Moore, Tony Schwartz, who told me that Trump was a sociopath. By the way, he's the first person to really define the kind of narcissistic personality disorder that he suffers from, because he's a psychologist. And Michael Moore. And Michael Moore literally said to me, Tony Schwartz, and Bill Maher that Trump is going to win. And I was like, come on now. This guy, he's an idiot. He's the guy from The Apprentice. He's not going to win. This is when I was still deluded in thinking that there was such a thing as electability. And I was like, everybody can see that he's an idiot. He's not going to win. And Michael Moore said, yes, he's going to win because first of all, I'm from Michigan. Brings us right back to where we are tonight. I'm from Michigan. And he said, if you go and talk to the people in Detroit and Flint, you go to Detroit and you walk around Michigan, let me tell you what they're saying. They're saying, we had a black president for 2 terms. Now y'all going to make us have a woman president. What's next? The gay president. And then we're going to have a Mexican president. And then it's just, as far as they were concerned, this is like the end of times, the end of days. You get a black, then a woman, then a gay, then a brown. All of a sudden, you'll never have another white Christian man. You're going to have a Jewish president. You're putting us in the coffin. That is how they felt. They felt they were just being completely displaced. It was the great replacement. And he was right. He said there's no way that these white voters are going to come crawling out of the grave to make sure that woman doesn't become president. And he was absolutely right. It's the flip side of Obama. Trump was the reverse Obama. He was the upside down Obama. Same enthusiasm, same, but it was rage rather than joy. With Obama, it was joy. With Trump, it was rage, but it was the flip side of the exact same phenomenon. And those people, same people, even after he let 1 million people die, I would say caused 1 million people to die from COVID, when they had a second chance to put him back in. And this time you had some black voters too, who said, he's Captain Stimmy. I'm gonna get him back just for my pockets. You had enough people, and unlike, Joe Biden in 2020, who got an Obama level percentage of the non-white vote, Kamala Harris got just under what she needed in order to win. And wasn't able to pull it off. And the people who want to, my big saying in politics is the voters who want it the baddest, the most win. The voters who want it the most always get what they want. It's whoever wants it the baddest. I knew Obama was going to get reelected, even though my colleagues at MSNBC and NBC News were very skeptical that he would get reelected. I knew he was going to get reelected. I knew he was going to win because I knew who wanted it the baddest. Black people. They may not be large in number. They wanted it the baddest, and I knew they were going to get him. They were like, he's not going to look like a fluke. Black folks were like, we will not let Obama look like a fluke. He is going to win. And when people want it the most, they get what they want. Because that kind of enthusiasm makes you take the actions you need to win. And black people live in these strategic places where they're a swing vote, and they swung the shit out of that. They were like, we're going to make sure that brother's not a freak accident, 1-term president. He was going to be a 2-term president no matter what, if you ask black people and brown people. I met a Puerto Rican lady in Orlando in 2012 when we were down there covering the election. And she said, my Obama is going to be a 2-term president. My Obama, it was her Obama. She said her Obama was going to lose no matter what. That abuela was like, she was going to crawl through broken glass. And they wanted the baddest. The other side didn't want it. Nobody wanted Romney that bad. There was that same kind of enthusiasm for Romney or for McCain. The McCain enthusiasm was all media people. The McCain base was the media. It was the media. It was not. Okay, so let me give you guys some numbers. Let's get some updated numbers. I see numbers are coming in. I am just literally in sort of shock at how slow Wayne County, Jason, it's so slow. 37.9% of the vote is in. Abdul El Sayed's margin has ticked up just a little bit. He's up now an even 3%, 276,820 to 260,021. Let me go right on over to Wayne County, and I'm going to check these numbers and see if, for the love of God, we're finally getting, I just had another dump. Abdul El Sayed down 0.1. It's now 49.8 to 46.6. Oh, another dump, another big dump. Abdul El Sayed down another 0.1%, 49.7 to 46.6. You know where I'm going. I'm going right to Wayne County. Wayne County is only 23% in. Haley Stevens' margin has ticked down a little bit. She's now up 62% to 34. She was up 63% earlier. Now it's 62%. But that's still a great margin for her. Neighboring county of Washtenaw County, which contains Ann Arbor, is a great county for Abdul El Sayed. He's up 64.33. So if you just compare the two, she's up 62.34 in her best county. He's up 64.33 in one of his best counties. 60% of his vote is in. His county is, I think, a little bit smaller than her county, but he's doing very well and slightly better than she's doing in one of his best counties than in one of her best counties. Let's do a couple more neighboring counties. Macomb County, which is a Abdul El Sayed county, he's up 57.41 with 26% of the vote in. That's about 17,800 votes. Right next door is Oakland County, which is a suburb of Detroit, 76% of that vote in. It's a nice, big, chunky, big county, but she's only up 50.48. 76% of that vote is in. It's not going to get much better for her in Oakland County. Let's go next door to there. Livingston County, it's really small. 80% of that vote is in. It's a high-income exurban county. So that's a rich county. That is a Abdul El Sayed county. He's up 51.45. 80% of that vote is in. He's got just under 11,000 votes. She's got 9,700 votes. Ingham County, which is a county that includes Lansing and East Lansing, Michigan. He is up 65% to 31% with a third of that vote and 32% of that vote in. That is an Abdul El Sayed county. A third of that vote in, triple that number, and he's up 65.31. That's pretty good for him. Going next door again, I'm just moving west. I'm going west of that. Now, Eaton County is also a county that is for El Sayed. 47.7 to 46.4, but it's tiny. 83% of that vote in. We go to the west of that county. We go to Berry County, which is an exurban county. People who are living out in the exurbs. That's 54% to 40%. That's a Haley Stevens County. 47% of that vote in, but it's only 1,600 votes to 1,200 votes. That's not enough to really give her much. Allegan County, which is a rural county, that's not going to give anybody anything much. Let me go. I'm trying to see if I can find a bigger county. Let's go up to Sheboygan. I've been waiting all night to say it. Sheboygan County is a Haley Stevens county. Sheboygan County, 54% of votes in. She's up 53% to 42%, but Sheboygan's pretty small. Half of that vote is in. She's got 867 votes. Abdul El Sayed has 682 votes. It's really not that much, so it's not going to do her that much. Thank you for the compliments on my math reading skills. And I appreciate it. We're just going to hang out. I'm going to hang out with you until we hopefully get a conclusion. I'm going to go to the.
They're trying to keep us up to.
I don't know what Michigan. Usually Michigan counts faster than this. I'm just being honest. There's John James. Let's listen to John James is going to be the Republican nominee for governor. Let's listen to a little bit of John James.
Thank you, and always I want to thank Almighty God for every blessing in my life.
This is just a little bit of listening.
For each opportunity, and for each one of you. Everything that we have comes from him. I also want to thank my incredible wife, Liz, and our 3 amazing boys. They are the reason why I fight so hard for Michigan's future. Thank you for your sacrifices. I love you.
Well, where is he?
And I also want to thank President Trump for his endorsement, his friend.
Deborah, so he thanked there's his children. I can see his children there. There's his wife. Okay, she's just leaning in. There's his wife. She's a little bit over, but she's not in the picture, which is interesting. It's interesting. The candidates decide how they're going to frame things. But his wife, even it appears that he has this sort of black family, but his wife is a white lady. I don't know why you wouldn't put her in the picture. Let's see here. population of John James's district when he was a congressman, he was one of 4 Black members of Congress, all of whom are out. None of them are running for re-election, or they're running for other things. Byron Donalds running for governor of Florida. 2 of the other ones, I think they just left politics. They all ran for different things. But John James decided to stop being a congressman and run for governor of Michigan. His district was a relatively wealthy district that was 72.8% white and only 13% African-American, 6.1% Asian. One of the things about the 4 Black Republicans who were in the House of Representatives, not one of them represented a majority Black district. None of them were in the Congressional Black Caucus. So just understand, this is a Black candidate, absolutely a Black candidate, but he's not a candidate that represents Black people in his job. The job that he was in, he was not representing Black people. So when he runs for governor, his constituency will be overwhelmingly white. However, there is a thing in politics where even Republicans understand that representation matters. And they like having a candidate like him or Herschel Walker because that makes their voters feel good. Their voters feel like they're crossing the racial aisle and they're supporting. Look, we support Black people. Look at John James. But John James's ideology is just like Donald Trump's ideology or Mitch McConnell's ideology. He stays ideologically right wing, so he's not appealing to African Americans. But what's going to happen in the general election is Republicans, despite them claiming they don't like DEI, are going to boost the fact that he's Black. They're going to really push it because he's going to be facing a white Democratic opponent. And so what you're going to see is Republicans in Michigan pretending that the real change candidate is John James. They're going to pretend that, look at all these white, purple-haired liberals, these purple-haired white liberals who don't even care enough about Barack Obama to support his candidate during the primary. They're the fake supporters of Black people. We're the real supporters. Look at John James. John James, who has never represented Black people in Congress, but he's the real African-American. He's the good African-American. That's who you should support us because we're the candidates of Black people like John James. They've got Jocelyn Benson. She's white. That's who they really care about. They care about white people. Thank you very much for the kind words, Katume, and also the $9.99 in the till. Saying keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Katsume fan Lisa. Appreciate you, Katsume fan Lisa. Jocelyn Benson, a white candidate who's going to be the Democratic nominee for governor. But here's going to be the challenge. She's the one who's going to have the policies that are going to help African Americans. Thank you very much. And so thank you so much. So it is Jocelyn Benson. But here is again where these campaigns are a ticket. Whoever the U.S. Senate candidate is going to be and all the House candidates, they're effectively a slate. You know what a slate is. I mean, if you put them all on a list, here are all the Democrats that you're going to run. If it's Haley Stevens and the two big statewide candidates are Haley Stevens and Jocelyn Benson, and neither of them are particularly change candidates. And on the Republican side, you got that guy, John James, and they're going to fake that he is the candidate that means they are the real multiracial, multicultural party. I don't know that it makes all the difference, but it makes a difference in the story that each campaign is telling, each party is telling in the state of Michigan. Again, this to me is another reason why you're better off with an Abdul El Sayed on the top of that ticket as the Senate candidate. The two are the top, the governor and him, because he is at least somebody who genuinely represents change. So if you're trying to make the case to the couch voter, particularly the African-American man, the Black man in Detroit, who typically is not a voter, who last time they voted was for Obama, and they really pretty much voted for Obama. They don't really necessarily vote in statewide elections. You want to make a case to that voter that voting is going to actually change something in your life. I promise you, John James is going to fake that he's going to make change in their lives as governor. Byron Donalds is going to pull the same shtick in Florida. And for African-American voters, know that these candidates are going to put in office and put in place policies that will hurt you, but they're going to be Black while they're doing it. So they're going to look like you, but they're going to put in place the exact same policies as Project 2025, Mitch McConnell, and right-wingers. But they look Black to you, and even though they've never represented Black people or done a damn thing for Black people, they're going to lead with Blackness. Again, I don't know if this was deliberate, but the framing of that picture right there tells me that they're going to try to represent him. Sorry, my earring just came off. As a candidate who should be who's Black-facing. I think his wife should move in a little bit, let herself be seen. She seems like a very pretty lady. There she is. Okay, now in the wider picture, I can see her. I think that's his wife that's in the red. But I'm just saying, thank you very much, Jason. Appreciate you. We got everybody here are multi-purpose. They're hardworking over here. And I love the lemon heads we're in. I see the lemon heads here. Appreciate everybody that's coming in. Thank you. Megan Underwood with $49.99 in the till says, love spending election night with you and Jason. Thank you, Megan Underwood. We so appreciate your support. We appreciate all the support. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
All our readers. We love you guys so much. Let me give you the latest numbers. It is now 49.5% to 46.8% with 41.1% of the vote in. The numbers on NBC News are slightly different than the numbers on the New York Times because what happens is now New York Times is caught up. Both of these campaigns, you're able to tap into the state database that constantly updates its computer. Elections are counted and they basically, the numbers are compiled from each of the machines. Thank you very much. Love you right back. Thank you. Appreciate you. Lisa INZ. Thank you. Love you back. They calculate the numbers and they upload them to a computer that each of these networks are able to access. And so as they're getting them, they're downloading them, and some are faster than others. The New York Times tends to be very fast. I love looking at the New York Times numbers. They tend to be fast. NBC News tonight is just a little bit faster. And again, I will tell you, Fox ain't bad. I mean, the one thing Fox is good at is counting votes, is updating elections and also prognosticating elections. Associated Press also does
over there
this.
get fired because they called the election.
Yeah.
At Fox, somebody got fired because they called the election.
Yeah.
Huh?
He called Arizona. Right. And I'm telling you right now, we at NBC always had a great deal of respect for this gentleman. His name was Chris Stirewalt. Chris Stirewalt, and the digital executive's name was Bill Salmon. So they worked together to call these elections. Stirewalt is one of the best in the business. Even though he was working for Fox, he was actually a very, very good. He was good at this job. I know, right? They said I'm gonna square up, take it off my earrings, right? I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to fight some folks. We're ready to fight some people. And he got fired because yes, Jason, to your point, he called Arizona first, which was the first indication that Donald Trump was going to lose in 2020. And I'm sorry, MAGA, but Donald Trump did lose in 2020. He lost, man. And it changed Fox's history because Fox then had to make it up to their voters who couldn't stand the truth that their candidate had lost the election and wouldn't accept it. And so they were very open to a message that the election was stolen, so they just couldn't accept it. Another dump has just come in. It's now 305,000 to 285,000. That is a pretty good, slightly widened margin, 46.5% for Haley Stevens to 49.8%. It's still about a 3-point race. You know where I'm going. I'm going right back to Wayne County. Damn you, Wayne County. Please hit like, subscribe, and share. Thank you very much for reminding us, BB's girl. Thank you for reminding everybody. Hit like and subscribe. Hit share. Make sure that you guys are sharing the love, sharing the wealth. I even see my Twitchies are still hanging in there. Thank you, Twitchies. Let me pop over to my Facebook people.
Sorry, fam. They just got us up late tonight.
I know. We were trying to.
Thank you for hanging out with us, still. We appreciate it.
We appreciate y'all. We had to let our guests go. We promised them a timeline. I thought they would have been called by now, Jason. I'm honestly surprised how slow this count is going. It's generally not this slow. Yeah. Big up to our Substackers. They're hanging in.
We're gonna win tonight, though. We're gonna win. He's gonna win this.
Let's find out how things are going over at Michigan. Polls are now closed. Okay, let me just let you guys know that Michigan polls have been closed for a while. They closed, but they said it's going to be a while before all the votes are counted. That's Sean in our back end reporting that although Michigan votes are closed, it's going to be a while. Let me give you guys some updated reporting on some of the other things about these races tonight. Maryland, the voters of Maryland, by the way, this is now not the voters, but the actual state legislature in Maryland voted to put a bill, a measure on the November ballot that would allow for gerrymandering, mid-census gerrymandering in the great state of Maryland. You will recall that the state Senate president rejected the idea of doing that, didn't want it done. and stood in the way of doing it. But he had to back down after not receiving the endorsement of Governor Wes Moore. And one of the reasons Wes Moore apparently went for Adrian Boafo is that Adrian Boafo was in the state house and was a big supporter of his agenda. And he was doling out support and doling out endorsements based in large part as a reward punishment system for those legislators who were for him versus against him. The state Senate president never did get that endorsement. He managed to win his primary against a very fun boat guy. However, it did allow this to pass. I think he learned his lesson because he caught a really tough primary and he wound up giving in, and now that is going to be on the ballot. Let's go to the great state of South Dakota. Julian Beaudillon, the Democratic nominee for the United States Senate. He's the Democratic nominee. He left the race. There is no primary in South Dakota on Tuesday, but there was a major development in that state Senate race. This is from the New York Times. Julian Beaudillon, the Democratic nominee, dropped out, clearing the way for an independent candidate to challenge Senator Mike Rounds, the Republican incumbent. Well, this decision is heartbreaking. It's not a defeat, Mr. Beaudillon said in a statement. The deadline to withdraw from the ballot was today. As recently as Monday, Mr. Beaudillon had told the Washington Post that efforts to get him to drop out amounted to political extortion. Mr. Beaudillon said in the statement that factors in his withdrawal included a devastating house fire, as well as intimidating threats to drop out of this race. What? The mental and physical safety of my family is my primary, and this reason alone, and for this reason alone, I step aside. What the hell? So he was getting death threats, and his house caught on fire to get him to drop out of the race. Brian Bangs, the independent candidate, previously ran for Senate as a Democrat in 2022 when he lost in a landslide to Senator Thune, John Thune, who's now the majority leader in the Senate. In a social media post on Tuesday night, Mr. Bangs said that Mr. Beaudillon had made a patriotic decision to make this a two-person race. Mr. Beaudillon said in a statement that he would not be endorsing or supporting Brian Bangs in this race. Mr. Beaudillon's withdrawal from the race is the third this year by a Democratic Senate nominee in a red state. And in each case, the withdrawal cleared the way for an independent candidate. The other states were Nebraska and Idaho. Some Democrats have also pushed for Alani Bankhead, the party's nominee in Montana, to quit the race and clear the path for Seth Bodenar, an independent in that state. What is happening? This African-American Democrat drops out of the Senate race, clearing the way for an independent who I presume Democrats believe would caucus with them. This is the way they're attempting to claw their way to a majority. But his house caught on fire? What kind of bullshit is that? That's suspicious to me, Jason. I don't know if that's suspicious to you, but that's suspicious to me. This brother's house caught on fire. He got death threats, and now he's dropping out. So now, all of a sudden, the independent is clearing the way to win. It's now 50% to 46% race, with 42% of the votes in the Michigan Senate primary, 50-46. No one has called it yet. 42% of that vote is in. But we're going to go back and get a little bit more.
House fire was intimidation.
House fire was intimidation. He was also getting death threats. And now all of a sudden, by the way, I'll say it's now up 4. He's up a little bit more, but it's a little suspicious. It's a little suspicious. Let's go to
say that he burned his own house down.
Yeah, they're going to say it was an accident. They're going to say he did it to himself. Trump-backed lawmaker wins Kansas Republican primary for governor. Ty Masterson, the president of the Kansas Senate, will aim to flip the governorship in November after 8 years of Democratic control. So the Republican race for governor in Kansas is well underway. This is now Jocelyn Benson, who is the gubernatorial candidate. Let's take a listen to her.
Thank you. Thank you all for being a part of this moment, for being a part of our team. Thank you for placing your trust in me to work for you and with you to transform our state. Tonight, the general election begins. Tonight marks our opportunity to grow our coalition to include citizens in every corner of our state who believe, as we do, that the power of the people must always be greater than the people in power. My life's work is about making that promise, that hope, a reality. I carry that hope with me every day as the daughter of public school teachers, the wife of a combat veteran, as the mom of a 10-year-old little boy whose future will be shaped by what we do now together. Because that is the question facing voters this fall, my friends. Who do you want Michigan's leaders to work for? The people or the powerful? Well, you all know who I'll work for. I will work for all of you and every Michigander in this state, not the highest bidder, not corporate interests, not Donald Trump, you. So I'm here tonight asking you to work with me to build a government together whose leaders work for the people. A government that saves us time, saves us money, and makes our life easier. A government led by a trifecta of state leaders who are committed to working together to make Michigan a place where anyone can afford to live and thrive, where childcare is affordable for all, where homes are easily built so that teachers and nurses and farmers can afford to live in the communities where they work, where every Michigander has access to quality health care and water that is safe to drink and air that is clean to breathe and a public education system that prepares our children for the jobs of the future. As the next governor of Michigan, I will work with you to drive down costs while expanding our economy. And yes, I will work with anyone to get that done. But I will also be ready to stand up to anyone, no matter how wealthy or powerful, who gets in our way. I've done that as Secretary of State, and I'm ready to do it as governor. I love this state, and I know when I talk to the single mom in Muskegon who has to decide, Mayor Muhammad, who has to decide whether to eat or pay rent, or when I sit down with seniors in Warren who are anxious about paying for medicine on a fixed income, I know we must do right by them. Just the other day, I sat down with a new mom and dad right here in Detroit, and I held their newborn little girl in my arms. And I listened as they talked to me about how they don't want their child to grow up in poverty. And as a mom, I can't stop thinking about that conversation, about how every decision we make now will shape the world that their little girl and my little boy and all of our children will grow up in. And in the eyes of that little girl's mom and dad, I saw two people who simply wanted what every parent wants, a chance for their child to grow up healthy, happy, and safe.
Okay. That is Jocelyn Benson. She is the Democratic candidate for governor. She is currently the Secretary of State in the great state of Michigan. And you know, one of the things that you do sort of note is, you know, there's sort of there's a cadence to these speeches, and it's very sort of standard politics. Somebody just said the speech is so mild. And here's the thing that is a challenge for politics, is there are very few people who have the ability to get beyond the sort of basics of campaign politics and stand out with a certain kind of charisma that makes them sound both relatable and exciting and not corny, as somebody just said. Somebody said Ms. B is Rosa corny. There are a handful of politicians that have that natural ability. Those are the candidates who are X factor candidates. It's very rare. This is a rare political skill to be able to give a speech that is exciting and not boring. Barack Hussein Obama is a once in a generation politician for that reason. Zohran Mamdani is a once in a generation politician for that reason. I will tell you, Abdul El Sayed is as well. Abdul El Sayed. Oh, John Ossoff is a once in a generation politician for that reason. And by the way, there are two United States senators in the state of Georgia, both of whom are talkers. Like Raphael Warnock is a pastor, so when he really gets to preaching, he can throw down. And John Ossoff can do it just as well, and he's not a preacher. I promise you, John Ossoff is one of the most individually talented politicians I've seen in my lifetime. He is brilliant. I would argue that Pete Buttigieg has become that. Pete Buttigieg, when he ran for president, was super dry. He would talk like this. He sort of did the Obama cadence, but he didn't have any vim. Ever since that man lost, I don't know what losing did to Pete Buttigieg, but Pete Buttigieg goes on Fox and just knocks it out of the park. Suddenly he is a talker. Like he talks his shit. All of a sudden losing like put something in him. He's great now, but he didn't have that ability at the time. Cory Booker is a great speaker, very great speaker. I think his positions are so pro-Israel that I don't know that he could be elected president, but he's a fantastic communicator. There's some people who just have the skill. It is really a skill. Jocelyn Benson is a more standard politician. And so again, John James isn't some great politician, but he's going to come and try to lean into a black vibe, even though again, he don't represent black people, but he's going to try. And you need something to pop on that ballot. Otherwise, it's just another election. People get bored of it and they're busy and I have to shop and I have to do things, blah, 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 blah. And by the way, let me just say something. I covered the Tea Party movement I think I started saying this earlier, but I want to finish this thought. And the Tea Party movement was that the adage that I said, the people who wanted the most win. The Tea Party movement, the way that they took over the Republican Party in 2 election cycles, which was wild, 2010 and 2014. In 2 election cycles, they took over the entire Republican Party, subsumed it to the point, and a movement has taken over a party when the establishment politicians start mimicking the insurgents. They start talking like them. They start saying their words. They start adopting their policies rather than the other way around. They didn't, they weren't like the squad, where the squad was constantly being crushed down and pushed around by the establishment of the Democratic Party. No, in this case, the Republican squad, the Tea Party, just took the party over and made the establishment bend the knee. They all bent the knee. Mitch McConnell bent the knee. John Thune bent the knee. All of them bent the knee. Mike Pence bent the knee. All of them bent the knee. And then the Tea Party movement morphed into MAGA. And then they really bent the knee. When it had Trump, a celebrity attached to it, they couldn't resist. Donald Trump could have told them, stand on your head and fart. And they would have done it. They would have been squeezing their little butt cheeks trying to fart. Just because, oh my God, he told me to fart. If I don't fart, I'm going to die. Like they bent the knee. But I can tell you how they bent the knee. What made them bend the knee were primaries. What the Tea Party movement did is they also did death threats. The death threats were real. They also threatened death to the members of the Democratic caucus who voted for Obamacare. They were getting death threats. They were literally calling in death threats to Democratic politicians. They spat on a Tea Party.
Well, there goes the difference between Democrats and Republicans.
Yep, spat on a Missouri congressman. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. But they and what they did is they used these shock primaries. And they use that to enforce discipline. And that is because the primary is the power. I keep saying this. So Emmanuel Cleaver is the politician who got spat on as the Democratic House caucus was marching into the House to vote for the Tea Party. If you want to see pictures that look just like January 6th insurrection, go back to when the Obamacare, when the Affordable Care Act passed the House. Go back and look at that. Look at that. What the House of Representatives looked like. This was in 2009 when the House finally passed the first version of Obamacare, 2009 or 2010. It looked like the Tea Party. It looked like January 6th. These people were standing on the Capitol, hooting, yelling, screaming, freaking out, chanting that guttural Klan sounding chant. These Tea Party people were crazy people, and they were all deployed out there, not because they didn't need health care. All of them did. You could see it in their faces. They didn't look well, but because they thought, well, this is socialism. If you give people health care, that's socialism. I'm going to be paying for Black poor people's health care. This is reparations. That's what Rush Limbaugh told. It's reparations for Blacks. So they were so angry, and it was the Black piece. They were racist, right? Public Religion Research Institute, our friend Robbie Jones did the data that defied everything that the media was saying, claiming it was economic anxiety. No, they hated Black people and they hated the Black president. They were out there with monkey dolls, screaming, freaking out. But when the House passed the Obamacare bill through the House, they were on there screaming, and Emanuel Cleaver got spat on. At the same time, though, Emanuel Cleaver was part of the Congressional Black Caucus. They did a jobs tour the first year that Obama was there, and they were not permitted to even criticize Barack Obama. They were not even permitted to call for Barack Obama to do anything. And he said that the first budget that came out of the White House, he called it a shit sandwich and said we were being told to eat a shit sandwich. The same guy, Emanuel Cleaver, because the Democratic Party was essentially saying, we don't want you to have too much change. Don't ask them. He is Obama. Don't ask him for nothing. You just better be glad he's there. Don't even challenge him. And so what you had was you had the indiscipline. The discipline on the Democratic side was from the establishment. The discipline on the Republican side was from the ground up. It was from the Tea Party, the people who were doing the death threats and calling in crazy death threats and being crazy and throwing rocks through the windows, but also having John the Butcher run against you in a primary and beat you. So now all of a sudden, they beat the House Majority Leader at one point. And they said, oh, shit. And they realized that even the House Majority Leader could be beaten. And that is when they decided that they had to bend the knee. Eric Cantor. Eric Cantor lost his primary. This is in 2011. Tea Party challenger Dave Boat beat the House Majority Leader, Eric Cantor, who was one of the young guns. They thought he was untouchable. This is the House Majority Leader. Think about that for a second. That would be like, I mean, this is insane, right? House Majority, that would be like Hakeem Jeffries losing to a DSA candidate. It would be the equivalent of Hakeem Jeffries losing to a DSA candidate in New York. House Majority Leader, or you know what I'm saying? That's what the equivalent of it. Or Mike Johnson going home and losing in a primary. Eric Cantor was House Majority Leader. Eric Cantor lost his Republican primary in Virginia's 7th Congressional District to Dave Bratt, Dave Bratt, an economics and ethics professor at Randolph-Macon College in Ashland, Virginia, and a political unknown. He was just a no guy. He was unknown, a complete unknown, beat Eric Cantor. And you know what that said? This wasn't in 2011, this was in 2014. I told you it was 2 election cycles that they took over. This is in the 2014 primaries. What that told every other Republican is you will bend the knee to the Tea Party. You better do what they say. You better obey them, or you're going to lose in a primary, because if this guy could lose, any of us could lose. So they all bent the knee. Primaries are the power. Primaries are literally how the Tea Party took over the Republican Party. The Tea Party movement was a movement to primary any Republican who refused to bend the knee to their agenda. They had an agenda, and they said, you're going to bend the knee to this agenda. You're going to kiss our ass. You're going to do what we say. They formed this Freedom Caucus. That's just the Tea Party. The Tea Party caucus became the caucus who no one could get anything passed unless they gave the permission. Unless they gave you permission, what's his name? The one finally became speaker. What's his name? From California. He couldn't pass nothing because the Tea Party was like, nothing. You couldn't pass nothing. John Boehner, who was speaker, literally quit being speaker. He quit Congress because he couldn't pass anything past the Tea Party. Once the Tea Party was in charge, they couldn't pass nothing. You had to get it past them, and they would stand and vote as a block and vote down anything. They enforced discipline. And then when the primary came along, anybody who wasn't Tea Party got primaried. And then all of a sudden, John Cornyn was the Tea Party. Mitch McConnell was Tea Party. Everybody was Tea Party. Everybody turned to the Tea Party. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, people who were George W. Bush Republicans were Tea Party. All of them were Tea Party. And they all bent the knee, put on the disguise, and said, we're all Tea Party. That is the discipline of a primary. And the fear of a primary disciplines you real damn fast. Primaries are the power. And once you get them to obey in the primary, then when they get into office, they keep obeying. And then when MAGA came along, they just took over the Tea Party, raised it one level by adding Trump, who's a celebrity, who has a cult. And now they really bent the knee. Now they're like, we have to bend even further. We're going to crawl on our bellies and do whatever Trump says. Why? They hate Donald Trump personally. They think he's vulgar. They think he's stupid. They know they're smarter than him. They are the politicians with experience. They think they know that he knows nothing, but they're so afraid of a primary that they obey him. They obey Donald Trump because of primaries. So this is what you're seeing on the Democratic side, is you're seeing the Democratic equivalent of a Tea Party movement. That is what the DSA and the Working Families Party and the progressives are doing. And people are like, why are they in our party? Because they're doing what the Tea Party did to the Republicans. They're taking the party and they're moving it to the left the way the Tea Party took the Republican Party and moved it to the far right. They're doing this. This is a Tea Party movement. And having covered the Tea Party movement, I know when I see one. And you're not going to win them all. The Cori Bush race is an example of how the incumbency and the power of the incumbency, and both parties have a centrist-ish, conservative, don't change shit, corporate funded core. And that core wants nothing to really change. They want things to stay the same. They want the rich and their big donors to be happy. They want the banks to feel good. They want the AI people to feel good. They want the oil companies and all these companies to feel, they don't want to really change a whole lot of shit. They just want to keep things basically calm. They don't want justice. They want peace. This is the thing that Dr. King warned about, the moderates who want peace rather than justice. Both parties have that. But on the right, they're a lot more disciplined because they don't just want peace. They want a specific set of policies that they know are very unpopular. They want the very rich to pay zero taxes. They want poor people to pay all the taxes. And they effectively want a system that's as close to the founding system in the country, which was slavery, as possible, where workers have no rights, workers have no unions, workers shut the hell up, work 12 hours a day, don't get any health care, and rich people get to sail off in their yachts and not have to pay for any social services. That's all they really want. And they want this to be enforced by a rabble of angry white people who will burn down churches, communities, villages, thinking that they're saving themselves, but all they're really doing is protecting rich white people. They're like, the billionaires are like, we will get these white people so pissed off at trans people and blacks and Hispanics and immigrants. We'll keep them so distracted with these games that we play with them, and we tell them, no, your real problem's not us rich people. Don't worry about us billionaires. We'll just keep being rich over here. Take a look at those blacks. Pay attention to the trans. Pay attention to the immigrants. That's your problem. Look over there. And it works. They just keep on doing that. And a majority of white people go, yeah, great replacement. It's the Jews. It's the blacks. It's the immigrants. Yeah, it's the trans. And they just keep them so hopped up on that the rich, mainly white billionaires just keep on playing. And there's some non-white billionaires too. The billionaires just keep playing around, because they just keep these voters so pissed off that they're just always going to vote Republican, no matter what, no matter how much they screw them. And then on the Democratic side, they have their donors too. They also have their rich people that they have to please. And they have to fight the tendency of progressives to be like, no, we want the healthcare they have in Israel, the healthcare they have in Europe, the healthcare they have in Canada. Wait a minute. How come our roads are shit? How come we can't have universal free college like it used to be? It used to be free. Why can't it be free again? Wait a minute. Why do I have student debt? Hold on a second. Why am I paying all the taxes? Why does my boss pay less taxes than me? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. So the progressives, they're like, we want actuals. Oh, no, we want free healthcare. Well, no, we want free groceries. We want free. They're like, no. You don't want that. No, you don't want that. You just want more holidays. You just want Juneteenth.
You want chocolate.
All you want.
You just want to have fun. Go to the beach.
You don't want that. No. Shh. You don't want free healthcare and universal healthcare. You just want us to say the word affordability a lot, so we see you. You just want us to speak like we see you. We're gonna say the word affordability a lot to you. We're going to talk about how bad Trump is. We're going to talk about how bad MAGA is. We're going to talk about that. We're going to, no, you don't want universal health care. No, you don't want that. We got to send these bombs to Israel, baby, because you know what? Well, our donors want that. And our donors really like Israel. So you don't mind that? No, that's the chosen people. You got to let them bomb them brown people. Let's go see. Still too early to call, according to the New York Times. NBC News says it's too early to call. But this is an indication that we're getting somewhere, guys. It is 49.9% in. I see Rachel Maddow on my TV. That means that NBC is now waking up to maybe a finish in Michigan. It's still too early to call. Let me go over to the New York Times, which tends to be a slight bit more aggressive. I can tell you haven't worked there. The NBC is non-aggressive about calling these races. They don't mind being last. They would rather, much rather be accurate than first. Abdul El Sayed still hanging on. With 40 points, still hanging on to a lead with 48% of the votes in. So about half of the race is done and in the can. He's got 367,832 votes. Haley Stevens has 342,188 votes. You know where I'm going. I'm going to run over to Wayne County. This is the big dump we're waiting for. It's still not in. 26% of Wayne County is in. It is absolutely mind-boggling to me that so little of this race is in. But there is a development and a change in Wayne County Yes, Mallory McMorrow, who dropped out, still is getting votes. I don't think it's enough votes to be definitive, though, for those of you who are worried that Mallory McMorrow is the one who's causing this race to be held up. Mallory McMorrow has 27,000 votes. If you gave, well, you know what? Let me take that back. Let me take that back. Mallory McMorrow has 3.7% of the vote. She dropped out of the race, but she has 3.7% of the vote. That actually would be enough to change the race. If all of Mallory McMorrow's votes, let me do my quick math here. Oh, gosh. Okay, let me take out my calculator. I'm not going to pretend like I'm a math person. I'm a writer. I'm a writer, not a math person. I'm going to do some quickie math here real quick. This is based on the numbers of what we have right now.
Joy, just really quickly.
Yeah.
Jack may come back in, okay?
Okay, yeah. Whenever Jack, and we told Jack, whenever you've got something, you can. Jack is free to come back in whenever. We appreciate everyone hanging out with us that's hanging out. But I'm going to take Haley Stevens' votes, and she's got 347,769. And I'm going to add Mallory McMorrow's 27,882. And that is going to give me a lead for Haley Stevens. If Mallory McMorrow, and we just had another change. If Mallory McMorrow was not in the race and her voters went to Haley Stevens would be ahead. So right now, we don't know who Mallory McMorrow's voters would have gone for, but my presumption is they would probably have been more like a Haley Stevens voter. So if she's making any difference, she's likely making a difference in Abdul El Sayed's favor, I think. But I think we have Jack Cocciarella. We're going to let him get a chance to come back in. All right, there's Jack. Maybe he can tell us. Jack is back. Okay, we're going to give him a second to come back in. The new dump that just came in has made it 49.9% for Abdul El Sayed. Oh, now we're back down to 4. He's down 0.2%. 49.7% to 46.6%. He's got 382 and a change. She's got 357 and change. Jack Cocciarella, how's the mood in the party? This is a long count.
Yeah, I was just there, and we had to pop out for a little bit to just get the spirits up. I'm with our good friend Jolly and a couple other folks. You had to get the spirits up a little bit. It's cramped in a good way. We got a lot of our friends there, as we saw earlier. The mood is good. I think a lot of us are already having if they're going to nitpick the amount by which Abdul is going to win this thing, then we've come out of this with a huge success. If these were the numbers 3 weeks ago before we saw, the Emerson poll and a couple others, this would be hailed as a tremendous victory, which it will be either way. So I think you're already seeing the people who kind of want to downplay whatever this was going to be. If it was a 10-point victory, they'd say, oh, well, let's move on. Let's see how he does in the general. There's always going to be the but when I left, it was still a lot of energy in the room. Again, people just waiting. We were taking a little time, popping out, coming back. But I think everyone in that room still feels pretty strong.
I will tell you that the big development out of Wayne County, which is frustrating the living hell out of me. Wayne County is so slow, but Wayne County, yes, of course, which is the home of Detroit, the great city of Detroit, which is the real heart of where the disinformation campaign against Abdul El Sayed was waged. Earlier tonight, when it was about 20% of the vote in, Haley Stevens was winning by about 62 to 36%. Yeah. It was 62. That is now dropped under 60%. It is now
that's the number to watch.
And that is the number. It is all about Wayne County. Her lead has decreased in scale over time. And I think that for those who are really hoping for an Abdul El Sayed, and I think everybody on this show is clearly hoping for that. That is the hope that we can that number goes down. And then next door, if you look at Washtenaw County, which is an Abdul El Sayed county, his lead has gotten wider.
Yes.
So I think at this point, the biggest fear is that a big dump comes in from Wayne County and she's winning it, 65-35. Then that's a problem.
Yeah, and like you said, that's not exactly what the numbers have looked like over the past couple of dumps. But, I think it's important to point out that a lot of my friends that are on the ground and who have been, making content and knocking doors have been trying to kind of put to rest a lot of the narratives that we've seen, especially pushed in this county. A lot of the fake Obama endorsement incoming in terms of the mailers and so on and such. All of the attack ads, all the hit pieces on Abdul. I will make a point of saying I've done a couple of lives tonight. Yours, of course, has been my favorite, but I was on with Rob Flaherty and a former Haley Stevens staffer, the one who worked for Palantir, or I guess still works for Palantir. If anyone wants to know why the mood should still be really high, she was praising Roxy, who is the communications director, who I think I brought on a little bit earlier in the night. She was praising her as having run such an incredible campaign. And we're already starting to see that. Again, it doesn't feel as great as we would have liked. I think those polls kind of got the expectations really high. A win is still a win. I'm not going to allow anyone to kind of discredit that the numbers weren't as big as maybe some would have projected. But it is still the case that the Stevens camp wishes that they were the Abdul camp, and the Abdul camp is very optimistic.
Yeah, and the reality is, if he is able to defeat $60 million in combined spending,
it's so much money.
Come on, and
it's so much money. Yeah, it's so much money. Again, we're going to talk about numbers and what was the turnout with these demographics, and it's just going to be nitpicking for a couple of days. But it's a 60 million. Like, did it almost get up to 80? Like, it is a ridiculous number, and that is the only number that we should care about. And this is what always happens. And, if we were talking right now and Abdul had already won, it had already been called, and of course, they're talking about how the election benchmarks he's kind of already passed, the numbers look great. So anyone here who is fretting a little uncomfortable, a little queasy, I get it. We felt that way before. But we would have been having a different version of this conversation that was similar in what will be said tomorrow. There was always going to be the effort to discredit. There's still going to be can he beat Mike Rogers, a candidate that Abdul has already just been so aggressive in going after in the best way possible. But we would have been having some version of this conversation. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. And I think that $60 million number is so important to keep in mind as well. And the fact that the slanderous attack ads and the fake Obama endorsement ads, especially here in Detroit, have not played out in as significant as of a way as Haley would have needed is very telling.
Yeah, and I wish that President Obama had
cleared that up.
Cleared that up, and I think that but the reality is, if and when Abdul El-Sayed is the nominee, then he'll get an actual real endorsement from President Obama, because Obama will then, he doesn't endorse in primaries. It's why he didn't weigh in, but he will of course endorse whoever the winner is tonight, and then that will be a real endorsement. And I think the other thing that people have to realize is that from a former campaign girly, Abdul El-Sayed's job in the November general is a lot easier than the job she would have. She would have to figure out how not to lose Dearborn, which would be very hard for her to not lose. Like,
and all the money that propped her up would have been gone. It would have evaporated. And I cannot believe, again, I've said this again and again and again, just because I think it's the most important thing for us to state, especially looking at how the DC establishment and the Democratic establishment failed at the end of this race, because they were really just throwing anything at Abdul at the end, and they were just coming up with stuff, and then they landed on electability. Good old electability. Keep losing races in Michigan, but electability, sure. Really, really wonderful to hear that. But the fact that didn't work is just so important to remember. And on the topic of electability, the only reason that Haley was even viable to get votes is, again, the campaign that was backed up by 60 plus, maybe inching closer to $70-80 million in corporate and AIPAC money, telling lies about her and lies about her opponent. Like, how does that make you electable? And I think that's the question that we need to continue to revisit when we're talking about candidates who are propped up by the big money. How are you electable if you need that to win? Like, that is what we have to continue to go back to. Because, AIPAC would have said, big corporations would have said, DTE would have said, great, we have two candidates. Either way it goes, we're all good. We'll probably back Mike Rogers because, it'll be more fun. And Haley, fend for yourself. Try to win Dearborn. Try to put together a couple sentences in a row. Probably not going to be able to, and that would have been it. So, we really need to dispel with that narrative, just because it's so nonsensical.
Yeah. And his number, whatever it is right now, it's over 405,000 votes, is going to be purchased at a cost per vote that is
Yes.
going to be far below her cost per vote. This is another thing the campaigns really think about.
Yes.
She, at a cost per vote level, was an extremely expensive primary race to run with all that money that will now, let us just be clear, everyone, all that money is going to Mike Rogers. That those same funders ain't funding her in the general. They're going to fund him, and they're going to turn that money to defeating her, because their whole point is that they want a reliable, 100% reliable friend. And she would be like a 99% reliable friend.
Yeah.
But on the off chance she may go off script, they're never going to vote for they're not going to support a Democrat. They're going to support her. Whereas he has an easier job. He just has to improve some numbers in Detroit. And he's got an easier case to make, because he's going to be able to say to Black voters, look at what I'm offering in terms of real material benefits for your life. Where she's got to go to Dearborn and beg. And I don't see how she's going to be
She's
able
not going to be
pull
able to
that off.
do that. And she doesn't have the surrogates to do it. And she doesn't have the credibility to do it. And I'd also just bring up the fact that Abdul, for the past 5 weeks, 6 weeks, maybe more, has just consistently landed in that top 5 on Act Blue. And I think it is just going to be so incredible. Again, I kind of want to give here's a positive update. This is something to feel good about. We should be feeling good tonight. But just think with Roy Cooper and John Ossoff, and obviously James Tallarico seems to rake in money like no other, and great for them that they're crushing with their campaigns. But think of the focus that is going to be on Michigan. You know, Joy, you brought this up the other night as an investment in the progressive movement, why it is so important that we win this race. But there are going to be so many people via donations in organizing and all the attention that will be paid to Michigan who are going to learn about Abdul El-Sayed, who are going to learn about progressivism and how successful it has been and how important it is right now, why this is the way. We do have a lot to look forward to. This general election with Abdul El-Sayed is not going to be one where we're figuring out how to scrape by and drag parts of the party with us. It is going to be bringing people into the fold and teeing them up for 2028. We have a lot to look forward to, and it's why I'm so excited. And you're right. This is going to be an easier case for Abdul to make. And it's why I am talking myself into feeling as good as I did at the beginning of the night. But like, this is the thing. We can't do this. We do get into this habit of taking the wins and going, well, was it enough? Do we need to, well, should we, but how about here? You know, they already did this to us. Oh, well, you did in New York.
That's
okay,
right.
well, you did it in New York again, but you can't do it. Okay, well, you did it in Denver. Okay, well, you did it in Philly. Now we're doing it in Michigan. We eventually just have to say, no. We've done it. We will continue to do it. Take it seriously. Please. And then that's kind of part of that. That's on us to push that and relay that confidence. But it's just it's something I always have to keep in mind as well.
No, 100%. Like, everybody wants to win 60-40, but by the way, if you win 51-49, you still won. And not only that, but if he won 51-49 against $60 to $80 million against the entire Democratic establishment, all of them lining up against him, including the governor of Michigan, Big Gretch, threw her weight behind his opponent. If you beat all of them, you're a G. Like, he should actually be like strutting around with the word G painted on his forehead if he wins. And let me give you some good news. You want some good news? I'm going to give it to you right now.
Joy, please.
The margin in Wayne County, which is all I am obsessed with tonight. I'm just refreshing Wayne County over and over. I'm so mad at them. 46% of the votes in, the margin has shrunk again. He's now down 42% to 55%. What that means is the trajectory for Haley Stevens is that her vote came in early. Her voters came in early and got their votes in. The late voters are leaning in the other direction. And if it continues to go in this direction, what Steve Kornacki would tell you is that if the later voters are starting to lean more toward Abdul El-Sayed, it could mean that the late birdies, and maybe they're counting absentee. So what you could have been seeing is an artificially high margin for Haley Stevens in Wayne County earlier in the night, because the early birdie votees got counted, and the late voters, people who stayed in line, people who were in there late, people who have to work all day and had a long day at the job and are racing there to get there at the end, are his voters. So if that is the case, then that means that margin will shrink more and more and more. It's 73.9 to 56.6. It's going to get to a point where that's not enough for her to overtake him. So I think he's still looking really good, even in freaking Wayne County, which I'm super annoyed at.
Joy, I got a little bit of an inside baseball question for you, and it's got a couple of layers on it. I'm sure you saw this morning, Politico was reporting that Mallory McMorrow plans to attend, the winning event of whichever campaign is going to be successful tonight. It's going to be Abdul El-Sayed. I think there are a couple of rumors here and there that she might have already been, preparing to be at the building. I watched an interview that Politico did, Jonathan Martin, with Pete Buttigieg and when she was, talking about, his relationship with Mallory McMorrow, her role in the state, his role in the state going forward. Mallory, of course, did not endorse in this race, and that was, I don't want to kind of beat a dead horse here, but that's a little emblematic of her campaign to kind of be at the end of this, to see that the cards have to fall on one side or the other and not exactly pick one. I don't know. Maybe it was okay that she didn't want to let it play out. What do you make of kind of the, I want to play the middle of the road, still a little establishment-y, but I don't want Schumer around. We can kind of change the party. Maybe it's not going to be revolutionary change, but it's change. What do you make of that kind of that part of the Democratic Party maybe being more amenable to an Abdul al-Sayed right now? Like, do you think that is just a Mallory thing, just a this race thing, or are you starting to see that more in kind of other facets? And maybe that's something that Pete in 2028 might be more amenable to backing an AOC if his ultimate presidential campaign doesn't work out, instead of maybe a Pritzker or a Newsom or whomever else it might be.
Yeah, I call this Rahm Emanuelism, right? And you've seen Rahm Emanuel going,
like that.
right? It's like, Israel, maybe we shouldn't send you so many more bombs. We'll send you less bombs. Maybe we'll send you less lethal bombs. I mean, we're just sending you the bombs. But I'm going to talk to you.
We're still going to give you a couple bombs.
I'll give you a couple bombs, but I'm going to start to try to sound more like Mamdani, okay? It is the thing that I'm seeing Democrats do. And I talked a little bit earlier while you were hanging out at the party. We were just yapping over here, and I was talking about the Tea Party and the way they got
fun, Joy. Come on,
we gotta have some fun.
I earned a little fun.
You earned it. Look, too bad it's a dry party. I would have told you have a cocktail for me, but they're not having cocktails over there.
Joy, why do you think we had to take a break from the party? Why do you think we had to pop out for a second and then get back to the party?
Firm but fair. This is wise. This is why you were wise. That's what I would have done. Definitely have a flask. But the reality is that the way that the Tea Party got the Republicans to bend the knee, they just started beating them in primaries, and they were so scared that they all started sounding like the Tea Party. They all started mimicking the Tea Party. Then when the Tea Party became MAGA, they all started being MAGA and mimicking MAGA. What you're already seeing in what I do believe is a version of the Tea Party movement on the left is all of the establishment corporate Democrats saying affordability, trying to mimic Zoran Mamdani. They think they can use his magic words and that will make them popular like him. They know it doesn't really work that way. Rahm Emanuel is doing that. And this kind of Rahm Emanuelism, where you try to sort of mimic progressivism without doing progressivism, is a way to anesthetize the base of the party into thinking you're going to do what Mamdani's doing, but you're really not. You're just going to say Mamdani-like things. I worry about it because it's another way to disappoint the base of the party when you actually don't deliver the things. And then they'll go back to not voting and not giving a shit. And this is what the Democratic Party has done to its voters. They say the right words to sound cool and progressive, but then when it comes time, they go, we don't have 60 votes for that. Ooh, sorry, man. Our donor said we can't. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? We got to send the bombs. Democrats have to actually change, which is why this race is so important. What needs to happen is that Abdul el-Sayed beats the establishment candidate. I don't care if it's by one vote, so that it will teach the next person that is running for the United States Senate on the Democratic side, you need to not just talk progressive, you better be about it, not just talk about it. Go ahead.
It's funny that you say disappoint, which is like, if we did the word bubble, it would be like disappointed, feckless, like all these things that people think of the Democratic Party. And I think the Biden era tried to introduce kind of the part of this idea where it was like the return to normalcy, and normalcy would be something that didn't get your hopes too high or too low, not disappointed, but not necessarily moving. And that was something that, like, obviously it made sense after Trump won, people were yearning for. But when you bring up disappointment, it makes me think of, in the topic of conversation tonight, something that Abdul said in, I believe it was an interview with CBS yesterday. And when she said, your politicians should be predictable, right? Their worldview should fit nicely into what is happening in their everyday lives, how they're going to vote, how they're going to act, what they're going to say, and what they're going to respond with. And I think that is the new version of the return to normalcy. Let's create a politics that is predictable because I know what your worldview is and I know how it fits into my life. There's been this effort to, Democrats need to retake the flag. Democrats need to retake patriotism. But honestly, I think what we need to retake as a party is this ability to communicate freedom in a very tangible way.
Yeah.
The freedom to not be constantly worrying about losing your job, meaning losing your health care, being bankrupted by an ambulance. You saw the guy who walked down a mountain for 6 hours, who was impaled in his side because he's like, well, I can't fucking take a helicopter. That would be insane. We need to speak to freedom in a much more material way than the abstract concepts that we talk about, the freedom to be with people. And I think this idea of community is one that really registers as well. The first time I ever spoke to Zoran, he talked about that New York was becoming a relic for young people.
Yeah.
It was something that they couldn't engage in. It was a thing of the past. And I think so much in the Democratic Party, we've gone, well, wasn't 2012 great? Remember, 2021, remember 1995 or I don't know, Jordan was great. And the music in the 90s was really cool.
Yeah.
And, the miseducation of Lauryn Hill, let's get the R&B back. I love the R&B, but it's like, and there's this kind of fondness for a past where we cannot allow, and sorry, I'm outside, so things are a little loud,
No,
but
good.
we can't become the relic party. We have to be a party that
Yeah.
talks about tangible freedoms and a community. And if you always speak of a worldview that is about community, how am I getting you closer to getting off work and not stressing? Being
That's
able to
right.
afford another drink at the bar,
That's
being
right.
able to spend more time in a community garden. Zoran's about to plant 1 million trees in shade, sitting on a bench with people who you love. That is a tangible politics that is predictable and understandable. And it does not disappoint because
Yeah.
it can be communicated, it can be realized. And when you see it successful out in the world, and this is a problem that we have with good government, so often you do not, hey, what's going on? You do not realize that it's happening. And I
Yeah.
think that's something that we need to rethink. That's my little soapbox there. But it just, when you said that, it really made me think of that way we really need to put our worldview into our politics.
No, 100%. Let me tell you something. As somebody who lived through the 90s, and my sort of golden era was the 90s.
Was very young in the 90s.
I was very young. Look, I will tell anybody. You ask me, I'll tell you I'm 30. Fight me. I'm black don't crack. Okay, good black don't crack.
The good side of 30.
On the good side of 30. But in the 90s, the difference between the 90s and today, and the reason people are so nostalgic for it was just easier to be an American. It was just easier to be in New York. It was easy. We didn't think about rent. We didn't have 8 roommates. We had no roommates. It just was easier to be in New York because you could afford food. If your worst case scenario was McDonald's. And by the way, McDonald's was like a $7 meal, not a $14 meal like it is now, or $20 meal. Literally, you could go to the club, you could hang out, you could have a few drinks and still be able to afford to get on the subway. The subway was 75 cents. You didn't have to work. It was easy to be there. And what Mamdani's brought back is the ease of being in New York. He's saying New York doesn't have to be perfect, but it shouldn't be hard to be here.
Yes.
If you love this city, but if it's hard to be here, you leave. And that is what he's doing for New York. He's making it fun to be there again. And the thing about America, our daughter recently went to Japan and was like, Mom, they have amazing, clean, beautiful trains. You get on the train, it's not a chore. Getting on the subway is not hell. It's actually easy and cool. You walk around, there's beauty around you, beautiful gardens. It just looks good. America is like a slog. Our airports are a fucking slog. Our going to work is a slog. Gas, filling up your gas. Why in the richest country in the world, why is it so hard to be here? And the thing about the Democrats is that they keep on trying to do rhetorical change when all people want is the transaction. Make it. Clinton didn't do anything special but raise them rich people taxes and use the money to make it easier to be here. And everyone felt like you had money. You could have your check. You'd have to cash it right away. You could be chill. You were just chilling in the 90s. And we're trying to get back to an America that's easy to be here. It's hard to be here for immigrants. It's scary to be here now. It's oppressive. It's depressing. It's hard to be here. And I think that Democrats don't understand that. They think Zoran Mamdani is saying words that are magical and doing crazy things that are magical. No, he's like, it should be cheap to buy groceries. This is not revolutionary.
It fits nicely. That is the thing. And I talked to Bernie about this whenever I get the chance to interview him, which is that it always cracks me up that there are people who speak about him going on, Tim Dillon or Joe Rogan or Theo Vaughn or the places that Democrats don't usually go. And they're like, it's great that Bernie's able to go there and he's not changing and it's just Bernie and he's authentically him. And it's because it is very easy to answer questions and very easy to speak to the issues when you are predictable because you have a worldview. And, our friend Crystal Ball just had the great interview that she did with Adam Smith,
good.
a Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. And she was talking about how, there are a lot of liberal Democrats with illiberal views. And, the biggest one to me recently has been around Lindsey Graham passing, where there were so many Democrats who said, Lindsey was a warmonger. and he was in the closet, and he, you know, voted to strip you of your health care, and he was this bad person. How y'all doing? We're doing a little vlogging, yes. Good to see y'all. Sorry we're out and about, you know. Thank you. But they said you got to respect them, or you got to show respect. And this has been a thing with Mitch McConnell right now. This idea that we have to respect. And I find that to be so un-American and so illiberal. You know, we have inalienable rights. They are not afforded to us by our government, but instead our government is created to protect them. I don't have to respect an office. I don't have to respect an institution. I don't have to believe in its sanctity. It has to serve me. And it's the thing that has been exposed time and time again, that maybe these people don't hold views that fit nicely with what the American experiment is trying to achieve. Multiculturalism, the belief that we can all be together and that community is good and that lots of people in community is great and is the purpose of this. And I think that is what needs to be rooted out. That I think we need to be asking the questions and finding those who can communicate worldviews. And you're right. Zoran does that. He speaks to an ease. He speaks to a joyfulness. And that's what I'd like to see in our Democratic Party. You know, not just like, it's good to wave the flags at the convention, but like, I would like our patriotism and our love of this country to be with values that make things better for people.
That's right.
You know, the data centers are popping up and everyone hates them because they're, you know, stealing your water and polluting your air, and it's noise that gives people health problems and it eliminates the stars from the sky. And you can say all those things and they are correct, but all of those things individually also fit into this idea that we should be just spending more time together in enjoyable ways. And you can't do that if you can't sit in the back of your truck and look up at the stars.
That's right.
And if social media companies are trying to steal literally every second that you're awake and want to keep you from sleeping. They've said this publicly. Sleep is the enemy. We want to keep people awake. I'm 23 years old. I have this problem. I stay up till 4 a.m. scrolling like Donald Trump sometimes because I get a little McDonald's and I scroll too much and it's a problem. At least I'm not a fascist, so it's okay. But that is what they want to do to us. And it's like that fits nicely into a worldview where we say we are going after these things not only because they are wrong, but because they run up against the way that we want the world to be. And that is much more understandable to people, and it's much realer. I'm sorry that I'm on my soapbox here, but it's just,
please stay on it. Keep
it's just what tonight is about presenting not just, okay, you know, we've been doing 2016 for so long. Like we've been doing Hillary versus Bernie for so long. But it's good that it's all for so many people finally starting to fit into a worldview that makes sense and can reshape the party. It's just something to be excited about, I think. And again, I wanted to bring a little hope. I wanted to bring a little hope tonight. I've been stealing too much of your show. I
You're
appreciate
hopey changing.
but...
No, I love it. No, we love it. We could do the Jack Cocciarella show anytime you want because this is great. You're brilliant. No, and I love what you're saying because I think you're speaking to so much of what the Democratic Party misses. Because by the way, they don't talk to your demographic. They just tell you what to think and tell you to obey and shut the hell up.
Joy, are you saying that young white guys aren't getting enough
no
love in this?
Not enough love for the young white guys. I don't know. You
not
guys
enough love for the white guys?
You're just depressed. It's depression, dude. But I mean, your age group in general, I think they just feel like if they just say things that to them sound cool. The reason that young people your age and my kids are all Bernie, but 2 out of 3 were Bernie people.
Our age, yes.
Our age together. Right? But the reason that people y'all age like Bernie is because Bernie, like you said, isn't like answering questions the way he thinks the right politic answer is. This dude actually even looked old in 1988. Like he actually even looked exactly like that in 1988 with the white hair and everything. So he just kind of is who he is, and you either like that or you don't like that, right? And whereas these politicians today, they keep trying to mimic what they think is popular, but it isn't natural to them. Hillary Clinton trying to do a thing, and try to, I got hot sauce in my bag, and maybe she really did. I don't know if she really had.
I've heard that the hot sauce was real, but some of the other stuff.
Apparently, she did have hot sauce in her bag. And by the way, she actually probably really did have the hot sauce in her bag. But I think the reality is that politicians, like the lady who was speaking earlier, that's going to be the gubernatorial nominee, seems super nice, but she was giving a very standard political speech. It's not going to get anybody excited to vote because she was doing this. Jocelyn Benson seems like a lovely person. I've interviewed her on MSNBC, the former MSNBC, great lady, Secretary of State. She's going to win, hopefully, for governor. But I think that Democrats have lost touch with what politics is. It is not giving a nice, wholesome speech and waving the flag and saying patriotic things. It's changing lives for the better. Yeah. And a lot of politicians, the reason they can't do it or communicate it is because they're so wealthy that they don't live like normal people. They don't
Yeah.
remember what it's like to have to eat, beans and rice for dinner. They do not remember. They're around rich people all day. Their rich donors take them out to eat. It's like the reason Clarence Thomas is so fucked up, because all he does is hang around
One
with
of the
billionaires who feed.
reasons.
It's one of them. Like, he has billionaires giving him a posh lifestyle. He's not thinking like a normal person anymore. He's like,
No.
I need to keep this lifestyle, and I don't care about regular people. And I think, unfortunately, too many politicians in both parties are the same.
It's why we got to get back to the ideals. It's why we got to figure out what they are, and it's why we got to have everything aligned with them. It's also just about making it easy for people to understand. I think the best Democratic politicians are the people who make stuff really, really simple. Like,
Yes.
there's never been a question that Zoran has turned down. I remember, because I was big on Zoran from the start, because I was lucky enough to be in school in New York at the time, that I was around him and I got to interview him early, and that was one of my favorite days ever doing this job. But I remember I just felt so emphatic about him that I was so excited when he really started, and I was pushing all my friends in the press to, like, you got to have him on, you got to talk to him. I was just pushing as much as possible. And I remember John Lovett, who I really like with Crooked, he had Zoran on, and John obviously cares very, very deeply about housing issues in LA, and he was asking Zoran about his plan, and he maybe was not entirely familiar with what it was, and Zoran's like, I'm so excited that I get to talk to you about the Rent Guidelines Board, because let's outline how the mayor actually does have control, and this idea that we don't is so separated from reality. He's like, oh, this is great. But he always wanted to answer questions because he could. And I think that politicians who make things simple, who explain, and this is something that AOC does a fantastic
Excellent
job of. People are always
job.
like, oh, AOC, she's on Instagram Live, and she's, maybe, making brownies or something, or doing a roast. It's like, no. She's explaining things. It's not that she's just on Instagram and she's cool and she's a millennial, and like the roof dance that she did at BU was fun. It's like, no, she makes things simple. And I think when we can explain things in simple terms and be like, it's the data centers, it's the flock cameras, it's the billionaires, and it's the corporate money, and it's the Israel problem, and stop sending the bombs and stop bringing us into foreign wars. It's really that simple. One of my favorite moments of the past couple of weeks of this war, which is a crazy way to intro an anecdote. Wow, I'm really good at this. One of my favorite moments of the war so far.
Favorite moments of the war.
It's been a wonderful war, Joy. But it was Trump, and I don't know if it was at the NATO summit. It was one of his international visits, which always go so well, don't they?
Oh well, always.
And he was talking about Netanyahu. He was talking about the IOF. He was saying, they do this thing when, quite frankly, I'm not going to do the voice, because they do this thing where, there's a drone that comes into their territory and then they blow up a whole city in Lebanon, and it's too much. Why do you have to do that? Why do you have to respond that way? And, I've always believed that Donald Trump, and this is true, is a very dumb person. He's not analytical. He's not thoughtful. I've always said that Donald Trump is a stupid person, smart person, like a person who doesn't know a lot, thinks that Trump knows a lot. But Trump in that moment was so right about the way that Israel so disproportionately responds to everything. Not only, of course, in its genocide of the Palestinian people, but it's an invasion of southern Lebanon. But Trump, the stupid, he's not analytical. He's not thoughtful. He was so right in his description because it's not difficult to understand, right? It is an illegal occupation. It is an illegal invasion of southern Lebanon. They're trying to annex territory in violation of international law. And it is obvious that maybe a little something happens, a stone is thrown, and they drop a bomb. And even Donald Trump, who doesn't understand anything, can go, yeah, this seems pretty bad. I don't know why Netanyahu keeps doing this. It's a little out of control. And even because Trump has so many of those moments of like, this seems kind of dumb. Like one of my favorites is he was talking about Pete Buttigieg and Chasten and his husband. And he goes, Pete and his husband, they love their bikes, and they bike to work every day. And he goes, and it's a wonderful relationship. It actually seems quite lovely. Like even Trump sometimes gets it. And these are the things that are just very simple. And we should talk and explain very simply and have a worldview that is very simple. And that's how we win. Again, I'm soapboxy here, but that's how we win.
Do it. I love it. No, by the way, Donald Trump, the reason he's so honest, and I actually do think Donald Trump in a weird way is honest because he's too stupid to lie. Like Donald Trump is too stupid, and he's also got a little of the dementia. And once your dementia starts to kick in, you're not able to lie. You just say what's in the truth.
Yeah,
that's in
Sometimes
your mind.
his heart's not in the bigotry. Sometimes his heart's really not in the bigotry. He just can't sell it. It's like
his heart's always in the bigotry, I think. But there's certain people he respects. Like I think Donald Trump respects strength. I think that's why he respects Zoran Mamdani. If you stand
because
up
of the
to Trump,
strength. Yes,
he respects
so
the fact
right.
that he stands up to him, and so I think he does respect him, and also think he might be a little attracted to him. I'm just saying,
aren't we all? I gotta say, Joy. The first time I met Zoran, I told my friends after we had to spend an hour together. I said I went back to my dorm. I had a full blown existential crisis. I was like, that's the guy. I'm like, what am I doing with my life? I can't be that guy. He's handsome. He's smart. He's genuine. He got the cool rings on. I'm like, I can't be that guy.
He's got a winning smile. I don't know
Yes,
who
he
could
does.
resist it. Even Trump cannot resist it. And Donald Trump, he says the truth. He admits he's basically owned by the Israelis. The other day when he said, oh no, they're not trying to protect the ICC because of me. They're not trying to destroy the ICC because of me. They're just trying to protect Netanyahu. I was like, that's true, Donald Trump. Like every so often you get the truth because he's too stupid and dementia-ridden to lie. Let's get one more little number here. We got Wayne County frustrating the absolute living hell out of me. 48% of the votes
Slow.
Slow, but it's 52-44. We just got another dump. New dump. It is still 50-46, 479-446. I have to tell you, at a certain point, NBC News, which tends to be very, very slow about calling races, they do not like to call races early. They're still calling it too early to call. Once it flips to, oh, wait a minute. NBC has now flipped it to too close to call.
Yep, good sign.
That is a really important and really good sign. For those of you who do not understand kind of the behind the scenes Kornackiisms, too close to call is when it's getting much, much closer to a call, but they're not quite ready to commit. NBC News, which is the most conservative small c when it comes to calling races, I'm telling you, having worked there, they don't call it. Their guy is very strict about this. If they flip something from too early to call to too close to call, it's getting close to a call. It's getting closer to a call. It's 49.8% to 46.4%. At a certain point, there's not enough vote left out there. This is going to sound like Kornacki. If there's not enough vote left out there to close the gap, they will call it. I can tell you, if you look at the map of Michigan right now, there are only a handful, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I count 5, 6 counties that have no vote in, but they are tiny counties. The big counties are basically in, or at least they're over 50%. And the places where Abdul El Sayed is winning, he's generally winning with a pretty big margin. The places where Haley Stevens is winning, it's generally narrower. That doesn't necessarily mean she's going to lose, but I definitely rather be El Sayed right now than Haley Stevens. And who have you got there with the cool hair?
Joy, we got some friends and we got some, are we streaming? Are y'all live too?
Yeah, go y'all. Come on. Who are you? What you doing? What's up?
Say hi to
Did
Joy.
y'all vote? If you voted, you can talk.
She said if you voted, you can talk. Did you vote for Abdul?
Okay.
Wow,
all right.
that was clean. I don't think I could doubt. Okay.
Okay, I want to know why the brother in the red jacket,
just hold
why
it right
did he
here.
vote for Abdul? Yeah,
Wait,
tell me
one sec.
why.
We're actually gonna. But before we do, I got a question from Joy. Why'd you vote for Abdul? You sold to by who? By your parents? Shout out to your parents.
That's good enough for me.
That was fine. That was okay. We like that.
That's good enough. That's good enough.
Ours is perfect.
And wait, which parent though? Mom or dad?
Should get another question. Mom or dad tell you to vote for Abdul? Mom. Shout out to moms then.
Always. This is what I want to say. This is the power of Black women, Jack. You are now getting an inside scoop to the power of Black moms. We order our children to vote.
Famous DK on Twitch.
Famous DK on Twitch. I'm gonna follow you. All right, I'm gonna follow you. Famous DK. Okay, we're gonna follow you. We're gonna follow you. We're gonna follow you. But we're gonna follow Famous DK on Twitch because good parenting.
Oh, this is someone else.
The lady that was helping.
Oh no! See, I told you. That's good enough. All right, y'all have a good one. Y'all have a good one. All right.
Proving the power of Black moms. Who would have thought? Jack Cocciarella is
Breaking
our
news.
Black mom power correspondent on tonight, showing the power of Black moms. Yes. Look, if you see anybody else come through, talk to them.
I will. Well, I got to
All
give
right,
you
we're
a
gonna let
jolly
you go.
real
Let me
quick,
let you
actually.
get inside.
Yeah,
I'm going to give you a break. Go ahead, get inside, charge your phone. When the race is called, come back on.
It was great to talk to you, Joy. Bye.
All right, later. Bye. All right, we're going to let him go. Okay, guys, so let's keep going back to these numbers. We love Jack Cocciarella. Let's let him talk to the people. Let me refresh my screen one more time. I didn't think we were going to be here till after midnight. Big up to everybody that is still hanging out with us. Let me go through and see who's still there. What'd you say there, Jason?
I said we got a good crowd here. I thought people would have left already, you know what I mean? But if we're gonna hang out for a little bit longer, I mean, I will cut it off in a little while. But
we're going to keep going. We want to get to a call. We want to get to a call.
What does the chat say? Should we stop?
Let me
chat
go
or
through the
should we keep
Twitches. Let me
going?
do some comments. We got Abdul is still ahead. Stay positive. Says stepping out of Babylon, who is one of our favorite Twitchies. We have Josie Pie 86, who was on Twitch. I have to head to bed. I believe Abdul will have won when I wake up. Thank you so much for the great coverage. We appreciate you. Go to bed, get some sleep. Let me come over to the Substack chat and see what y'all are saying over here. Hold on, let me refresh it so I can get some of the. We've got I'm trying to refresh. We got a good little crowd over here on Substack. Francesca says, thank you, Joy and Jason, for keeping us going. It's only 9 in Arizona, says Kiara Stroop. We've got Nicole Fairless says, we're in mountain time, Joy, from Denver, just like you. Come on, Nicole Fairless from Denver. Let me come over to the YouTube chat. We've got Moody587 says, now I really can't sleep. Staying here, says Cindy BO5646. We've got Tatiana Worthy saying, thank you for doing this. Don't stop. You're helping me stay up and find and fold laundry, says Tring LB. I'm here until you go to bed. Don't stop. You're helping me stay up and fold laundry, says, I love that. Tring Galb. I think Tring Galb. Trini Galb. Oh, Trini Galb. Yes, that's my people. I love that. That's fantastic. Well, thank you all for staying with us. Let me see if I can see what's on the Facebook chat. I refreshed it. Let's see what we got here. We got Oh, wait, y'all don't be fighting over here. We got a Lemon Reader Nation shout out over from the Joy Reid show over here. And okay, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna find it. I got a I love you from Medi Leak. Thank you, Medi Leak. Appreciate that very much on and I can't see the LinkedInies. I apologize. I don't know how to do that. You have to do like 8 security checks to go on LinkedIn. So I'm gonna have to check the LinkedIn chats later. I'll go in on LinkedIn and I'll check out those chats later. But I'm gonna go back and do some more Karnacki style math. By the way, there are other elections that are going on in addition to this. I want to check in on the McKinney race. Let me go through. Oh, wait, 49.8 to 46.4. Abdul El Sayed still up. Donovan McKinney has now taken the lead over Sri Thanadar. This is with 44.5%. When I checked earlier, McKinney was actually down. Sri Thanadar versus Donovan McKinney. Donovan McKinney is now up 53.2% to 46.8%. That's one of the other races that people are paying attention to here in Michigan. Let me go through Michigan. We got Michigan ballot and Senate results. Let me do House results in Michigan. Let me go through and look at some of these House results in Michigan. It's not showing me. It's not showing me. Sorry, I'm doing multiple screens here, guys. Sorry, it's still 49.8% to 46.4% for Haley Stevens. The other race, again, being Donovan McKinney, is now up 53.2% to 46.8%. So he is ahead, but that race has still not been called either. So it's going to be tight. It's tighter than a tick, like they used to say on NBC. Tighter than a tick is what they say. And this is, again, one of the most important, if not the most important election of the night, period, I believe, is in the great state of Michigan. You will recall that Michigan was one of the races where I unfortunately did feel that if former Vice President Kamala Harris could not get Michigan in gear in terms of the Palestine question, that it would be the stopper for her campaign. And Dearborn is so important in Michigan that you really do have to win in Dearborn in order to win Michigan, and you have to win Detroit. It's those two places. You got to win Dearborn, you got to win Detroit. It's now 50 to 46. It's now a 4-point race. It's getting better for El Sayed and worse for Haley Stevens. I got to tell you, as more vote comes in Wayne County, it is not getting better for Haley Stevens in Wayne County. You will recall that when we started on the night, when it was like 2 to 3 to 4 to 5% in, Haley Stevens was winning Wayne County 63% to 34%. She had like a 60-40 plus lead in Wayne County. What we have noticed over the course of the night and now the early wee hours of the morning is that as more vote comes in, the margin gets worse for Haley Stevens. She's still ahead, but she's ahead by less percentage-wise than she was when there was a smaller percentage of voters in. What that tells me is that a lot of later voting voters, people who came in and voted late, whose votes are still being counted, and who were in line later, were more Abdul Stevens-centric voters. And because those voters were late and their votes came in late, it feels like Wayne County will become less good. Is that the right words? Am I doing this? My mama would hate it if I was doing my English language wrong. Will become less great for Haley Stevens as the night goes on. Whereas if you go over to a place like Ann Arbor, where there's very little vote in for her, there's still a lot of vote that she could still get out of Jackson County. She's ahead 53-42. I'm not seeing crushing margins for her in the places where she's ahead. 35% of the vote in Calhoun County. I'm just going west. She's up 50-45. I think she needs more than that. Kalamazoo County, you got to love a good Kalamazoo County, which is Abdul Sayed's county. He's up 64-33. So in the counties where he's ahead, it feels like his margins are wider. 45% of that vote in. It's only 13,000 votes, but every vote counts. You go a little bit over west of that to Van Buren County, 53% of that vote in. That one's closer, 48-47. They're basically splitting that vote. That's kind of a break. That kind of is a wash. If it's a wash, that's pretty much of a wash. I'm going to go back and I'm going to look at Genesee County again, because that's Flint, and I do want to see what that looks like. So let me go down here, and this is the one. I'm using multiple screens here just so you guys know. I'm looking at AP, I'm looking at New York Times, I'm looking at NBC. Maybe I'll even look at Fox at some point, but I'm just looking at kind of everything. Let me go to Genesee County, which is, of course, where Flint is. Flint is a leaning Haley Stevens. It is 42.2% of the Genesee County vote is in, but she's only up 52 to 43.5. With 42% of that vote in, it's only 14,000 votes for her to 11,800 for him. So if you basically double that plus a little bit more, she needs to widen that margin out if she's going to win and overtake his lead, because he's got a, pretty strong 4-point lead, 3 to 4 point lead that's been sort of toggling back and forth between 2 and 4% all night. It's hot. Let me just go ahead and do a little quick fan. I won't make it too loud. I'm gonna keep it away from the mic. I'm trying to look at some of these other counties. 63% of Ionia County is in. This is an example of one of these small, more, I guess, rural counties where she's winning, but it's 49-47. So it's tight. It's like she's winning. She got 63% of her vote in there, but she's going to need her margins to get wider and add up a bunch of these with really wide margins in order to really get ahead. Kalamazoo County, where he is up. Ooh, you just made that fan. Now that's a fan. Thank you very much. Abdul El Sayed is up in Kalamazoo County, 63.8 to 33%, with 52.2% of that vote in. Kalkaska County, 95% in. She won that county, but it's 47.5 to 47.2. That's not enough. He's winning Kent County with 95% of the vote in, but it's 62-34. You see what I'm saying? Do you see how this is the way that the momentum is going here? It is pro El Sayed momentum. Again, it's not a guarantee that he'll win, and anything can happen. It is an election. We just got another dump. This dump has made it 505,000 for Abdul El Sayed to 471,804 for Haley Stevens. Is Jocelyn Benson still talking? Oh, I was gonna say, if she's still talking, but they better get a hook and get her off stage.
That's a rerun. That's why I had you full screen the entire
time. Gotcha. Okay, so Oakland County, Haley Stevens won that 51-46, or winning that 95% of that vote in. Not a great margin. Macomb County, not a huge margin for him either, 53-44. You generally want those margins to be a little bit bigger than that. Mallory McMorrow, getting a pittance of vote, but if that vote was really a Haley Stevens vote, Haley Stevens might be trying to hunt down Mallory McMorrow tomorrow, because she dropped out, but she's still on the ballot and she's still getting votes. Livingston County, 94% of the votes in. It's kind of a wash, 48.9 to 47.2. it just for if you're a Haley Stevens fan, and I don't know that there are that many in this that are watching this show. People want to know Saginaw. Hold on a second. Let me look at this. I mean, you know that Dearborn. Let me look at Saginaw. Okay, Saginaw. What county is Saginaw, Michigan in? All right, I'm gonna look at Saginaw. Give me a second. Let's look at Saginaw. That is in Saginaw County. Okay, let me go and look at Saginaw County. I can do that. Hold on one second. Your wish is my command, chat. You want Saginaw County? I'm gonna give it to you. Let me scroll. Saginaw County. There it is. Saginaw County with 71.1% in. Haley Stevens winning that county so far, 55.8% to 39.4%. That's a good county for her. She's got 10,603 votes. Abdul El Sayed has 7,476. Mallory McMorrow has 909. That wouldn't make a difference either way, but it is a Haley Stevens county. The county right above that, Rocks Common County, she's winning that one 61.7 to 33.3. These are the kind of numbers that she needs, actually. There's only 44%. That's a teeny little county. She's winning Presque Isle County 66.8, 27.8. What's that? Oh, well, hold on. There we go. Samuel McQueen, HB7YB, $49.99 to the till. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. That'll cool me off right there. That makes my hot flash go away. Thank you very much. That is very kind. We truly appreciate you. Thank you very much. I think I might see. I'm not trying to add more powder. That's what I'm trying not to add more powder, fam. You know, I don't want to add more powder. So I'm just literally just dabbing and not adding more powder. I guess I could add more powder if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do it right now. Thank you, Samuel McQueen. We really appreciate that. Let's see what other counties we would like to check. I like looking at the map one. Another dump. Just got another dump. 5046 508 671 to 474 459. We are slowly creeping our way toward a result in this apparently endless Senate primary in the great state of Michigan. Apparently a slow counting state, California style, 68.7% of the vote in. NBC News still calling it too close to call. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over to Fox. Just for shits and giggles. I'm going to go over to Fox and I'm going to see what their call looks like, because, you know, again, they used to have a really good vote counting machine. They fired the good vote callers, people. So I don't know that theirs are any good at this moment, but I'm going to check anyway, because you never know. So let's see if they don't even have a live count up. That's lame. That's lame, Fox News. Where's your live count? Why don't you have a live count up? That's lame. I'm embarrassed for you. You should have it up. But I guess their voters don't actually care. So I guess they've decided to serve their voters the way they should be served. And they've decided not to have a live count on their site. I get it. It's not something that you think your voters care about. Maybe it's somewhere deeper in the website, but I don't see it. Live updates from the Associated Press. Let me go ahead and get those. Associated Press not calling it either. No one's willing to call this race as of yet, because I guess it's Wayne County. It's Wayne County is the reason why nobody wants to call this race, because there's still so much Wayne County vote out that no one wants to make a call. 51% of the votes in for Wayne County, and it is 52-44. I could use a cough drop. I love to talk, but damn. 52-44, 84,000 to 71,000 in Wayne County, 50% of the votes in. So we are halfway through the count in Wayne County. By the way, let's take a moment for just a second and big up election workers. We're here waiting on these election results to come in and complaining and being sad about how long it's taking. But the hard work of sitting in those polling places and being a poll worker is hard work. A lot of the times it is elderly people, retired people who are doing this work. And so I just think we should take a moment, and as long as it's taking, and we can complain all we want, but humans are doing this work. Humans are up with it. We're not the only people who are up. The people in these counties that are counting the vote and tabulating vote, they're up too. In a lot of cases, they are senior citizens. So rather than being upset about it and complain about it, we're just going to chill. We're going to be here. We're going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy my Spindrift iced tea. I got my water. I got my family. We got the family business going. We got the friends on. I think Juan just still on. We've got Sean. We've got Nitha. We've got your whole gang.
The whole crew is still here.
The
Hey,
commitment.
listen, we have an audience that we got to tend to right here. So let's keep on going till they call it.
Yeah, the commitment is real. We really appreciate you guys. I really appreciate our wonderful team. Our whole team is fantastic. Ron, Nitha, Wanj, Winnie, Jason, everybody, Sean. Big up to everybody. Of course, Jason. You got to big up Jason as well. Adrienne, we got to big up as well. Just bigging up our fabulous, a wonderful intern who's just one of our we love our interns. We just love our team. Our team is really great and they work really hard. So, just know that you guys are not the only ones who are up not getting sleep. And they said, do I have a mosh bar at the ready? I mean, I would, but would you guys believe I found out that there was a second mosh monster? My auntie Poppy took my last mosh bar. At first, it was a joke. I promise you. At first, she was doing it to be funny. But when she was leaving yesterday, you saw Michael, who was her nephew, who was sitting in with Jason. So my auntie Poppy was here, who came in from South Africa. And as she's leaving, she showed me the mosh bar in her bag. This is a real true story. She showed me, this is the last mosh bar I had.
I keep on telling you, it's not
Mosh,
me.
can you send me some more mosh bars with my name on them, please? Because this is not cool. She showed me the mosh bar. And because she's my auntie, was I supposed to say, give me that mosh bar back? I said, are you really taking my mosh bar? I said, you just heard the whole shtick about the mosh bar, and I don't never get what anything. And she laughed and she said, yeah, I'm taking it. She's like, I've never tried them before. They don't have these in South Africa. They told me, you're right. You did tell me put it in my bra. You did. You said put it in my bra. You said that. But I'm an A cup. Could I even get it in my bra? What am I doing? I don't have the bosom for that. I don't have the bosoms for that. I'm not a D cup. Poppy took the lemon, and it was my favorite flavor. And she knew that. Poppy took my mosh bar, y'all. Now, she can't be the mosh monster because she's normally in South Africa. So you can't blame her for eating the other ones. But she definitely ate that one and showed it to me. She boldly. She lives in South Africa, but she's from Chicago, okay? She's married to my uncle who's South African. So don't even try to say it's the Africans, because, the Africans, we take it, I took your food and don't be upset because this is something, I am your auntie, I'm taking this thing, I'm going to take this thing and go. I'm going to take it and go. That's what the Africans do. But she's not from there,
She said, I'm going to
she's
show
from
you.
Chicago.
She showed you it in her bag, so what?
Poppy, she pulled a straight Chicago gangster moment for me. Because if she was African, I could have said, oh man, African auntie. If she was truly African, she would have said, I'm going to take it because, we don't have them in, I'm just going to have it. Don't be upset. It's okay if I take this thing. I'm going to take this thing and go. No, she's from Chicago. She is married to my African uncle. So my Chicago auntie Poppy, I'm done too. You see what I go through? What is it? Chame Glam Gifts. I'm done as well. This is a true story. This isn't even an ad. I'm just telling you the truth. This lady straight up gangster style showed me the mosh bar to my face and said, I'm taking it, and left and put it in her bag and bounced with Michael. So Michael was part of it. It be your own people for real. This is the reality. I gotta lock down the mosh bars. Don K is right. Yes. Call me pancakes. What's that? I thought it was a mosh bar. For a minute, I thought maybe that Winsome was reforming and changing her evil ways. But no, it's not a mosh bar. It's just cough drops. It's not a mosh bar. Mosh bars do sponsor the show, by the way. This is Monica Harriet says, yes, mosh bars are one of our sponsors, but apparently they don't sponsor us enough to send extra mosh bars for me. They are a sponsor. They even sponsored the Joy Reid Show Live. When we did the Joy Reid Show Live, they were a sponsor of that. Mosh is very loyal. Apparently not loyal enough to send extra mosh bars for the kid. I don't get any because they get eaten. And literally, the few that I've tasted, that lemon one is so good, y'all. Ooh, Jesus, that's my favorite. but I'm gonna have to start hiding them. So Mosh, if you're listening, please send me some lemon Mosh bars. Thank you. They're brain focused snacks. Yes, they're brain. What I love about them, yes, they're brain. Oh my gosh, you said exactly what they are. Thank you. You're absolutely right. Sense 36. They are brain focused snacks that were made by Maria Shriver and Patrick Schwarzenegger because her mom had Alzheimer's, and so she wanted to do something for Alzheimer's sufferers, and she created brain boosting bars. They have citrulline in them. I'm not going to chew it. Moss needs to send more, a lot more. The Cornatster has entered the building. Jason, you want to hear what he's saying? Let's listen.
Gains there with what's left to come. And then the next biggest piece is Genesee, where again, Flint, she can make gains there. But then right after that, you got Ingham. And right after that, you got Washtenaw. Those are the biggest, right there. If I just take those 20, 45, 81, 142. Yeah. Now we're getting to like 70% of the remaining vote in the state. And then you do get into a lot of counties where there's 1,000 here, 3,200 there, 3,400 there. So, and we did just get something meaningful. What was it?
We got Marquette County.
We did.
Recent one, yeah.
I get to talk about Marquette. Wow. Marquette, home of Northern Michigan University. It is honestly, if I could take a point of personal privilege, one of my favorite
places. We can turn down. I don't want to hear about Marquette. Okay, but we appreciate you. Thank you, Court Excerpt. Now you notice he wasn't telling you nothing I ain't told you, right? So now you guys can see that what I'm telling you is backed by the Court Excerpt. It's literally just math and geography. And that is the way this works. What he does at that board is what I've been doing all night. And that is the reason that you don't lose anything by going to independent media, because we're going to still give you the exact same thing and the same math. And that is one of the really good sort of ratifications. I think what I just did is to ratify for you that you can get the same thing. And I know exactly what they do because I work there as well.
I think that was a call to action you just did. And I'm about to make one right too. It's
Please.
Like 12:30 in the morning. Whoever is up still, put in the chats where y'all watching from. And if you're watching from bed, put that in also. Let us know where y'all are still, where we're streaming to right now. And if y'all are still hanging out with us, and should we continue going on?
Yes, please do that. Let us know where you're at.
Even though we've invested so much time in this, I'm just dying to see.
No, I need to know.
I need to know too. I was like, I'm too invested.
I'm invested. Washtenaw County, 70% of the vote in, 63-34, Abdul El Sayed. I'm confused by Wayne County because before it said 50% of the vote is in. Now it's saying 49% of the vote is in. Like, is the vote receding? What the hell? Come on. Macomb County, which is another one of the bigger counties, 45% of that vote is in. Abdul is up 53-44. Oakland County, which is a very big county. Haley Stevens winning that county. A big dump just came in, 51-46. But she only won that by about 14,000 votes. And that's just not enough.
It isn't enough, but this YouTube chat is on fire, boy.
The YouTube chat is
watching. Boy.
Oh, come on. Calusa, California, Katy, Texas, Austin, Texas. Let me go over and check on the Substackies. I got to check in on my Substackies and make sure that they're okay. How are you guys? We got, hold on. Let's go. Let's see. Nicole Fairless told us, don't leave us now. Nicole Fairless said, don't go to bed now. You can't leave us now. We're in they got 2,440 people still hanging out on Substack, chilling. And so we want to make sure that we do not leave you guys behind. We are not leaving y'all. And yay to the intern, says Boone 106. Our Twitchy chat is continuing. We got Ann Arbor, Michigan. Yes, please continue, says our friend Stepping Out of Babylon. We got San Diego, California by Icy Honey 143. We got Sweet Understanding is in Los Angeles, but I'm so curious how this is going to end. Stakes are high. Me too. Me three. Absolutely. We appreciate it. Let's keep going here. So if there's a will, there's a way. We see in the Twitch chat as well. We got Bedford, Ohio coming in Substack. We've got Agnes Mayo says, yes, we'll still be here watching from Fredericksburg, Virginia. We're in this together, says Jackie 5157. Yes, we are. We got Pamela in the Substack chat in Iowa. We got Sandy Snyder, who just jumped in. We got Terry Young still hanging in West Sacramento. Grateful for your commitment. We got Studio City, California, Sassy CNEUT. I worked the overnight shift and finally enough, I'm in the head distribution
Joy,
business.
you should be happy. You got a whole bunch of insomniacs in here with you. 'Cause
We
you
are
know
not
I'm
the only
normally
ones.
in my bed at this time.
Yeah, this
You
is
know
you're way
that.
past your
I'm way
bedtime.
past my bedtime.
100%. We got
But I'm
California.
live and awake right now. Let's keep on doing it.
Amen. We got Macomb, Michigan. Oh, we got Macomb, Michigan. Give us some intel, Mrs. But this is Mrs. Owoja. Please give us some intel from Macomb, Michigan. What's going on? Can't sleep. MS Sheenon says, I can't sleep until I know who won. I agree. Please, all for one with you. Appreciate that. So we're just going to keep counting votes. Basically, the way this is going to go. Oh, another dump, another dump, another dump. Okay, this dump has made it a 37,200 point race. 537. Now Haley Stevens finally going over 500,000 votes. She is now still at 46%. So the problem is she's not closing the gap. It's now 68% of the votes in. And with 68% of the votes in, it's still 50-46. So not much is changing in the margin. Let's go back to Wayne County is now back up to 50% of the vote in. It's still 52-44. What did you say? Yeah, I can see it on screen. Yeah, 50 to 46. Now, that is Wayne County, but it looks like, yes, it's 52-44. He's seeing the same thing I'm seeing. It's 50% of the votes in. And it's, he's got 84,364 votes. And Haley Stevens has 84,364. Abdul has 71,548. So that's a difference of what? 13,000 votes or so. A 13,000 vote lead when you're down by 40,000 votes. That's the problem. That's the problem. I'm not sure, but I think the reason that the networks are still reluctant to call it, even though she doesn't appear to be really closing, is because there's a big unknown, which is what does Wayne County look like when they dump the big dump? When the big dump comes in, does that dump become more Haley Stevensy, or does that vote become more Abdul El Sayedi? That is the question. NBC News is reporting 70.6% of the votes are in. They're reporting that 454,000 votes remain. 454,000 votes remain. 70.6% of the vote is now in. Abdul El Sayed still hanging on, clinging to a 3.4% lead. So the lead is getting a bit closer, there we go. Lawrence is one. It's a tiny bit closer, but not close enough to call it. Donovan McKinney is also an uncalled race. Lawrence won, who was one of the, I think he's one of the progressive candidates that, people were rooting for. Donovan McKinney is now up 52.3 to 47.7% with 49.6% of the vote up. We've got Julian Pallette putting $9.99 in the till, saying, I've been volunteering for Abdul since last August. Very grateful for your coverage and support of Abdul. Love from Macomb County, Michigan. Thank you very much, Julian Pallette. We appreciate the $9.99 in the till as well. So we're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep thugging it out. We're just going to keep thugging it out. And by the way, 1 hour ago, Bernie Sanders has urged progressive voters to still vote Democratic if progressive candidates do not win tonight, or do not win tonight. So that is what Bernie Sanders has said. Here's the news from NBC News. Senator Bernie Sanders said in an interview tonight that he will encourage progressive voters to back Democrats on the ticket in November, even if moderates are victorious in the primaries. Asked whether he would support progressive voters who pledged to sit out the midterms if their candidates lose, Sanders said, I strongly disagree with that assertion. We have the most dangerous and unstable president in the history of this country. And I would hope not only that moderate Democrats, progressives, but a significant number of Republicans understand that this is not Ronald Reagan. This is not George W. Bush. This is an egomaniac, Sanders said, referring to Trump. I will do everything that I can to make sure that Democrats win the House and the Senate. And simultaneously, I'm doing everything I can to see the progressives win primary elections around the country. Asked whether he would support Haley Stevens if she defeats Abdul El Sayed, who Sanders has endorsed, he said he would certainly support her. He also endorsed Representative Cori Bush, who lost today to Wesley Bell, Missouri. Yeah, I mean, the reality is, again, your power's in the primary. And then once the primary is over, then it's time to suit up and vote in the general to stop the Republicans. Like, I mean, that's just a reality. But what you don't want is to have a whole bunch of worst case scenario, vote the lesser of two evils scenarios that lessens and dampens enthusiasm. So what you want is to push as hard as you possibly can in the primary to ensure that the candidate who's going to create the most enthusiasm wins. So that is the idea, is that you want to push as hard as you can. You want to be as ruthless and aggressive as you can in the primary to ensure that you get the most viable, progressive, change-making candidate who's going to wake up particularly the non-voters in November and get them off the couch to vote. And that is why you fight so hard in the primary. But in the general, you have a different calculation. Now your calculation is about the Republican or the Democrat. That's a different conversation. In that conversation, even if it's a nice Republican, you can't vote for them. In this situation we're in, we're stuck in a situation where you can't vote for even like the decent Republican. But also the Democratic Party can only blame itself if they turn people off because they try to crap on the progressive in the primary and try to stop the progressive in the primary and try to prevent them from winning in the primary, or try to replace the progressive in the primary with a conservative. And you try to sort of force moderation down your throat when people don't want it. That's the thing I'm saying, is that we're trying to train the Democratic Party to understand this is the way things are going. Even if your candidate, Wesley Bell, won that one, okay, fine, he won. But that does not mean that the trend is toward the middle. The trend is still the trend. He was able to overcome Cori Bush with all of that money he had from AIPAC and the incumbency and having the CBC and all the establishment behind him. Yeah, he was able to do that. But that does not mean that he's on the right side of the trend, let alone the right side of history. And there's still an opportunity, when he comes back up for election, to try to replace him again. He will never stop having a fight against him because of his policies and what he believes in. And people are not going to change their mind and start liking and falling in love with Wesley Bell because he won the incumbency. People will dutifully vote. People will dutifully vote for him in November to stop the Republicans. But that doesn't mean that people are embracing his moderate, pro-Israel, bomb the Palestinians policies. And if he steps one foot, and this is the other way you can enforce that, is that you need to make sure that you remind that man every day that you have expectations that he's going to do something other than send all of your money over there to bomb people. I'm trying to talk off the ledge. I am trying to talk off the ledge. Don't be on the ledge. Election night is rough. Election night's long. Thank you, Wonder Doggy. We love Wonder Doggy. But no, election night is a long, grueling experience sometimes when the votes are slow. But yeah, the reason we're doing this, the reason we're staying up, the reason it's important is that in November, we're going to face a choice between whatever this is that comes out of here and the Republican Mike Rogers. And it's very clear that you don't want Mike Rogers. It's very clear that in Maine, you don't want freaking Susan Collins' lame ass. But the best way to ensure you don't get Susan Collins is to put yourself in a position to succeed. Set yourself up for success. And I think the Maine Democrats, thank God, did that. They didn't try to replace their progressive candidate who had to drop out for some foolishness because he did some dumb crap. They ended up replacing him with another progressive. So now the progressives will fight hard for that candidate in November. That's setting yourself for success. And Democrats being rough with their party to make them do that was the right thing to do. You got to fight like a cats and dogs in the primary to get what you want so that you're set up for success in the general. Now in the general, people can feel good and excited about getting that Susan Collins the hell out of Dodge. Now vote her the hell out because you pushed and pushed and pushed to get the most progressive candidate you can get. The smart thing to do is always to try for the most progressive candidate you can get. You know that, right? Because they're the one who's most likely to get you some stuff that'll make your life easier. What what we were talking about earlier, Jack Cocciarella was absolutely right. You want somebody who's naturally progressive, meaning they want to progress. They want to create progress to make your life easier. Politics is not theater. It's supposed to be to make your life better. And you want, and the best bet to make your life better is vote for the most progressive candidate possible, the one who's going to come closest to making healthcare affordable or free, to make the closest to making the police less lethal, closest to making life more affordable, closest to getting those evil landlords in line, closest to reducing it or ending war. You want to get as close as you can. And then in the general, you can suit up, put your armor on, and vote the way you need to vote to get rid of the Republicans. That's how it works. Abdul El Sayed is still ahead. It is narrowing. It is now a less than 4% race, but you round it up, it's still a 4-point race. He's still ahead. It's getting narrower, but it's still a 40,000 point lead. I'm going on now on the NBC thing here. An estimated 452,000. How can 452,000 votes still be outstanding? This is insane. This is insane. Come on now. But again, I'm not putting that on the people who are counting the votes. God bless them. We appreciate them. We thank them. We thank them for everything they're doing. $10 in the till from the dangerous. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of the people who work hard at the polls and who are counting these votes. I know they're tired. They're probably getting more tired as night goes on. And they know the pressure is on them, know that they feel the pressure. I'm sure that they feel the pressure as well. And so we don't want to put more pressure on them by bitching about it. It takes time to count votes. We are a big country full of a lot of humans, and this was over 1 million voters. So over 1 million votes have to get counted tonight, and humans are doing that. They said, why is Mallory McMorrow on the ballot? So Mallory McMorrow dropped out of the race too late to take her name off the ballot. If you drop out after a certain point, they've already printed the ballots, and they're not going to reprint them because you dropped out. So what happens is if your name is on the ballot, a lot of your diehard supporters either don't know you dropped out or still like you and vote for you, or it's some sort of a protest vote against the other two candidates. So Mallory McMorrow did in fact drop out. She did not endorse either way, which probably reduces her power going forward just as a politician. She said she will endorse either one who wins. But to me, the power move would have been to endorse. And then if that person wins, you feel like a little bit of a kingmaker, and you feel like I'm bequeathing my votes to you. So you can think about my 43,000 votes as being with you. Like that's what she probably should have done, but she didn't. So she just kind of, and Mallory McMorrow is a good politician. Like there's a lot she's done on abortion rights and stuff. I booked her. I've had her on my show on MSNBC. She was great. Muskegon County doesn't have a single vote in yet, and their population is 180,000. Says Liberal Jess, $9.99 in the till. You've just sent me into a wormhole, Liberal Jess. Here I go to Muskegon County. Let me run on down to Muskegon County and take a look at it. Let's go down to the M's. Muskegon County. Muskegon County. Let's go through. Muskegon County, you're absolutely right. 0 votes in. Does anybody know what the politics are like in Muskegon County? Somebody let me know. What are the politics like in Muskegon County? Is it rural? What is happening? Oakland County, 92.5% in. Haley Stevens is going to win that, but not by enough. 126,386 to 112,121. So that's about a 14,000 vote win with 92.5%. So the balance of that isn't going to change anything. Muskegon County could end up being actually pretty important. Let's see. Let me see. What county is Dearborn? Dearborn, Michigan. I want to check that county. That county is, Wayne County. Dearborn, Michigan is in Wayne County. So let's go ahead and take a look. We're assuming Wayne County is a big county for Abdul El Sayed. Do we get another dump? Let me go to VW Wayne. So, oh no. Dearborn is in Wayne County. Are we sure about that? Dearborn, Michigan is located in Wayne County. There's also a Dearborn County. Dearborn. Oh, well, they're saying Dearborn, Michigan, suburb of Detroit. Yeah, it's in Wayne County. So Wayne County, interestingly enough, is Haley Stevens. She is up 89,298 to 76,494. Let me look at what the demographics are in Wayne County, because Wayne County is a home to a lot of Arab Americans. Let me look at the demographics of Wayne County. But I think also because Wayne County has Detroit. So let's see here. It is 48% white, 36% black, 4% Asian. Wayne County, Michigan.
That's a high black turnout number. There should be more.
It's got a lot of Wayne County's Detroit, but it's saying it's also Dearborn, which is weird for me. Apparently it's also Dearborn. Looking here, race and ethnicity. So it is 36% black. Okay, what percentage? Okay, let me just hear Wayne County is Detroit. What percentage of Wayne County, Michigan is Muslim? Wayne County, Michigan is okay. So the Muslim community and the big Dearborn thing it's about 10% of Wayne County. That's probably why it's not dispositive. I will tell you that if somehow or other Haley Stevens pulls this off, it is going to be, I would argue, because of that very dishonest ad that made it appear that Barack Obama endorsed her. It is just, there's just no way around it, because there's no real constituency for bombing Palestinians among the Democratic base. And for African Americans, it is very compelling to say that President Obama likes one candidate over the other. If she's able to pull this off, it will be because of that. David B459, thank you for the $5 in the till. Every penny counts. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. If she wins, and I think this will harm her in the general. Now, what will happen is she will get the endorsement of Barack Obama if she's the nominee. Whoever the winner of this primary is will actually get the endorsement of Barack Obama. But that's going to linger as an issue. It's not like people are going to forget that on her behalf, a super PAC lied and said she had Barack Obama's endorsement and used that to, in a sense, fool Black people into voting for the AIPAC candidate. That is some nasty work. And that was the AIPAC clone organization, UDP, the United Democracy Project, that did that. It was a dishonest ad, a very dishonest ad, in the same way that Wesley Bell was deeply dishonest in his campaign against Cori Bush. He lied and made it appear that Cori Bush did not support Kamala Harris when Cori Bush endorsed Kamala Harris before he did. Cori Bush endorsed Kamala Harris for president the day Kamala Harris became the nominee. He said we have to wait and see. Then he endorsed her later. So I think Haley Stevens is going to, if she somehow pulls this off, which I can't see how she does it math-wise, it doesn't feel like she can, but if she does, she will have that baggage. Even though she will get genuinely the endorsement of Barack Obama, some people, including myself, are not going to forget that she benefited from an outright bold-faced lie and used that lie, as well as some really nasty smears against Abdul El Sayed. And I think there will be a lingering challenge. Even if it's 10% of the vote in Wayne County is Dearborn, that 10% ain't gonna vote for no Haley Stevens. And so she's gonna have a problem. She's gonna have to make amends to communities who she's dissed. She sees Israel in her dreams. She might see losing in her dreams if she doesn't make amends for that lie. That lie is some nasty work, to lie about Barack Obama and to say Barack Obama endorsed you when he didn't. That's nasty. That's dirty. That's some dirty work, as Lisa Robinson is saying in the chat, in the YouTube chat. That's dirty work.
That was so sad. People who voted early on that assumption is
yeah,
be pissed off during the general election. They won't vote for her.
There are people who literally voted on that basis. By 1 a.m., Abdul El Sayed, we're getting this breaking news in from the great Winsome. Abdul El Sayed will address supporters by 1 a.m. That is from Politico. The race is yet to be called. Thank you very much. But we'll go to that once that happens. You can see Haley Stevens is about to address supporters. Let's listen to that. That should be a hoot. Somebody said we don't care. Let's silence it. Let's silence it.
I agree.
Literally, the chat has shut me down. Jackie said we don't. Messy. The chat said we don't care.
I agree 100%.
I've been
Jackie.
overruled by the chat.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been overruled. Oh my goodness, people
Her
are mad.
voice would definitely put me to sleep right now. You would get no controls from me.
Don't you know? She kind of sounds like Sarah Palin a little bit. She gives a teeny tiny bit of Sarah Palin. Just to tell you. They said don't care. Ooh, let me go ahead. I was rebuked by the chat. Come on now, chat. The chat be keeping you honest now. The chat tells you you don't want to do that, so I'm not going to do it. We're not going to do it. We appreciate the chat as always, keeping us honest. The Substack chat, she's gross. It spells for posable camera. People are not. I don't care. Do you? Ooh, Valerie. This feels like the work of Elon Musk, says Cheryl D in the Substack chat. Lots of, we don't want to hear from her, says Lalisa. Well done. All the chats are united. It's literally a united insurgency in the group chats. And so they have said, absolutely not. We're not listening to that. No. Stepping out of Babylon in Twitch reminds us that Ossoff won his seat by hope. And by the way, I'll also remind you that Barack Carolina, 14,000 votes in the year 2000. It's not something that people talked about as some tragic win. He won by North Carolina. A win is a win is a win. Ooh, are we now glitching? Oh, I have to try to dab my face. Oh Lord, I'm sweating. Barack Obama won North Carolina by 14,000 votes, and it was considered a miraculous, incredible win. He then lost North Carolina in 2012 by 90,000 votes, which was considered an incredibly narrow loss. So if Abdul El-Sayed wins by 40,000 votes, that is a larger win than either Ossoff or in Georgia, or Warnock in Georgia, or Barack Obama in 2008, North Carolina. A win is a win. All that has to happen is he has to win. He doesn't have to win by 1 million votes. He doesn't have to win by 100,000 votes. He could win by 1 vote. It's still an incredible feat to topple $60+ million in concentrated corporate spending between AIPAC, the utility company, all the big business, big money that has been flung at Abdul El-Sayed. If he can overcome that, the smear campaigns, the lies about Obama endorsing his opponent, which he didn't, all of that, if he manages to pull this off, this will be one of the biggest political upsets in modern political history. It will be one of the biggest upsets in modern political history. It was foolery. It's foolery. It's some Julio Iglesias stuff, what they were doing with those ads, just lies. Let me go back and look at Wayne County's slow roll toward counting these votes. But we appreciate the poll workers who are doing the work. Oh, another dump. Oh, a big dump, guys. That was a pretty big dump. That takes it down to 49-47. It is now a 2-point race. That had to be from Wayne County. Let me go and look here. Yes, that was Wayne County. We now have 61% of Wayne County in. 61% of Wayne County. Again, by the way, while I'm doing this is how Donald Trump convinced his voters that the election was stolen in 2020, right? You know that it's called the Red Mirage. The Red Mirage is what happens is there are 3 types of ways people vote. People vote same day, people vote early, and people vote absentee, all 3. I need to look up here. As a matter of fact, let me do like a research request to ask Winsome. Can you look up and find out, does Michigan count their absentee ballots before the election?
Do you need to take a quick break?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
I'm good. I used to do 4 hours of radio.
Yeah, I know, but if you need to, no problem. I'm sure they'll wait.
I'm good.
Okay.
I just want my little research request. I just want to know, does Michigan, I can just Google it. Does Michigan count absentee ballots before election day? And the reason I ask that question is because there are 3 types of So here it is. Absentee ballots are available and distributed beginning a whole 40 days before the election. 40 days. All registered voters in Michigan have the right to vote by mail using an absentee ballot delivered to their home. Voters are also can also request an absentee ballot directly from their local clerk's office. Absentee ballots are available beginning 40 days prior to every election. That's a lot of absentee voting time. Michigan voters can now join the permanent absentee ballot list by checking a box, yada, 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 yada. But I still need to know, do they count them all? So they have 40 full days of absentee voting, and then they have an early vote period as well. So this is MichiganAdvance.com. You can see there, that must be the Haley Stevens party. Michigan counts its ballots as fast or faster than a lot of other swing states. And the state has done a lot in recent years to count even faster. For instance, by allowing people to vote early in person and letting election officials process ballots before Election Day. Slowdowns in reporting election results can give rise to unfounded speculation, yada, 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 yada. So they do start counting the ballots in advance. So then that means, now that I know that they start counting them before, then what you were seeing in the vote count in the first hour that we were doing this were the pre-counted ballots that they were probably pre-counting the ballots before, or they're pre-counting them now. I mean, they're pre-counted. So the absentee ballots that came in before Election Day, they dump all of those usually in one dump, and that number pops into your data, and you get those big dumps, and then you have to start counting the votes that happened today. So the early votes get counted, and Florida is great at this. Florida, weirdly enough, counts. They're very efficient. If you vote early, those things are all counted by Election Day. So you get one big giant number that shows you all the absentee and all the early vote on Election Day. And then all they have to do is count Election Day. Just count Election Day only. Ballots are counted, being processed, although no numbers run, and that's what happens. So they count ballots before the Election Day happens if they came in early or absentee, but they don't show any numbers until the polls close. The minutes the polls close, now that you get that first big dump of all the absentee ballots and the early vote, those pop in. And so now what you're seeing is a lot of same day vote that we're now having to look at. It says here, Michigan allows election officials to pre-process absentee ballots, basically do everything needed to verify them and prepare them for counting before election night. Officials can verify that the signature on the ballot envelope matches what's on file, open the envelope, verify they have the correct ballot, and then put the ballot into a tabulator where it will immediately be counted. The key is that they can't actually hit the button to tabulate until after polls close. That's important. So all those absentee ballots that came in prior to the election were sitting in a pile in front of the election workers. They opened them. They had to verify the signature. They have to verify it's accurate. Then they take it out and they put it in a ballot and they hit the button, but they cannot hit that button until polls close. Michigan has 2 time zones. So there are some people who closed at 8 and some people who closed at 9. And I think they kept some ballots open later until really almost 10. So what happened is we're basically seeing the process of everything only being able to be tabulated today, even though they started to pre-process them before. So that's part of, it's just a lot of people voted. You're talking about more than 1 million votes. And so think about having to open 1 million envelopes, take them out, verify the signatures, do all the other little processing stuff, put it in the tabulator and hit the button, and do that 1 million times. And we don't know how many people are doing it. It's probably not a lot. Abdul is speaking. Okay, let's go. Let's hear Abdul.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, y'all. Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? All right, y'all. Look, I wish I could tell you that I was declaring victory right about now. Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan. It's a big state. But I will tell you this. I want you just to reflect on what that means. Right now, we are on track to vastly outvote the historical numbers that we should have expected. And that tells you about the kind of movement that we were able to inspire. A movement that kicked off 15 months ago, traveling this state up and down, spending time in churches in Detroit and living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in Escanaba, backyards in Grand Rapids, sometimes in rooms of 2 or 3, sometimes in rooms of 2 or 3,000. And across that movement that we built, there was an inspiration in the idea that we could take our government back. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, instead of government of the corporations, by the special interests, and for the billionaires. And because you had the audacity to believe in that, you know that the billionaires, the corporations, and the special interests, they weren't going to give up lightly. We all knew they were going to spend their money. We didn't know they were going to spend $70 million of their money. We didn't know that they were going to outspend us $11 to $1. And yet we're still standing. They want to tell us that here in Michigan, we're a purple state. That somehow everybody walks around wondering, I wonder where I stand on a left-right spectrum. When really, up and down the state, what you hear is, I wonder how I can afford my rent. I wonder how I can afford my groceries. I don't know what will happen if I get sick because I can't afford my deductible. We are not a purple state. We are a state in need of a movement to take our politics back. And despite their spending, despite their lies told in ad after ad after ad after ad on TV, we're walking into the rest of this evening with a 3-point lead. And so as folks ask, if and when we win this race, how are you going to beat Mike Rogers and their money? I want you to remind them that if we come through this, when we come through this, inshallah, that we'll have taken $70 million on the chin and kept fighting back. But I also want to speak to this moment. We've got 13 weeks to defeat Mike Rogers. And however we might feel about the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the corporatism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate. And I'm going to ask, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to ask all of us, as we think about where we go from here, always magnanimity in victory. So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, no. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight. And so, Mike, and I know you're listening, Mike, we are coming for you. I just gotta tell you, I was in med school while Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy who's never seen a check from a pharmaceutical lobbyist he didn't want to cash. He sent our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, smells like a duck. How am I supposed to know it's a goose? So look, forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them to raise our prescription drug prices. I just thought that you just got in the business. After all, you haven't really explained how you made $14 million golfing in Florida. Unless it was trading on all the government relationships you built when you were in Congress. So I don't know, maybe 14 million wasn't enough. You got to come back, get some more relationships and trade on them too. This is a guy who has never seen a check from a corporation he did not want to corrupt himself with. And here's the thing about it. He can't decide which era of Republican he wants to be from. On the one hand, he was from the neocon era that had us fighting unnecessary wars in Iraq, swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump, then went to Mar-a-Lago when he decided to run for Senate the first time, and licked all the boots until he finally got that Trump endorsement. So he's both the worst of the neocon era and the worst of the MAGA era. And I just think that's the worst of all. Because at least you should know who you are. But I promise you, Mike, by the time we are done with you, all of Michigan is going to know who you are. You are a corporate sellout who's not a pharma lobbyist, but really, really might want to be one someday, who voted to raise our prescription drug prices, who supported wars we don't need to fight, who tried to shut down our bridges, who wants to stand in the way of our unions, who should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So friends, we're going to have to wait a little longer to see the outcome of this race. But as I look in front of me, I already see the outcome of this campaign. A community of people who came together around a set of ideals built on the foundation of what this government was supposed to be in the first place. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And as I think about where we sit in the long arc of our history, it's hard not to reflect on the fact that we just commemorated 250 years. And we all know those 250 years weren't perfect. We all know that a lot of that history was built on a set of foundational errors. And at the same time, I can't help but appreciate the fact that I know what America gave me. America is an incredible place. I used to live the contrapositive of the life I was supposed to live when I spent summers in Egypt. across 15 hours and 10 years difference in life expectancy. But for the accident of being born here, I got the opportunity to get vaccinated against diseases that killed 2 of my aunts and uncles I otherwise never met. I got to go to amazing public schools. I got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by the NIH. And at the same time, growing up just 15 minutes away from me, children whose families had been here far longer than mine, who never got those same opportunities. America can do glorious things, but to love America isn't just to dress up in some colors and pretend that everything's fine. To love America is to will America to do the hard work of being better. If you love America, you want America to be America for all of her kids. And as I think about those past 250 years, those errors, slavery, Jim Crow, the fact that this country was built without giving women equal access to citizenship for years, continued discrimination against people. The thing our country has always done better than anyone else is that we've been able to look those failures in the eye and correct them. It's not because we ignore our challenges. The greatness of America is the ability to see those challenges and fix them. And 250 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement. We live in an era of historical inequality, in an era where union participation is near an all-time low, but the number of billionaires has never been higher. An era where schools continue to carry the consequences of historical segregation. An era where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are. We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250. And to do that, it's going to mean movements like this one, of the people, by the people, and for the people, with a distinct purpose of taking on the challenges that we face. Those movements have never been more important than they are right now. I look in front of me and I see all kinds of colors, all kinds of stories coming together around the idea that we can have nice things, we just can't do it alone. That to have them, we're going to need to reach across the divides they tell us we can't breach. Divides of race, of faith, of geography, of sexual orientation, gender identity, to build together what we want to hand off to our kids and our grandkids. And for the past 15 months, I've had the privilege of being a part of that movement with all of you. And so as we continue forward, for the next 13 weeks, I am asking you to put your shoulder in the work to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers, we defeat and send a blow to Trumpism, and we do the work of building that next 250 years that all of us deserve, because at some point, whether you know them or you don't, the future will ask you, what did you do in this moment? For me, it looks like 2 little girls, ethnically half Indian like their mom, ethnically half Egyptian like me, 100% American. And I want to tell them, when they ask, that I got to work with so many incredible people who believed in the best of America so that we could hand it off to them and all of their kids and grandkids. Ask yourself what we could be if we treated all our kids like they were all our kids. Ask yourself what it would mean when it comes to where we spend our tax dollars, about the schools we build, the healthcare we provide, the opportunities we would want. And for the next 13 weeks and the next 6 years after that, I'm asking you to join me in helping to build that America. So with that, we should know who the victor will be tomorrow. And the work starts anew. And so for one last time for this primary, money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let's go win. Thank you so much.
That is Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. No results left in the primary, but giving a fantastic speech, Waj. You know, I was saying earlier that there are a few sort of rare political talents that we get to see in covering politics in our lifetime, who have the charisma, who have the capacity to move a crowd. A speech can be a very boring thing unless it's John F. Kennedy, Barack Obama, John Ossoff, Raphael Warnock, obviously the mayor, Mamdani, Zorhan Mamdani. And I would add this guy. I mean, he really does have star power. Your thoughts? You're muted.
The fact that he's leading right now by it's about 2 points, it dips to 1.8, goes to 2.1. We got 81% of the votes in. Wayne County, she needed to win it by double digits. It seems like she's going to win it by +8 or +7. The fact that, folks, I just want you to sit with this. $60 million were spent against Abdul El-Sayed. $60 million. The entire Democratic establishment rolled up Haley Stevens' sleeves. It was an ugly, bigoted, Islamophobic campaign. Let's not mince words, folks. This man should have no chance, right? And I know how people are like moving the goalposts just because, the last couple of days, especially it was like the last 2 or 3 days, people were expecting him to win by double digits. That's only the last 2 days. Go look at his chances in April. And he was supposed to be like moderates and real Americans and Rust Belt America. There's no way he can win. If he holds on to these numbers, let's see, it'll be close, but he should maybe pull it out by 2 points. That's a win. That means he's electable. That means he won the primary. Now people say, if you're looking on Twitter, people are losing their minds. I don't know. I'm pretty calm. There's like, what does it say about Francesca Hong? I'm like, Mamdani, a DSA, won the mayor's race by about 8 points. Darlisa Chevalier won by 3 to 4 points. Dr. Adam Hamawi won comfortably. You saw Valdez win, Lander won. You saw Melat Kiros win. So if he wins, they're like, it's impossible. See, he's not going to beat Rogers. Haley Stevens has to beat him first, number one. Number two, if she can't even beat him, and it seems like she won't, let's see, but it seems like she won't, then how can she beat Rogers? And if her entire campaign is astroturfed with $60 million, and he still pulls it out with a progressive populist campaign with the name Abdul El-Sayed as a practicing Muslim, then, folks, if he wins, what's going to happen is the following. My prediction, I want your take on this, Joy, because I was talking to a few people about this. A lot of black voters are the base of the Democratic Party. So Clyburn comes, they listen to the base. The base says, vote for Haley Stevens. They say, sure. There was also misinformation. You saw that ad that said Obama endorsed Stevens, even though he didn't. So he has to win over those black voters. Once he, inshallah, becomes the nominee, if he does, and it seems like he'll probably pull it off barely, but probably by 2 points. What do I expect? I expect consolidation. I go back to 2008 primary. I go back to a bruising primary between Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, where he barely went out in the end. A lot of racism, ugliness, viciousness. What happened? They consolidated. They just whooped McCain. And then he turned around and said, hey, Clinton, you want to be my Secretary of State? And voila. McMorrow's got about 4 points, right? So a lot of the McMorrow voters are going to consolidate. You're going to get Obama probably come in and say, hey, back blue no matter who. You're going to get, Neera Tanden probably after she's had like 3 heart attacks come in and say, all right, fine. Let's root for Abdul El-Sayed. But Mike Rogers is not an attractive candidate. Donald Trump is down negative double digits. His approval is at 32 to 34, folks. He's negative double digits on inflation, negative double digits on the war. Things are going to get worse, Joy, in this country before they get better. So if they consolidate and you win over these black voters, which I think he will, you have 3 months, win them over, take away all the disinformation, misinformation, get Clyburn, Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, a few other people. I think, yes, he can win. He will be electable. And if he beats Stevens, again, folks, he got outspent 10 to 1. You tell me, Joy, what you're seeing.
And by the way, in addition, I'm 100% with you on that, Waj. And also, no one's saying the flip side. If Haley Stevens struggle buses her way to a victory over somebody who was hit with $60+ million in negative ads, if she struggle buses and barely beats somebody who was called a communist, a terrorist, whose name is Abdul El Sayed, who finishes his sentence with Inshallah, who people are terrified he's going to create Sharia law. If she literally can't walk all over him, she should be beating him by 10 points.
Exactly.
It's the reverse of what see, this is why you have to not let mainstream media gaslight you. Let us be clear, she's the favorite. I just
That's
want
right.
you to be very clear. And I'm saying this as a campaign girly who worked on 2 national campaigns. I'm telling you, she's the favorite because she had all the money, the establishment support. She's effectively an incumbent because she's a sitting U.S. Congresswoman,
That's
which
right.
means everyone in the D trip is going to be for her. All other incumbent members of elected officials are going to be for her. She had Big Gretch with her, who's one of the most popular governors in the country, came out and went 100% in her favor. Not supposed to be weighing in primaries. She wholly 100% did. And you're talking about if you barely beat this guy who's being mocked as a communist, insane Muslim takeover, going to take over the country and dip in industry. If you barely creak out a victory that you were down all night, if she's able to overtake him, it would literally be in the last 400,000 votes of a 1.5 million vote race.
Yeah,
This is insane. It's the reverse. She's the favorite. If she loses, it's a tsunami. If he wins by 1 vote, it's a literal political earthquake. That is the way everyone should be speaking about this race tomorrow. She's the favorite. If he wins, it's a tsunami, the end.
Yeah, but you're seeing it on Twitter because, folks, I'm a masochist. I'm on Twitter, so you're not. And if you're watching the establishment media, especially on CNN and others, the goalposts that are moving are remarkable. It's only these polls that came out in the last 2 days that had them up double digits, right? But I have a memory, and so do you. And we have the receipts. Unelectable. Can't win. They won't like him. There's no way. Rust Belt. Too progressive. Too radical. Too left. All right. Right now, I'm looking at it. You're looking at 81% of the votes are in. 1.2 million votes. He's up by 1.8. She has to win about 55% of the remaining votes.
Yeah.
Could she do it? Maybe. But someone was saying Wayne County, if she won by double digits, that would give her the edge. She's at +8 in Wayne County. They're saying right now in New York Times that she might win it by +7. So I don't know. I mean, again, we'll see. But I don't think she has enough votes to take it. She might. Let's see. But if she wins, it's going to be a nail biter. And going back to your point, going back to your point, where is this big centrist, moderate, milquetoast, quizzling base, right? And furthermore, if she wins, I am worried about Michigan based on what we said earlier tonight, because it's an astroturfed campaign with the tune of $60 million, majority of it coming from, now you have, they're more and more, it's still 1.8.
It's 1.8.
Yeah, you have 82%, it's still 1.8. And New York Times has the estimate of him winning by 2.3. Again, I wouldn't be surprised by that, a 1.5 to 2.5. But if you have an astroturf campaign to the tune of $60 million, about 40 million of it coming from AIPAC, with a lot of it funded by right-wing billionaires, I ask you, who will AIPAC support? Stevens or Rogers? Who will they support, folks? So where is this grassroots support for Stevens? Now, look, if Stevens wins a nail-biter, I'll hold my nose and say, all right, vote blue no matter who, I guess. But this, the fact that, look at the goalposts that have moved. Mamdani won. He won. You saw the 3 wins in New York. You saw Melat Kiros. You saw this other win that just happened, the progressive candidate won in Michigan's 7th district, right? He won by what? How much did Lawrence win by? Let me get that number up. He won by double digits, straight up progressive. He won by 13 points. And in the other race, which I think is the 10th district, right?
Yeah, it's still being, it's too
still
early to call.
Too early to call, but he's in there. Donovan McKinney is up 3.
Donovan McKinney is up.
He's up 3. So it shatters these narratives. But I just want you all to see the spin that's happening right now. And now they're putting the onus on us. You said he was going to win by double digits. Ha, ha, ha. And I'm like, y'all told me that there's no base for progressive politics and a man like Abdul El-Sayed isn't electable. If he wins even by a half a point, I don't care. He won. He's electable.
And by the way, the last time the establishment told us that a candidate who they said was Muslim, in this case he was not, was unelectable, was Barack Hussein Obama. And Barack Hussein Obama won the great state of North Carolina by 14,000 votes, which is likely a smaller margin than what Abdul El-Sayed is going to wind up with. He won by 14,000 votes. It was an earthquake because he wasn't supposed to win at all. This is a black man winning a southern state in the 21st century, even though it had become a much more conservative. He won North Carolina, and then when he lost North Carolina 4 years later, he only lost by 90,000 votes. So again, it was incredibly narrow. And I just want to give you guys some numbers because, Waj and I like receipts. We're receipts people. We're the people who probably kept our receipts. We went to the store and stuffed them in an envelope and kept them. Here are my receipts for tonight. The Michigan Senate primary has attracted a really relative for a primary turnout. 1.214 million ballots were received in one way or another, either early vote, absentee vote, or same day. But let me explain to you why this is taking so long. Because as we were explaining before you came back on, Waj, they're allowed to pre-process ballots, but they can't hit the button, put the machine, they have to take it out, process it, verify the signature, then stick it in the thing and hit the button. They couldn't start doing that till the polls closed. So until 9 p.m., till the central county polls closed, they couldn't even start that. So out of that, they had to process 138,680 early votes that were cast at early vote sites, but 1,075,571 absentee ballots. This was a largely absentee ballot race. And the process of getting an absentee ballot counted we just read through it. You have to open it, verify the signature. You have to go through an entire, they had to do that with over 1 million, nearly 1.1 million votes vote absentee. Then they can process the votes from today. Only 287,793 votes are left when I did the quickie math of 1.2 million minus 1.075 million. Meaning that those votes probably came in fairly quickly, but they're still dragging through the absentee ballots. This is what happened with the Red Mirage in 2000, but in a similar way. The votes that were cast that day were mainly Trump votes. The Trump votes came in early because those people voted same day, and then states that processed their early votes dumped those in. But then this process of counting the absentee ballots had to happen, and it was slow, and it reversed the outcome. The outcome looked Trumpy. That's called the Red Mirage, where it looks very Trumpy because it's same day, but then the absentee, you haven't taken into account early. Here's what I am worried about. Wow, this is the one thing I am actually worried about.
Yes.
People in that 1 million that voted absentee likely voted misbelieving that Barack Obama endorsed Haley Stevens.
Yep.
These are people who probably already heard Obama voted and said, okay, I can make my decision. Boom, I'm going to vote for her. And already did it. By the time they got the truth, they'd already been locked in and already sent their vote in, or they voted early. So what we're seeing is the smallest number of people are the people who waited to the end when they could be fully knowledgeable about him and about her and about the lies that were being told. So it is concerning. The reason she's probably this close is because she probably has a lot of ill-gotten votes from African Americans.
There you go.
That thought that they were voting for the Obama candidate.
Absolutely. I'm talking to some person who was on the ground, and he's just messaging me. You can hear the blips on the WhatsApp. And he said what his takeaway was when he went specifically, he said, I want to go to black voters. And they got a lot of this misinformation. When he spent 10, 15 minutes talking to black voters, he was able to convince them what Abdul Sayed actually stands for. He said he had to go through a barrage of BS that was a result of this Stevens and AIPAC money that, like you said, he's crazy, he's this, he's that. And Obama, supported Stevens. And I think that shrinking number, and if it gets really close, it will probably come to the ruler whites, which I'm not shocked by, but a lot of the traditional base that we've talked about, and you talked about last time you had me on, I think it was last week, you're talking talking about the older black voters, and this is not a pejorative, but this is just an understanding of this is not me knocking those voters, that's the base of the Democratic Party. So
Yeah,
they will vote. Democrat Party says vote for this guy. They're like, we're going to vote for Democrats. Then the entire establishment went in. Whitmer went in. Clyburn, that's why he was sent. AIPAC money, AIPAC ads. That's why it's so close. Now, if he pulls it off, though, Joy, this is what I say. It'll probably be closer than people think. However, the reason why I'm not a doomsday sayer is if he becomes the candidate, and if he even wins by a half a point, 0.3 of a point, I don't care. Suppose he wins. Now you have 3 months to win over those voters. He is the Democratic nominee. You're going to see the Democratic establishment. You said vote blue no matter who. All right, back it up. If you truly believe vote blue no matter, you better back up Abdul Sayed, because this is a Senate seat that could control the Senate and control the future of the Supreme Court, right?
Yep.
And you better get behind this Muslim Arab progressive candidate. And that's where I believe 3 months. Look, in 4 months, Joy, majority of Americans have become radicalized against AI data centers. 4 months. So you tell me in 3 months, if he wins, you better believe that a lot of those black voters and a lot of those traditional Democratic voters are like, all right, my candidate Stevens didn't win, my candidate McMurrow didn't win, I got to defeat Republicans, I'm going to vote for the Democrat. And this is where Obama has to come out, from his vacation and like making money from Netflix and be like, I like Abdul Sayed. He's a good Muslim. He's a good man. He's a good Michigander, right? And I believe that once you consolidate and come together like Voltron, then especially with these numbers that we have with Donald Trump with 32 to 34 approval rating, with the economy not getting better, even if he ends the Iran war, gas prices are going to stay high till 2027. Epstein scandal, all these scandals, the Capital One scandal that no one talks about. Can you imagine if Joe Biden's accounts were shut down by Capital One because their anti-money laundering unit said, there might be some money laundering. This is why I think you get them all together. Abdul Sayed, in his speech, he didn't knock Haley Stevens or McMurrow. He went and attacked Rogers. I thought was very smart. And then if he wins tomorrow, which inshallah he might win. I think, look, I don't know if she has enough votes. We'll see. Maybe she pulls off a massive wave and she barely wins. But again, for the sake of that Senate seat, I think if Stevens does win, it doesn't bode well for Democrats for all the reasons we mentioned. He comes out tomorrow. He says, I appreciate Haley Stevens, her service to Michigan. We had our disagreements, but that's the primary. I welcome Haley Stevens supporters. Mallory McMurrow, you're an ally. You've done fantastic work. I welcome your support. Guys, we're Michiganders. We got to rally. We got to get money out of corporations and money into your pockets. Let's take on Mike Rogers and MAGA. You consolidate them. You tell me, because you have a better pulse on black voters in Michigan. I think then the black voters who were on the fence and misled by this campaign will be like, all right, sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I'm looking at Detroit, and she's just solidly winning Detroit and most of the Detroit suburbs. He's stronger in Ann Arbor and going some Western Michigan parts and in Northern Michigan, but that all becomes his vote if he is the nominee. It is just clear that Mike Rogers ain't winning Detroit. Okay, he's going to win Detroit. It's just a matter of intensity. And I think the only thing that, as you said, he will then have Obama's endorsement. Whoever wins is going to get the real Obama endorsement, either one of them. So he'll have Obama's endorsement. And so that is going to help him get those exact same voters to come over. Look, Mamdani initially did not win a majority of African-American voters. Mamdani won a majority of white, suburban, very white liberal voters. He now has the highest approval rating of any of the groups among black voters. Black voters approve of Mamdani more than any other voter in New York City because he's actually delivered results. And I think Abdul El-Sayed, the only reason I think, and I no offense to Haley Stevens, I think the only reason that she is winning Detroit is that fake Obama ad. It was a lie. And I think that is the only reason. I don't think there's anything about her presentation that is naturally preferable to black voters. And I think it's sad that that's the way that the super PAC that supported her decided. There are probably going to be more hurt feelings against her if she's the nominee, because there are a lot of people who really resent the idea of misusing Obama in order to get ahead. And I think that could be a problem for her. She's also got a real problem with the Muslim community. She said she sees Israel in her dreams. I don't know how she unwinds that and tries to win Dearborn. So I think she's actually a more problematic candidate. But yes, I think either way, you will see the Democratic Party consolidate around whoever is the nominee, and they will do their best to try to help them win. I just think it's going to be harder for her to beat Mike Rogers than for him to beat Mike Rogers.
And I also think another two things, if you look at it, two angles. Suppose he pulls out this victory. I know it's a narrowing 1.6. People are nervous. Let's see. If she wins, it'll be barely a squeaker. I don't know if she has enough votes. Let's see. AIPAC spent $60 million. What we talked about is people are going to be so pissed. Democrats are going to be so pissed that AIPAC put their thumb on the scale and denied Abdul Sayed a victory, barely, right, by a margin. And that's going to depress the vote. And you're going to see like a wild insurgency against any candidate who takes this AIPAC money. Because like mother effing AIPAC, you're the one that came in and gave us this AstroTurf campaign and put Haley Stevens over the edge. But let's see, 1.6, he might pull it off by like half a point. I'll take anyone. I'll give you the flip side of this. The fact that AIPAC could spend $60 million and he's still up. And she's not walking away with this race by double digits or 5 to 8 points is also a slap in the face of AIPAC. And I don't know if the Democratic establishment will take the right lessons. I don't think they will. They're going to instead say, see, we told you so. They will gloat if Stevens wins. Then they're going to try to win over all these people. They'll continue taking money from AIPAC. And my fear is another depressed vote in Michigan like you saw in 2024.
I agree. And I think on top of that, the Cori Bush race, I think you're going to see AIPAC high-fiving and saying we're still in charge. And if they defeat Abdul El Sayed, it'll send the message to the establishment in the Democratic Party that the centrists and the do little, accept less, take a little bit of change, you can't be too radical, not too much change. They're going to feel like, it's the 90s again. We're third way in our way, to going back to the way we want to be, which is to be basically centrist corporate Democrats. And I think, unfortunately, anything other than an Abdul El Sayed win sends the absolute wrong message to the centrist Democrats, because they're not going to ever change until they lose. I'm going to take these earrings off. I give up.
It went up 1.7, then it went back to 1.6. Let's see if it's like 1.1 to 1.5. It's going to come down, and I do think it's going to come down to those black voters, specifically those black voters. But let's see, folks. Inshallah, he pulls it off. All right, it might be a squeaker, but she has to win a large majority of those votes right now.
And by the way, I have to tell you that we've been watching Wayne County returns all night. I've been obsessing over it. What I am seeing now, 70% of the votes are in. It started out being a 63-34 victory for Haley Stevens. It's been narrowing and narrowing. It's now 51-45. So what I'm saying is it's going in the wrong direction. Her win is getting narrower and narrower because, again, the voters who voted today, right? Monday, they take a day off after early votes were in. The voters who voted today were the most knowledgeable, the people who had the most time to hear the facts about Abdul El Sayed, the time to really think about it. My guess is the today vote is more Abdul El Sayed, and that the absentee vote is more Haley Stevens. It's just the absentee vote is so big, and a lot of it is probably in Wayne County. And also, I'm going through county by county, Waj. So much of it is in the 90 to 95% range, but poor Wayne County is still not fully counted. It's still only, let's see, Monroe is 86. It's only 70% counted. You go around it, Oakland County, 95%. Macomb County, still 78%. It's a slightly smaller county that she won. Ann Arbor, 77. Ouachita County, 77%. Only 77%. And he's winning that 62-35. So there's still some vote he can get out of there. Lonawee County that he won, 50-44, 79%. So there's still some places that he can also eke out some good vote. At Ingram County, I'll give you an example. This is one that he could really actually do really well in. Ingram County is 63-33 Abdul El Sayed. Only 57% of that vote is in. So he still has some places where he could make up ground where it's a big enough county. But the top county, just to let you all know what we're really looking at, the biggest county is Wayne County. It's the biggest, period. Oakland County is number 2. Macomb County is number 3. Then Kent, then Genesee County. She's winning most of those big counties. It's like she's winning the Hillary Clinton way, where she's winning the big counties. He's winning a lot of the smaller counties, but he's winning more counties. So it's a math thing.
And it's also with Wayne County, right? The reason why we're talking about Wayne County, if someone was following my tweets and on Blue Sky, they were saying that if she got double digits in Wayne County, that would give her a comfortable lead. I remember when that came out 35, and I said that it's going to narrow. It's going to go to single digits. So as of right now, with 70% of the votes in Wayne County in, her reported margin as of now is +6.
Yeah,
Her
it's getting
estimated
narrower.
final margin is +6. That is not good for her.
No.
Now, can she cobble up enough from these other counties? Maybe, but she needs kind of a decisive win. And it
Yeah.
seems like it's close. He's like nipping her in the butt, just getting just enough, right? Just
Yeah.
enough people who were won over. And if you look at how Mamdani won, if you look at how Daria Liza won, they cobbled up a multicultural coalition.
Yeah.
They got enough, like just enough Jewish voters, Black voters, young voters, a few older voters, right? First-time voters, and that was enough to put her over the edge, enough to put Mamdani over the edge, which is where you do a compare and contrast. And again, it goes back to, I think, this big chunk of white rural voters that are going to do what white rural voters do. I'm not shocked. But the Black voters is where you mentioned this, and I think you were on point last week. The Syed campaign has to do more work. Progressives have to do more work, because it's not that, Black voters don't know. It's, again, this is the base of the Democratic Party. You got to know your history. And they take cues from Democratic leaders. And we saw the millions poured in that said Obama supported Stevens, even though he didn't. So they're like, okay, now it's at 1.4. Ooh, 86% in. It's getting juicy. But, it's one of those situations where, can she take it? Maybe. It'll be a nail biter, but
she's been behind all night. It's just like I'm going through and I'm looking at every one of these counties is between, is 84, 94% in. The counties that are still out, Washita has like a little bit left. There's like 14% left. Wayne is the slowest voting county, but it's also obviously the biggest county. If you look at like Genesee County, where Flint is, she won that county too, but she's winning them like 52-47. Like, she's not winning them big, right? And so let me just go through real quick. Genesee is 77.6% in. She's winning at 53.9, 41.6. She's not winning it like 65-35 like she was in the beginning.
And that would give her that slam dunk. And
Yes.
that's why everyone's on pins and needles, right? And that's
Yeah.
why everyone's a bit hesitant. Someone told me someone told a friend of mine who's on the ground that the Syed campaign feels like the final numbers will put him over the edge. Let's see. Maybe they're trying to spin it. But based on what we see, it's a nail biter. It's exciting. And anyone, like, I just love the spin right now, folks, because the spin now, it's remarkable to me. It's like Mike Tyson taking on Pee-wee. And then everyone says that Pee-wee has no chance. And then Pee-wee's right there in round 12. And he seems he might win by decision. And then they say, well, so much. Now it's up to 1.6. All right. So now it's like saying, now what they're saying is like, so much for your progressive wave. Like, what are you talking about? You're the one, the Democratic establishment. You're the one, corporate media, who told us that a candidate like Abdul Sayed Mamdani, like, I hate being gaslit by this.
Yeah,
right?
for
like,
sure.
They're the ones who were saying like, oh, it's your race to lose. Where's the progressive wave? You told us that he was unelectable. You said there was a slam dunk. You said that the real voters in the Rust Belt won't like his progressive agenda. You had 60. Folks, the fact that he's up 1.6 points, being outspent 10-1, Joy. And like,
it's crazy.
Sit
I think
with
it was 12-1. I think it was 12-1.
Sit with it. And he's still up 1.5, 1.6. Hell, he might win by a point. Let's see. Now it's back to 1 point. New York Times and AP have him up 1.6. If it goes back and forth, 1.4, 1.6, 1.3, 1.7, 1.2, it gets to like 95, 96, 97, 98, 99%. Like, does she have enough of those votes left based on the averages that we've seen? It seems like she doesn't. So it'll be close, but there's no centrist slam dunk, just like there's no progressive slam dunk. But this is Michigan. This is a Rust Belt state where the establishment and AIPAC forget their thumb, 10 fingers, 10 toes, and their nose on this race.
They're behind. They sat down on. I mean, this was honestly because, and the reason they did that, and you and I both know this, Waj, is that this is not New York City or Colorado or Washington State. It's not a crunchy granola liberal state. It's the ultimate Rust Belt swing state. It's the ultimate Midwestern state. It's a swing state it's the swing state of swing states. Michigan is the state you must win to win the presidency. It's the new Ohio. It's what Ohio used to be in presidential politics. And so it's tough for an establishment candidate to lose in the state, but it would absolutely be a watershed moment if he beats her, even by 1 point, because again, this is in a state that's got a sitting Democratic governor who's a popular figure, and she literally endorsed Haley Stevens. You've got the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, the Congressional Black Caucus PAC, not the caucus itself, but the PAC coming in and endorsing Stevens. You've got prominent African-American national level figures endorsing Haley Stevens. And then you've got that Lion ad making it look like the ultimate popular candidate, the former first Black president of the United States, the forever President Barack Obama, appearing to endorse Haley Stevens. Abdul El-Sayed is against a tsunami type windstorm. He's running into the wind, and he's still got he got to 600,000 votes before she did. He's at 653,000. This is remarkable to get this many votes, 653,000 votes for a candidate who was effectively unknown to the world. And now he is beating a sitting member of Congress, a 4-term Congresswoman. The Abdul El-Sayed camp should be thrilled, but I think if he doesn't pull it off, he's going to regret not digging deeper into Detroit and going for those African-American votes. You've got to have a Black strategy. And I've said this to progressives before. I've said it to Maurice Mitchell, who's the head of the Working Families Party, who is African-American. Progressives have got to have a Black strategy. It's why Bernie could not win. Bernie lost in South Carolina because he had a class strategy. He had a great argument for, sort of the Fred Hampton argument that we have to come together as a multiracial coalition to defeat the oligarchs. Great argument. But for African-American voters, you also got to have a specific Black strategy. And I think that is something very, very important to have.
Yeah. And look, you got Kornacki with 87%. It's at 1.6. You got New York Times with 85% and 1.6. I think AP is 86%, 1.6. If it goes tit for tat, back and forth, can those ballots come in for her? But if he keeps eating away, going back to Wayne County reported margin right now, according to the New York Times, is +6. Estimated final margin, +5. All right, +5.
That's not good. That's not enough. I don't know if that's enough. Let's listen to Steve real quick.
Is going to come on.
Get all the papers.
Show me. How come this is never the one? I got the Wayne municipalities. Have you seen it, Adam? There it is.
Okay, we can mute it again. He's doing his Kornacki thing. It's cute, but it's not helpful.
Okay, and you said Canton is the next.
Yes.
Okay, so to set the stage for this, because I think it's a fairly important one, we're talking here about, circle it again, just everybody shout if it moved. Oh, it did move. What happened? Was that Canton?
That was Leelanau.
Oh, okay. That's high income. Yeah, that's right up here. This is what they call wine country in Michigan. I'm not kidding. There's like 18 wineries here. It's looking out right over. It's beautiful. It's a high income. Anyway, it actually helped. It helped El-Sayed. Those are the high income, high education attainment there in that kind of Grand Traverse Bay area. So that boosted him there too. Was not one of the big six, but that was. Oh, something. Is that Canton Town?
Yes.
Wow. Ooh. Okay. Why do I hit Monroe all the time? Okay, this just came in Wayne County. Our decision desk is telling us that this is Canton Township. Canton Township is in the western, sort of right here in Wayne County. Give us what the breakdown was.
So this was 20,000 new votes.
1.8. He's up 1.8%
for El-Sayed, 44% for Stevens.
Okay. Context for this: 100,000 people live in Canton Township.
He just went up by 1 point.
The number in the 2018 primary was 49. It was 49 for Whitmer. Okay, it was 38 for El-Sayed. Okay, and it was 13 for Tanadar. Right. So the progressive share was 51. That's one way of looking at it. And tonight El-Sayed gets 54. Right. The Whitmer share was 49. And tonight, Stevens gets 44. So that's a not inconsequential update. That's
good.
This is one of the bigger townships, one of the bigger sort of jurisdictions in Wayne County right there. And that was very helpful, as you can see.
Jason, can you pull that down for just 1 second?
Pieces of
Can you pull the audio down?
That's
I just
huge.
want to let you all know
That's
it's
big.
huge, because what that has done, everyone who's been on the Wayne County wormhole with us, that takes the margin, Waj, in Wayne County down to 51-46. And again, we were talking about this with Jack Cocciarella earlier, the problem for Haley Stevens is that her margin in Wayne County keeps shrinking. And I am convinced, I am saying this based on just my own old campaign girly logic rather than some information on the ground, that the Today voters were more El Sayed voters.
Yep.
She
Yep.
was counting on those absentee voters who,
Yep.
we just got another dump, y'all. Okay, there's another dump. Now it's 48.9 to 47.1. He's at 667,964. She's at 643,345. So that's like what, a 24,000.
And you just brought it back up 5,000 votes, and then
Great.
5,000 votes with these updates. And again, that you're watching, if you're El Sayed, you want to keep this number as stable as you can. Obviously, you want to grow it, but you want to keep it as stable as you can. And you want this number. You can't wait till you want to get this number down, because that vote is volatility, it's unpredictability. And there's still 64,000 left there in Wayne, and there could be good places there left for Stevens. We just got more. Where's it from? He's at 25.5.
Updates from Kalamazoo, 6,000 votes.
Oh, okay. He's out of our big six, but yeah.
She's only up
And
5.
by the way, Macomb
She's
County.
only up 5.
Kalamazoo. Okay. Kalamazoo, like
Macomb-
Grand.
Wow.
Jason, pull that down. Macomb County only has 78% of the vote in. That is in the Detroit suburbs. That is another county that's got a fairly decent amount of votes. She's up 50% to 46%, 78% of the vote. She might get a little bit more out of that. But I mean, the thing is, it's, as you can see from what Steve is saying, it's not just the number, it's the split. So if 10,000 votes come in and she gets 54% of them, that's not as good as getting 70% of them, right? And so it's that he's going to get some of the new vote that comes in. She's not going to get 100%. So if 10,000 votes come in, that doesn't mean she gets 10,000 votes just because she's winning the county.
There you go.
She's going to get a share of them. He's going to get a share of them. So it's like one step forward, 2 steps back. That's why when you're seeing the numbers flip in terms of who's up and who's down, it's by 0.1. It keeps going 0.1 one way or the other. She needs to close this gap. In order to win, she needs like a big dump where she gets like 65% of 100,000 votes. She's, you know what I mean? Like, that's what's not happening.
That's why Wayne County, they were saying the way she could walk away with it a couple hours ago, if she was up double digits in Wayne County,
she
would
could be
then
done.
have enough votes to walk away with it. And even if he chipped away, it would be insurmountable.
Yes.
Right now, according to the New York Times, folks, when it comes to Wayne County, 78% of the votes are in Wayne County. Her reported margin now has dropped to, wait for it, +5. Her
+5.
estimated final margin as of now, +5. When people were crowing 35, 30, 25, I'm like, hold on, folks. This is going to get to the single digits, because if you looked at the neighboring counties, right, her biggest lead is what, 5, 3?
Her biggest lead is like 5,
4?
whereas his in Washtenaw County, 78% of the
digits?
voting is 62-35.
There you go.
So like he's got commanding leads in some of these counties where he's doing well. You go to Ingham County, 81% of the vote, and he's up 61-35. And these aren't huge counties. This one is like, 28,000 to 16,000. The neighboring county, he's up in Livingston County, it's 48-47. That's basically a wash. But he's got more counties where he's got a commanding lead. She doesn't have a lot of them. She has a lot of 50-46, 50-45 kind of splitty counties where she's kind of splitting it with them. So he held his own in Wayne County. I mean, I got to tell you, honestly, he held his own in Wayne County, because normally you would think with an Obama faux endorsement, she should be up like 65, 30. She was up 63% at one point, 63-34. She's not like that anymore. That's what she should be getting with a fake Obama endorsement.
And you know what's going to happen? It's going to be kind of exquisite to see. If this holds and he wins by, say, 1.5, 1.8, 2, 1, oh my Lord, Kristen Gillibrand is gonna send some more nasty emails about Mallory McMorrow. Mallory McMorrow, why did you not endorse Haley Stevens? Mallory McMorrow, your 4 points killed Haley Stevens, and Mallory McMorrow might end up being the redemption hero. She might be coming back in Act 3 and redeeming herself for the nasty, slanderous hate she piled on Abdul Said, which I predicted would be a Streisand effect. It would only help Abdul, only help Hassan Piker, gave him more notoriety. More people listen to Abdul, more people listen to Hassan Piker. It doomed her campaign. I like Mallory, but as soon as she ran, I shared the story. Mallory used to come on the left, took a lot. As soon as she announced her campaign, radio silence.
Yeah.
Her team, radio silence. The only time she responded to me was when I retweeted a friend of mine who showed that, she had some affiliation with AIPAC. And then she direct messaged me immediately 2 minutes later. That's not entirely accurate. And I'm like, oh, what a miss. What a miss. And now it's 1 point. Now it's 2 points. 2 points.
It's now 2 points. It's 49-47. He's gained. So what's happened here, what's changed is that Wayne County is now at 79%.
I do have another Wayne up.
Wait, another Wayne County dump. It's 51.
So we got another 6,000 votes.
Yep.
El Sayed 62.
They're freezing, but
The
yes, it's
Washtenaw votes.
Yeah. Oh, this is huge.
El Sayed 59. Stevens 39.
Whoa, folks. We've been asking the questions and we're getting the answers. That vote that just came in Washtenaw, that would have been mail, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Washtenaw.
Let me double check.
Yeah, it's 88% now.
Assume the answer-
62-35
yes.
Abdul El Sayed.
Yeah, okay.
He's about to run away from.
Question in Ingham County. Could Stevens fight Al Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer, no. Washtenaw County.
No.
Could Stevens fight Al
Washtenaw County,
Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer, no.
Yeah.
Al Sayed just won that batch by 20 points.
Yeah.
Could Stevens consistently roll up those big numbers in Wayne County? There's another big update right there. Al Sayed, he's within 4 points in the countywide count. What that does, I think someone else just came in. Al Sayed's number now is creeping close to 30,000. A few minutes ago, it was down at 19,000. He has gotten nothing but good news in the last 6 or 7 updates we've gotten from Kalamazoo, from Leelanau County, Ingham County, Washtenaw County, and in Wayne County. 2 big updates out of Wayne County that are very strong for Al Sayed. We're at nearly 90% of the vote in statewide here.
Wow.
He's taken what was a very precarious position a few minutes ago, and he's now put himself in a significantly better one with those votes that have come in. That leaves what is left right now. That leaves only 58,000 left out of Wayne County. That's the biggest source of votes that's left statewide. That continues to leave these 23,000 votes out of Macomb that I've said are a bit of a wild card here. That leaves 15,000
By the way,
in Genesee County. And only
just 1 second. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. I want to see how many votes are total left in the entire state, because part of the challenge for her now is we're now down to the dregs, not the dregs. I mean, all votes are important. With 89.4% of the votes in, and this is per NBC News. Now we're looking at the same numbers that Steve is looking at. There are 166,000 votes left. Let me tell you right now, Abdul El Sayed is now the projected winner. Yep, he just said it when we said it. He's the projected winner. There's not enough left. That's it. That's it. No, yes, it's done. He is the projected winner. NBC News Online is saying it. I'm sure we don't have to turn him up. It's done. There's not enough left. There's 166,000 votes left.
To everybody here at NBC who has made this possible, behind the scenes everywhere, what an epic night this was. What that flourish that Al Sayed had at the end there. I mean, if you stayed up, you got to witness it all. It looked like Stevens was closing the gap. It looked like she had a path.
That's it. We're done. Okay, so yes, so it is now official. Steve Kornacki has said it. We've said it here. You guys got to watch it happen live on air. Abdul El Sayed, it is an unbeatable race. And let me tell you how it happened in the end. You can say what you want about the voters of Wayne County, Michigan, which it obviously includes Dearborn, which is about 8 to 9% of the total. But it is the big vote is Detroit. And Haley Stevens needed to crush Abdul El Sayed in Wayne County in Detroit. She did not. She won Detroit. She won the Detroit suburbs. She won all the Detroit suburbs. I'm going through each of them. Oakland County, Macomb County, Wayne County. She won all the Detroit suburbs. Monroe County. She won all those little suburbs. She even won a few of the exurbs, but not by enough. In the end, what Waj was talking about, that 4-point victory, Waj, it's now 51-46. That is her margin in Wayne County. That's not even close. To the margin that she would have needed. And what we were saying all night tonight, and so now you guys are seeing that you really do hear the same thing, whether it's Kornacki saying it or me saying it or Waj saying it. It's not just about the vote itself, it's about the split. And so every time another 10,000 votes comes in, one of them is going to get a percentage, but the other also is going to get a percentage. There's never a case where you're going to have 10,000 votes come in and they all go to one candidate. They're going to split it. And so if you are fighting to catch up and you've been down all night by 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 votes, you need like 65% of all the new votes to come in. You need like 65% of the big counties that are coming in. And there are only like 5 really big counties that could have given her the numbers. And she was not leading by enough in any of them. She was leading in Flint, but not by enough. She was leading in Wayne County, but not by enough. She's leading in Detroit, not by enough. And don't let anyone in mainstream media tell you. You see how excited Kornacki was? He was about to jump out of his khakis. That is the literal level of excitement. This is the equivalent, Waj, of Barack Obama winning North Carolina in 2008. This is a earthquake. This is an earthquake that just toppled the $60 million AIPAC queen. Your thoughts?
Joy, if I don't know how much stamina you got left, but I'm ready to go. If you can stay on for 5 more minutes, I'm with you. I would have stayed on.
Go ahead,
early.
cook, Wad, cook.
All right. I think I actually joined the wrong link, so I thought you were out. I'm like, oh, she stopped streaming, and then I saw that I was still streaming on my Twitter from your show, so I came back. I went to go to relax and smoke some shisha. That's my only vice with a couple.
Can I just tell you something, Wise? I don't mean to interrupt you. We were getting in the Slack. They're like, how are we streaming on Twitter? And then somebody goes, it's Waj. He's streaming us on Twitter. We were like, we're on X Twitter.
And I'm like, oh, she asked Nidha. I'm like, are y'all still on? She goes, yes. I'm like, I'll come home. And she goes, great. And I made it right during the speech. All right, folks.
Love it.
Listen. All right. Folks, you were here. It's August 5th, 2:02 a.m. We were told our entire lives we can't have nice things. We were told for the past 10 years, you know what? There's some centrist mythical unicorn voter who drinks real coffee in the Rust Belt, who wears a real hat, is a real American. Joy and I aren't real because we're too woke and we don't have the melanin for the suburban electable titles of being Rust Belt and real. You just saw Abdullah Said, a biracial man. He is biracial, half white, Muslim American, married to his high school sweetheart, doctor, Rhodes Scholar, who has been consistently progressive in his politics, wrote a book on Medicare for all, said abolish ICE before it was popular, said take money out of foreign governments, said I won't take corporate money, said take money out of governments, put it in the people. I was there. I've known him for about 8 years. When he ran for governor against Whitmer, he came in number 2. He lost. He's trying to figure out what to do with his life. He asked me for life advice. This is my goal. If you want to succeed in life, ask me for life advice, and then literally you fail up and you actually succeed in life. John Ossoff asked me 8 years ago for life advice when he was a filmmaker, when we were attending Skoll Awards Foundation. He goes, I like your career. I spent an hour with him. This guy's now a senator. Hassan Minhaj asked me for life advice when he was trying stand-up comedy in college, right? So ask me for life advice. Abdullah Said stayed true to his convictions, said, I'm a Michigander. I'm going to go 10 toes down, just like Mamdani, win or lose. I believe in this economic populist mission. I believe in this message. Inshallah, this message will resonate. They tried to attack him with Islamophobia, smear campaigns. AIPAC spent a record. AIPAC and its affiliates spent $60 million in a Democratic primary race. 10-1, they outspent him. 10-1. You had the Democratic establishment go all in, literally roll up Haley Stevens' sleeves. You had Neera Tanden be hall monitor against me for the past month. You had Fred Gutenberg lose his mind. You've had centrists and everyone else say that Joy and I are crazy. We're radical. We're leftists. We don't have the pulse of America. Abdullah Said overcame everything and just won the primary race. You're going to have a progressive candidate, a Michigander, who is not a white man, who does not have a white dog, who does not have a white wife, who does have white teeth, who is now going to go up against Mike Rogers, and I think, inshallah, he will beat him. And you might see a progressive, straight-up Michigander, Muslim American be a senator from Michigan, the first, maybe, inshallah, Muslim Arab-American senator, and a progressive populist who wants all Michiganders to have a chance at affordability, and he's going to fight for accountability. Don't tell people you can't dream. Don't tell people you can't have nice things. Don't tell people you have to play prevent defense. And all you folks who said vote blue no matter who, I keep the receipts. Now it's time for vote blue no matter who, y'all. Tomorrow, I want you all to get on Twitter, on Blue Sky, on MS Now, on CNN, and I want you to say, Abdul Al Said, Abdul. We always knew you had it in you, Abdul. Come on and beat Rogers. Sorry for my little rant.
No, your rant was not little. Your rant was your rant was massive. Your rant was major, and it was so needed because that is the reality. Is that we always say it. I say it all the time. I repeat myself a lot because I'm getting older, and I just have to repeat myself a lot. And I've menopause. You have to forgive me. Your power is in the primary. I say this all the time. Your power is in the primary. The way that the Tea Party took over the Republican Party was in primaries. They primaried people, Eric Cantor on down, and they made them bend the knee. And then MAGA came along and took over the Tea Party, made Tea Party bend the knee, and then made the Republicans become MAGA. Everyone bent the knee. What's happening in this country is irreversible. There is a progressive wave that you can no longer say is just the liberals in New York City and just the crunchy granola liberals in Denver, Colorado, and just Washington, D.C., because they're just black liberals and they're just crazy. You can no longer say that. Because now what we've seen is DSA candidates win not just in those places, but progressive, even non-DSA candidates, working families party endorsed candidate in a statewide race in the Midwestern must-win swing presidential must-win state of Michigan, in the Midwest, in the heart of the country, the heartbeat of America, is now going to send a Muslim man, a progressive who believes in universal health care, who says free Palestine, who believes in a free Palestine, and who's not afraid to say it and to defend the idea of taking that money from Israel and spending it in his own state on people who need eyeglasses and health care and child care, and says that loud and proud with his whole chest like Mamdani. We got a statewide Mamdani, y'all. This man just became the biggest political star in the country. Mamdani is now sharing the stage with Abdul El Sayed. Dr. Abdul is about to be a SCAR star. Don't let nobody tell you different. Don't let nobody downplay this victory. This is huge. He just beat $60 million of corporate money, including AIPAC. He just showed AIPAC the door and told them to go through it and get the hell out. Baby, this is a big night, and you all stayed up with us. You are been rewarded. Those of you who stuck it out, stayed with us. Nearly 5,000 people on Substack said, we're not going to bed. 2,500 people on Substack said, we're not going to bed. We even had little 50 twitchies. A little 50 twitchies said, I'm not going to bed either because they're cute and they're twitchy. All of you who stayed up, you got rewarded by being able to see this historic moment happen live. You will know where you were on the morning, wee hours of the morning. Even Abdul El Sayed went to bed.
I just found out from someone who's at the campaign, there's no celebration yet. They're just waiting. They're very nervous. But Kornacki knows the numbers. He wouldn't have called it. And we see the numbers, and she's just +4 in Wayne. He's up 1.8 right now with 90% of the votes. I don't see a pathway towards Stevens for victory.
No.
I just don't see it. I think it's done. He's the projected winner. And
He's the projected winner. Yeah. And NBC, by the way, is the most conservative of all the news organizations about calling races. They really don't like to call races. They really don't. They keep their math very mathy, and they don't call races unless they're sure. So they called it. You now have NBC projecting him the winner. Go ahead, watch.
Yeah, I want two things, if I may. First, personal. People say identity politics, right? Well, apparently, only people who can do identity politics are white people. MAGA, right? They're the only people. And it's not identity politics. It's keeping it real. It's the heartline. It's the Rust Belt. So I'm going to lean in and do some identity politics, just real quick. I'm a Muslim American man. Spoiler alert. I'm a brown-skinned man. I was just talking to broken middle-aged men when we did our shisha break an hour and a half ago. And I said, never in my life did I think that a popular Muslim South Asian man would become the mayor of New York. I just didn't see it. Not in my lifetime. I didn't see a black man, my Muslim brother, Barack Hussein Obama, become president in my lifetime. I said, inshallah, but America's just too racist. As a Muslim man, born and raised in this country, who's seeing Islamophobia mainstreamed, worse than it's ever been, you see Randy Fine saying horrible things, that he prefers pigs to Muslims, not censured. You see Tommy Tuberville repeating Nazi talking points, saying the enemies in the gates, not censured. You see Democrats just casually smearing Mamdani, Gillibrand, right? And Gillibrand and Fetterman, right? Saying, oh, he's pro-Hamas, right? Not censured. To see a Muslim man, a practicing Muslim man with zero scandals, a teetotaler, a man who's married to his high school sweetheart, run a very progressive, generous campaign that seeks to uplift all Michiganders. To see Americans come out and vote for him against $60 million of AIPAC money. Joy, I don't drink, so let me drink my water. I mean,
I got water too. Cheers.
This is a beautiful thing to witness. My children, there's a photo my wife sent me while I was on my shisha break, which is my one vice. I go once or twice a week. Don't smoke shisha, but that's the only thing I do. And she sent me a photo, which I posted on Blue Sky, of my kids and the cousins who are still up because they're psychos. And I kept my screen up, and I kept the New York Times poll number up, right? That keeps updating itself. And she sent me a photo of all these 5 kids looking at they know what's happening. And they're like, Abdul Said's up too. They were just looking at it. And they're like, how much? And I came home, they're like, is he still up? Is he still up? So think about all those young kids, Joy, who were told, you're not electable. You're not relatable. You're not from the heartland. You're not a real American. You can never be the protagonist of the American narrative. America will never, ever vote for a black woman. It'll never vote for a child of immigrants. It'll never vote for an Arab or a Muslim. What do you see in New York? What do you see in New Jersey? What do you see with Melat Kiros? What do you see with Abdullah Said? And now they're saying, Francesca Hong, she can't win. She crazy, right? So I want you all to take this moment. This is a huge moment. You don't have to be Muslim. You don't have to be a child of immigrants. You don't have to be Arab, but just embrace this moment. Like, this is what America can be and should be. The fact that he is going to win, NBC called it. And the second thing I will say is a moment of humbling for Abdullah Said and progressives. You saw how close it was. You cannot take black voters for granted. You cannot take Rust Belt voters for granted. You have to knock on every single door. You're going up against AIPAC. You're going against billionaires. You're going against racism, misogyny. You're going up against a smear campaign calling you a communist. You're going up against the pro-Israel lobby. You're going up against the Democratic establishment. Right now, Neera Tanden is downing Pepto-Bismol. My God, Fetterman is probably having his second stroke. I hope not. I mean, they are freaking the F out because personally, folks, they're losing power. They're losing access. They're losing relevance, and they're losing money. And they'll do everything in their power to drag him down and Mamdani down. So you have to earn the vote. And if you make the case like Abdullah Said did, you connect the dots. What do people say, Joy? That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you for my second rant.
I appreciate all of your rants, Waj. You know that we appreciate you. We love you over here at the Joy Reid Show. We are Left Hook fans, and we just appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, not just once, but twice. We appreciate you so much.
I just have one question to ask real quick.
Yes.
How do you think James Carville is going to feel in the morning when he wakes up?
Wellness check, baby. We got a wellness check him. He gonna be okay.
Let me be the first one to say, James Carville, enjoy your retirement. James Carville, good morning, good afternoon, good night. James Carville, you can now go to sleep in your crypt and stay there, because James Carville said over the weekend, there's only room for me or Hassan Piker in this party. You know, if Hassan Piker is a future Democratic Party, you can count me out. And then Bill Maher said that he would rather vote for Sarah Palin and JD Vance, but he's not going to vote for these communists. So Bill Maher, go smoke your weed in your little basement, your club, Bill Maher. Good night and good luck. We don't need you. We just want Michigan without you. Enjoy the retirement.
Enjoy your retirement. And by the way, if they don't want to be in the party no more, that's fine. Nobody can make you be where you don't want to be. James, if you want to go, Bill Maher, if you want to go, you can go. You know, nobody's going to fight to keep you here. You can go. But Hassan Piker's staying. Waj is staying. I'm staying. Fetterman's going to have to probably get a wellness check too. Maybe he'll become a Republican. That's really what he is anyway. Everyone's free to leave. Like, this is not a cage. It's not a prison. You guys are totally free to leave the party. You do not have to stay. But what's happening here is the Tea Party of the left. The Democratic Party is going to have to reconcile itself with the fact that people no longer want slogans. They want change. They want material change to their lives. And they're going to vote only for candidates that excite them, that will give that to them. And the ones who managed to sneak through, the Wesley Bells, your time is coming too. You won that tonight. But Cori Bush represents the soul and heart of this party. She represents the soul and heart of the people. We're not done with Ferguson and with Missouri yet either. We believe Francesca Hong is going to win in Wisconsin. We're excited about that. We believe that Justin Pearson is going to win. That race is coming up on Thursday. We will be back with another watch party Thursday night, because we're about to watch Justin Pearson go through and get that primary, pick that up. The earth is healing. This country is healing. This country is changing for the better, whether it likes it or not, because we just want to make it as Jack Cocciarella, and big ups to Jack Cocciarella, who stayed with us earlier. Big ups to Dean Obeidallah, who brought Sharia Law 2.0, although he's kind of with Jack as an Italian. So I'm really not sure what to do with Dean right now. But we love Dean. We love Jack Cocciarella. We love you, Waj. We want to thank also, wait, who I got it, Maurice.
Can I give you an update? Mallory McMorrow just congratulated Abdul Sayed.
There you go.
And she endorsed Abdul Sayed minutes after the NBC call, and she said, "Let's prove him wrong by beating Mike Rogers and take our country back." Well
Go
done,
ahead,
McMorrow.
did the
Well
right
done.
thing. Well done.
Well done.
Well
Well
done.
done.
Maurice Mitchell, big up as well. Thank you all for joining us tonight. We appreciate y'all staying up with us. You guys are the stalwarts. These are the real readers. You can really tell who the real readers are because they didn't go to sleep. They said, we're not going to sleep until we see that he won. Well, he won. Congratulations to Dr. Abdul El Sayed. And we will see you on the campaign trail to November. Much love, you guys. Peace, love, and get some damn sleep. Good night. Bye, watch. See you.
Getting back to the basics, grassroots level. Let me dig a little deeper with the shovel. Plenty can't tell the forest from the trees, and I'm hard to detect, like a black hole in the dark. Injustice anywhere, it's a threat to justice everywhere. Let me make this clear, I got a bone to pick, and I'll never fear the threat of poverty. They don't want to talk about it, they rather party, so I'm a real talk about it, for sure.